to prove that farmers are the strongest awakened profession. In one breath, plant 99 types of mutated plants in the yard, including the sexy Venus flytrap that loves to eat zombie brains, the anti-aircraft three-peater that can instantly kill all flying demons, the cherry bomb that can destroy an entire village with a single explosion. Even the corn cannon, comparable to a missile, is ready to fire. The reason I did this is that in this world, farmers are just ordinary workers. After awakening to this profession, I can only rely on farming for a living. This led to the kind homeroom teacher looking at me coldly. Even my girlfriend of 3 years mocks me. Facing their disdainful gazes, as a time traveler, I sneer in my heart. I can summon various plants from Plants vs. Zombies. Even if originally just a farmer without combat skills, I will possess a formidable military power. Chapter 1: Difficult to play? Then don't play at all. Congratulations, Lu Xing, for changing his job to a combat class, Lancer. Don't forget to choose your favorite talent on the job transfer interface later. Next student, Li Yang, get ready. 9191, Blue Planet. Yunzhou City, Yuntian College. The voice of the head teacher kept echoing in my ears. Next second. Li Yang, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly widened his eyes. Holy shit, I traveled through time. Changing job? Talent? What the hell is going on? Wasn't I just landing against the Rift Hunter? Fortunately, these doubts did not bother Li Yang for too long. Seconds later, a flood of memories began to flood his mind. He slowly began to understand everything in this world. That's right, he traveled through time. Originally, he was just an ordinary Zon pianist, sitting in front of the computer and engaging in a thrilling family tree defense battle with a few happy people opposite him. As a result, perhaps because he was too excited, his eyes suddenly went dark and he lost contact with his original world. He then traveled through time and space to the body of a young man also named Li Yang. According to my memory, this is a world where everyone changes jobs. 100 years ago, a disaster called gamification suddenly befell the world. Some cracks connecting to other spaces suddenly opened up and released endless monsters onto the blue star. These monsters could not be suppressed by relying on thermal weapons, and once pushed humans to the point of desperation. Then, something called the job transfer crystal descended along with the monsters, changing the world again. During a specific time period each year, people aged 18 and over can come into contact with the job transfer crystal to awaken their own career and talents. People say that changing jobs determines a person's bottom line. The professional talents that awaken at the same time directly determine a person's upper limit. For some life professions, once they awaken a talent with special bonuses, it is easy for them to become the best among their peers. Some warrior or auxiliary professions may also awaken some very poor talents, leading to a mediocre life. Buzz. Accompanied by a strange sound, a purple light suddenly burst out from the palm-sized crystal on the podium. The guy named Lu Xing on the stage awakened his talent. Such a bright and dazzling light immediately caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. It's actually a purple epic talent. There are only a handful of such people in our entire academy. That's right. If you can awaken an epic talent, you won't have to worry about a bright future after graduation. Sure, let's see what talent he got first. According to the rules of this world, when job changers make their first job change, the job change crystal will directly provide some career talents for them to choose from. Generally speaking, it's one of 3 choices. In order of rarity, they are white for common, green for excellent, blue for rare, purple for epic and gold for legendary. The talents of normal people basically hover between green and blue. Only a few people with extremely bad luck will awaken the useless white. Purple epic talents can basically bring about subversive changes to the job changer himself. Even an ordinary profession that is not very eye-catching may be able to complete a reversal with the blessing of purple epic talents and become a very sought-after talent. Throughout history, there are even examples of people becoming extremely outstanding in life professions because of their excellent talents. As for the gold-level legendary talent, just like its name, it is a legendary existence. I'm not sure about other places, but I haven't seen it in Yunzhou City for many years. Student Lu Xing chose the epic talent, Ghoul Hunter. This talent allows you to gain double the experience points when you kill undead monsters, and also double the damage to undead monsters. In the future, you can develop into a career like the Death Knight. Your future is limitless. Alright, congratulations again to Lu Xing. Next up, Li Yang, please come on stage and perform your career awakening. The head teacher greeted him and emphasized Li Yang's name a little. Li Yang stood up slowly from the audience and walked towards the stage with a sharp look in his eyes. Hey! Have you noticed, guys? Li Yang seems a little weird today. Maybe he's jealous of Lu Xing's awakened talent? No wonder, after all, he and Lu Xing have that thing going on. Seriously, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. Li Yang comes from a farming background. His family wasn't well off to begin with. A few days ago, Lu Xing stole the state aid for impoverished students. Anyone would feel bad, right? That's right. Accompanied by the chattering of people around him, Li Yang was already standing in front of the job change crystal. He faced the crowd, slowly raised his head, and his eyes became more fierce. Just as the students in the audience discussed. From the memories of the original owner of this body, he did see many infuriating things. The original owner lived in a village outside the city, and his parents died in a beast outbreak. With the help of my neighbors and my own part-time job, I have studied hard and have been able to study until now. But I never thought that the word hard work would seem so pale and powerless in the face of real power and status. Despite having excellent academic performance, it is of no use. Even the official aid funds that were applied for not long ago were secretly manipulated by the class teacher and became someone else's. As for the ultimate beneficiary, there is no need to say much. It was Lu Xing who had just completed his job change and walked off the stage with a unique purple epic talent. It's a pity that the original owner of this body was too honest and humble. Even when being bullied like this, I still hesitated and didn't dare to resist. Looking at the waves of memories flooding into his mind, Li Yang felt his blood pressure fluctuating. Damn, what's the logic? Do honest people deserve to be bullied? Hurry up, Li Yang. There are many students waiting to awaken their professions. Don't waste everyone's time just because of you. The head teacher at the side spoke to remind them, but there was a hint of impatience in his tone. This tone is impressive. As I recall, this was the attitude of the head teacher when he saw the poorly dressed Li Yang on the first day of school. That's how the game starts, right? Okay, then everyone should stop playing. Looking at the impatient look of the head teacher, Li Yang snorted coldly. Then he looked at the job change crystal in front of him and gently placed his right hand on it. The next moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. It is detected that your profession is about to awaken, and the system will automatically bind you. Congratulations to host Li Yang for successfully obtaining the qualification and awakening the Divine Planter system. This system can connect you to shops in other worlds, allowing you to grow extraordinary concept plants and reach the pinnacle of life step by step. It fell with a prompt tone in my ear. The job transfer crystal in front of Li Yang also began to gradually light up with an extremely dazzling light. Boom! With a thunder, the sky outside the window gradually became dark. The clear sky outside the window suddenly turned into a rainy day. The wind and rain were raging, constantly hitting the classroom windows. The light emitted by the job transfer crystal in the room was so bright that it was difficult for everyone in the classroom to open their eyes. What's going on? Holy crap! Is this the light from the job transfer crystal? This is just a class awakening. What's going on? And the weather. Outside the window is changed too. Could it be that Li Yang's awakened profession is so extraordinary that it has caused strange phenomena in the world? It can turn a sunny day into a torrential downpour, and it can also make the job transfer crystal emit such a strong light. How powerful is this job? Look! Li Yang's career icon has also appeared. Why does it look like a hoe? There were exclamations from everyone in the classroom. The expression on the face of the head teacher who was closest to him was even more interesting. The job transfer crystal glows during the job awakening stage, which can only mean one thing. That is because the profession you change to is too rare. It might even be an extremely rare hidden profession. Moreover, a vision of this magnitude. I'm afraid it's not just an ordinary hidden profession, but a limited profession that has never existed before and will never be seen again. Could it be that he had been misjudging the person all along? Is Li Yang actually a hidden super genius? At this moment, it's not just the class teacher. Li Yang, who was standing on the stage, also looked a little surprised. System, divine planter, and reached the pinnacle of life. As an old bookworm, he is very familiar with it. Protagonist benefits, official plugin. Develop rapidly in the early stage and be invincible in the later stage. I never thought that after reading novels for so many years, I would actually become the protagonist one day. Woohoo, take off. Li Yang was secretly delighted. Then he raised his hand, accepted his profession, and also accepted the system binding request that only he could see. At the same time, there was thunderstorm and strong wind outside the window, and bright light and buzzing noise inside the classroom. After Li Yang accepted the system binding, they slowly disappeared without a trace, leaving only Li Yang's career icon, swaying slightly above the career change crystal. Ah! This. Congratulations! Congratulations to Li Yang for awakening the farmer profession. As the head teacher's voice rang out, everyone in the classroom became stunned. Farmer? You made such a big noise just now, and it turns out you're just a farmer? No one wants to believe it, but the mark floating in front of Li Yang will not lie. From a distance, the shape of a hoe is indeed the same pattern that I saw in the strong light just now. The vision just now was still vivid in everyone's mind, but now the result was like this, which made it difficult for everyone to accept for a while. It's like a dream. Bite. You have successfully awakened the life profession, farmer. This system promises to fully assist you in becoming the strongest being, leading you step by step to the pinnacle of life. The following is a task for you. Please choose a career talent that matches this system. Please remember that only by knowing how to resist temporary temptations can you achieve true success. Task reward, a fair and honest newbie gift pack. Fuck, system. Are you kidding me? After all this fuss, it turns out to be just a farmer's occupation? Do you believe that my Zon horse hunters will hunt down your horse tonight? Li Yang muttered to himself, but the response he got was just the so-called "this system promises to fully assist you in reaching the pinnacle of your life." The divine planter system sounds like it has something to do with planting. I guess it's because of this characteristic that he was assigned the farmer profession? Student Li Yang, what are you still standing there for? Choose your career talent now. There's nothing to hesitate about for a daily life career, right? The students behind me are still waiting. Okay, stop wasting time, let's move on to the next one. The head teacher couldn't help but urge again. In today's world, the differences between people are often greater than the differences between people and dogs. The most common life-related professions are inherently inferior to combat-related professions. Unless one can awaken some incredible professional talent, it is not even worth cultivating, which is extremely sad. Li Yang glanced at him, sighed softly, and took his hand away from the job transfer crystal. Then, the crystal glowed and talent popped out. In the blink of an eye, two purple lights flashed at the same time. Wait. Another purple talent. No, it's two. Of his 3 talents, 2 are purple. What's going on this year? Is Yunzhou going to be turned upside down? It's a pity that his basic profession is a farmer, and his training value is far lower than Lu Xing's. We still can't give him the only recommendation spot in our class. But, this is the second person in our class with the purple talent, right? Hush, look, the teacher's face is about to burst with laughter. Nonsense. With 2 class changers possessing epic talents, he's definitely secured the position of this year's outstanding homeroom teacher. How could he not be happy? Just as these students said. The head teacher next to the podium looked at Li Yang with a much kinder look. That smiling look made Li Yang speechless. Then he started to check the 3 talents that popped up in front of him. Healing Aura, Epic Talent. A healing aura will be generated next to any crops you plant. The aura restores 5% of the health of nearby allies per second for 30 seconds. Invigorating Power, Epic Talent. After entering combat, you and all your allies gain a 5% increase in attack power, which lasts until the end of the battle. Dave's Plant Shop, Common Talent. Wabi Babu, you will get a plant shop where you can exchange for various plants. Those 2 purple epic talents can provide good auxiliary effects. For Li Yang, who has awakened to the profession of farmer, this is an opportunity to change the nature of his career. If it is developed well in the future, it will have a bright future. Therefore, everyone thought that Li Yang would choose one of the 2 epic talents. Even his homeroom teacher, who had always disliked him, immediately became enthusiastic. Well done, Li Yang. I, the teacher, have long seen that you are gifted. You have lived up to my expectations. Based on my years of experience, I think you can choose the Healing Aura talent. Compared to Inspiring Power, Healing Aura is obviously more compatible with your farmer profession. Listen to me and choose the Healing Aura. If you want to make a name for yourself in the future, now is your only chance. The head teacher smiled and stepped forward to give some instructions. Then, he couldn't wait to urge Li Yang to make a choice. But who knows what will happen in the next second? Li Yang on the stage didn't think twice and chose the white talent at the bottom of the 3 talents without hesitation. Seeing Li Yang's actions, the audience was in an uproar. What's going on? Why don't you choose the worst one when you have 2 epic talents? What is Li Yang thinking about? Fuck, is he crazy? Such a good opportunity. Are you just going to give it up like that? What's the point of choosing a white talent? No higher education academy will want you after you graduate. Isn't it possible that Li Yang has completely given up on treatment? Actually, I think Li Yang is quite sensible. After all, the minimum requirement for a farmer's profession is too low. Even if you have good talent, it's useless if you can't afford to go to a good college. Given Li Yang's family situation, it would be difficult for him to even pay the tuition. The people in the audience were chattering, but the people on the stage had mixed feelings. Especially the head teacher, he had to watch the excellent head teacher he had already got fly away. No, what is Li Yang thinking about? 2 epic ones. It's hard to make a wrong choice even with your eyes closed, right? Could it be that this guy is deliberately going against me? Just because of those 2 words I said just now, I'm so angry that I'm throwing away my future? Is he sick? Why? Looking at the puzzled expressions of the people below, Li Yang sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, the world's entertainment industry is too backward. They had no idea what Crazy Dave's plant shop meant. What's more, they don't know that compared with the other 2 talents, something like Dave's store can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. Please, I am a person with a system, a real protagonist. The head teacher was about to say something when Li Yang waved his hand and stopped talking. Okay, stop wasting time and move on to the next one. These words stunned the head teacher next to him. Isn't it so arrogant? Those who didn't know would have thought he had awakened some incredible profession, a carp leaping over the dragon gate. A farmer profession, a white talent. Where does this guy get the capital to pretend here? So arrogant, is this still the honest Li Yang he knows? Okay. Next one. There are still many students waiting to awaken their professions. There was no other way, the head teacher had to give up. Then, filled with anger, he watched Li Yang walk down the podium leisurely and return to his seat. He still didn't understand what was going on in Li Yang's mind. Why don't you choose the worst possible talent instead of an epic one? This is his important bargaining chip in his bid to become the outstanding class teacher this year. This kid, did he eat gunpowder today? Just to be angry with me, you even want to give up your own future? What on earth is he thinking? The head teacher was still racking his brains and couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Li Yang had returned to his seat and sat down to carefully study his system. First of all, he already knew what the divine plant in the system's name referred to. Divine plants, as the name suggests, are divine plants. Although compared with the other two talents, it is indeed a dimensionality reduction attack. But in this world where everyone has combat skills and fireball spells are cast everywhere, are there really any advantages to Crazy Dave's plants? Li Yang held his forehead, feeling inexplicably like he was on a pirate ship. Please rest assured, host, this system will fully assist you in becoming the strongest existence and step by step to the pinnacle of life. Novice mission completed, you have successfully selected the matching talent and received the mission reward. Task reward, a fair and honest newbie gift pack. Please select whether to use it. The system suddenly appeared and emphasized the first sentence again. It seemed to make Li Yang believe that the power obtained from the system would never let him down. Then, he placed the gift package directly in front of Li Yang. The atmosphere is already set, what else are we waiting for? Li Yang immediately chose to open it. Newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations on winning Sunshine X600. Congratulations on obtaining the mysterious item, Golden Shovel. Golden Shovel, you can uproot any plant you've planted and convert it back into a certain amount of sunlight. Currently, the return amount is 50%. Warm tips, this item can be used as equipment and cannot be destroyed. 600 sunlight, plus a shovel that returns half the sunlight after shoveling the plants. Well, at least it doesn't look so shabby anymore. Let's not talk about the golden shovel for now. With such a system in place, the focus should be on plants, right? Thinking of this, Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and opened Dave's plant shop. Waby Waby? Waby Baboob. I heard his voice before I saw him. Hearing the familiar voice, Li Yang's eyes twitched and he almost couldn't hold it back. White shirt, jeans, my name is Dave. Remember. The moment he saw this rough man with an iron pot on his head, Li Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But this is a plant shop after all, Dave is secondary, the focus is on the plants. Li Yang now urgently wants to know how strong those plants are. After all, the system has guaranteed it, so those things should not be too bad. If you find out they are just ordinary peas and ordinary sunflowers after you get them, then he didn't need to hesitate and just reopened it on the spot. Wow, neat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Crazy Dave was mumbling something, waving his big, hairy sausage-like hand and throwing a card over. Then, the system lights up at the same time and gives a prompt. Dave's store opening promotion, give you a free plant card. Congratulations on unlocking plant, Pea Shooter. Pea Shooter, each planting consumes 100 points of sunlight, cooldown is 7.6 seconds, and the shooting interval is 1.4 seconds. Plant characteristics, the peas shot by the Pea Shooter cause fixed damage to ordinary monsters below level 40. Every 5 peas will cripple the monster, and every 10 peas will definitely kill it. This limit will increase as your class level increases, and the data panel will be updated when you next change classes. Shit. Well, Li Yang admitted that his attitude towards the system just now might have been a bit bad. The damage of this thing is not measured by the numerical value, but by the number of attacks. Rules class. This is quite scary. Any ordinary monster below level 40 will be crippled in 5 hits and killed in 10. The lower limit is not high, but the upper limit is definitely not low. Normally, a career changer who has just awakened has to spend a long time and effort to level up before reaching a level where they can fight against a level 40 monster, right? But he was a novice farmer. Plant a pea plant in the ground and wait patiently for a dozen seconds. You can kill a level 40 monster. This can only be described as defying the will of heaven. And you should know that in Plants vs. Zombies, the most powerful aspect of plants is not their individual combat power, but those dazzling array of plants can be used to deploy troops. A pea shooter can kill a level 40 monster in just over 10 seconds. What about 10 plants? What about 100 plants, or 1,000 plants? This is reality, not the pitifully small garden in the game. As long as he is given enough sunlight, he can even plant pea shooters all over Yunzhou. Until then. Ah, Li Yang, you're really something. You didn't choose the purple talent, but insisted on getting angry with your teacher. I think this is all you can do in this life. Just when Li Yang was busy imagining the future, suddenly, someone's voice came from behind. Lu Xing, a villain who has achieved success, was sitting in the back with his legs crossed and talking nonsense. Many people in the class know that Lu Xing is a relative of the head teacher. Although he is not a wealthy man, he is an expert in the art of flattery, and is therefore loved by the teachers and leaders of the college. On the other hand, this guy likes to show off in front of his classmates. If he sees someone he doesn't like, he will run to the office to tell tales. Because they thought Li Yang was easy to bully, they secretly diverted the official aid funds that were originally intended for Li Yang and replaced them. But coming back to the point, Li Yang, you should be thankful that this official money was allocated to me. If we give it to a loser like you, it would be a waste of the country's resources. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Li Yang staring at him silently without saying a word, Lu Xing thought he was going to admit defeat like before, so he couldn't help but mock him. But unexpectedly, the next second, Li Yang slammed the table and stood up. What the hell are you barking about? Why, did your father give you face? Why are you just opening your mouth and spewing shit instead of talking properly? I see you haven't learned 3 human words yet, but you can still hear 7 dog barks that sound like life. The original owner was under various pressures and did not dare to resist. But Li Yang, who had just traveled through time, was not tolerant at all. He had always disliked those guys who took advantage of their power to bully others, but he didn't expect that Lu Xing would dare to come to him. The people around were also shocked by Li Yang's sudden change of attitude, and the huge classroom suddenly became silent. Lu Xing had never seen Li Yang like this before, and he was stunned for a moment, a little bit unbelievable. No, Li Yang, what the hell do you mean? I say, you really can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, right? Be careful of me. Be careful, your mother died in your toilet. Why don't you go burn incense for her instead of barking at your father? If you say one more word, your mother's urn will be thrown into the sky, you bastard. Before Lu Xing could finish his words, Li Yang immediately started the Zon combo. Lu Xing almost memorized every word in one breath. Admittedly, Lu Xing is not a person of high quality. But faced with Li Yang's fierce greeting, he was really unable to withstand it for a moment. Soon, he was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. His back teeth were about to break. In the end, he could only helplessly rage, You are so vulgar. I'm vulgar? Fuck you, get out. Simple bad breath, ultimate enjoyment. Li Yang spoke without thinking. A set of Zon combos left Lu Xing speechless on the spot. Li Yang, what are you doing? This is a classroom. On the podium, the head teacher shouted to stop them. Li Yang smiled and replied casually. Nothing, just asking about the health of his family. The head teacher was speechless for a moment and almost didn't react. After a while, a look of annoyance appeared on his face. He was about to explode, but seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly changed the subject and said seriously. This is a classroom, please pay attention to discipline. Alright, everyone, keep quiet. I have something important to say next. The head teacher wanted to give some serious punishment. But seeing the evil spirit in Li Yang now, he couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Originally, he couldn't understand why Li Yang chose the worst talent. But now that I have connected the dots, everything becomes clear. The conflict between Li Yang and Lu Xing cannot be resolved with just a few words, and as the class teacher, he knows this best. The stupid ones are afraid of the aggressive ones, and the aggressive ones are afraid of the desperate ones. If you really push an honest person to the limit, the consequences can be terrible. Judging from Li Yang's current posture, he has probably completely let himself go and is even willing to give up his epic talent. Once the unscrupulous Li Yang broke off relations and investigated the issue of official aid, it would become a big deal and attract the attention of the college. At that time, neither Lu Xing nor I, as the class teacher, will be able to escape blame. So now, I can only find an excuse to back off. On the other hand, Lu Xing was really unable to recover from Li Yang's scolding. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't think of any more hurtful words no matter how hard he racked his brains. If I continue to compete with Li Yang like this, I'm afraid I'll be dead. Alright, everyone. While the last few students are still transferring, let's finish everything we need to say today at once. After the noise died down, the head teacher returned to the podium. Facing the audience, he slowly began to talk about the things to pay attention to next. After awakening our profession, in a few months, we will usher in our graduation season. By then, based on your different professions and talents, you will all embark on different paths in life. Some may be selected to join the military, some may enter higher education institutions for further study, and many more will officially enter society and begin down-to-earth work. Needless to say, everyone knows that this world is full of dangers. Therefore, ensuring that you have the ability to at least protect yourself when you leave is also an important indicator for us. When we come back next week, according to tradition, we will organize a week-long dungeon trial. You will travel together as a group to enter the novice dungeon to gain experience, increase your level, and hone your combat skills. Life-related occupations also require you to be responsible for logistical support, so that you can adapt to the various difficulties you will face when entering society in the future. After the week is over, I will give each student a score based on their performance during the trial. At the same time, the Academy will compile a ranking of the graduates' overall qualities, which will directly affect your future career paths after graduation. In addition, those who rank at the top of the list will receive one of the few recommended student spots within our school. For those students with average talent or careers, this may be your only way to enter a higher education institution, so cheer up and take this seriously. Do you understand? The audience responded in a muffled voice, I understand. Although they say this, they don't really think so in their hearts. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this spot in their class will definitely belong to Lu Xing. After all, up to now in the awakening ceremony, apart from Li Yang, only Lu Xing has awakened the purple epic talent. Although Li Yang awakened too, no one chose them at all. The final outcome of their class is already foreseeable. Lu Xing must be the one taking the lead, firmly sitting on the top spot in the class with a huge advantage. Compete with the top students in other classes for the few recommended student spots. For ordinary people, it is already at the level of a fight between gods. They can't afford to get involved. As for Li Yang, he didn't take the head teacher's words seriously. While the head teacher was chattering away, he was concentrating on studying his Dave's store. Although Dave gave him the pea shooter for free as a big opening promotion. But whether it is unlocking new plants or planting existing plants, sunlight is indispensable. As for the fastest way to get sunlight, needless to say, it must be the sunflower. So the most important thing for Li Yang right now is to buy sunflowers from Dave's store. No matter what, at least unlock it first. After searching around in the store, Li Yang was almost scared to death by the prices of those plants. After completing the novice mission, he received 600 sunshine. I originally thought it was quite a lot. As a result, I looked at the unlocking conditions of those plants. Sunflower, unlocking requires 500 sunlight, planting requires 50 sunlight. Marigold, unlocking requires 500 sunlight, and planting requires 50 sunlight. Potato mine, unlocking requires 250 sunlight, planting requires 25 sunlight. Nut wall, unlocking requires 500 sunlight, planting requires 50 sunlight. Double pea, unlocking requires 2000 sunlight, planting requires 200 sunlight. The amount of sunlight required to unlock a plant is 10 times the price of planting it. Damn profiteer, you don't want your horse anymore? Li Yang wanted to curse, but he guessed Dave wouldn't understand. Wavy wavy? Wavy baboob. The crazy guy with the iron pot on his head was mumbling something and seemed very excited. Li Yang had no choice but to bear the pain and consume all the sunlight to unlock the sunflower first. As Li Yang's mind moved, Dave took out the sunflower card from the store and threw it towards Li Yang. The system is activated and a prompt pops up. Congratulations on unlocking the plant, sunflower. Sunflower, each planting consumes 50 points of sunlight, cooldown is 7.5 seconds, production interval is 24 seconds, and a single production of 25 points of sunlight. Plant characteristics: sunflowers will continuously generate sunlight from the moment they are planted until you remove them. Furthermore, the system will automatically collect the sunlight produced by the sunflowers, allowing for completely stress-free idle operation. A sunflower can provide about 50 points of sunlight per minute. You can get your money back in 10 minutes after planting. Well, looking at it this way, it's quite profitable. Li Yang decided that as soon as he got home, he would plant a circle of sunflowers in the yard. Achieve sunshine freedom directly. Student Li Yang. Are you free? Just as Li Yang was immersed in his beautiful fantasy of the future, the head teacher's shout pulled him out of his fantasy. Li Yang frowned and looked up, somewhat puzzled. There was no one around the head teacher. After the job transfer ceremony, many people packed up and went back home. Li Yang was also preparing to pack up and go home, but his class teacher raised his hand to stop him. Afterwards, he was taken by the head teacher into an office not far away. As soon as he entered the room, the head teacher took out an envelope from under his desk and stuffed it into Li Yang's hand. Li Yang took it and felt the thing in his hand. He knew what was inside without having to think about it. There are 5,000 in here, just a small token of my appreciation. Li Yang, please keep it. I came to you to discuss something with you. The head teacher paused, and seeing that Li Yang had no intention of interrupting, he continued to explain. Student Li Yang, I know you and student Lu Xing may have some personal grudges. This Lu Xing is actually a kind child, but sometimes he can be a bit careless. As you know, Lu Xing is the only classmate in our class who has an epic talent and is a combat-type job changer. The chances of getting a recommendation from the college are very high. But in the college admissions process, there will be some visits and investigations by the college. I hope you can put aside your grudges with Lu Xing for the sake of our acquaintance. You and Lu Xing are classmates. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. At worst, just turn a blind eye to it for the sake of your 3 years of instruction. After all, Lu Xing's future depends on this step. The head teacher spoke in a very sincere tone. As far as Li Yang could remember, this was the first time he had seen his head teacher treat him in this way. It's really laughable. This concerns Lu Xing's future? Li Yang showed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher nodded rapidly. That's right. If Lu Xing doesn't get the recommended student spot, wouldn't it be a waste of his excellent talent? What does it have to do with me? Li Yang laughed and didn't care at all. Lu Xing, who bullied others by taking advantage of his power, not only colluded with the class teacher but also seized the official aid funds from his predecessor. During the past 3 years at the academy, I was bullied from time to time. Can these experiences be exchanged for just 5,000 yuan? I'm going to fuck you. After being confronted so simply and rudely by Li Yang, the face of the teacher opposite him immediately turned into an ugly liver color. His expression immediately turned serious. He looked at Li Yang's face, frowned, and asked slowly, "So what do you want?" Li Yang spread his hands. Let it be as it is. You think you can get rid of me just by taking my money? Do you think I'm a beggar? As for Lu Xing's recommendation spot, he can forget about it. The head teacher heard the hidden meaning of Li Yang's words and laughed angrily. You mean, you want to compete with Lu Xing for the recommended student spot? It's not that I'm being rude. Student Li Yang, what makes you compete with others? Because of your farmer profession, or because of the white talent you randomly chose? I advise you to be more sensible and not lose sight of yourself. It's better to take this money and quit as soon as possible. Wait a minute, you think it's too little, don't you? If it's too little, just tell me. I can give you more. Fuck your mother. Just give this little money to your mother to burn as paper. Damn it. Without waiting for the head teacher to finish speaking, Li Yang threw the envelope in his hand in his face and turned away. Li Yang could tell that there was something else behind the teacher's words. In this society, interests are mutual. Since Lu Xing got the recommended student position, his class teacher will naturally have a great advantage in the future college evaluation and election. For Li Yang, it would be a waste of time to continue arguing with such a person. It would be better for him to get down to his own business. For a moment, the only person left in the office was the head teacher, who was standing there in a mess with a look of shock on his face. Not only did he insult his classmates, he even dared to insult the teacher. Is this still the Li Yang he knew? After leaving the office, as Li Yang was walking home, a thought kept popping up in his mind. Every basic job changer academy in Yunzhou has some quotas for recommended students every year, reserved for graduates with outstanding talents. Those who get the quota can go to higher level colleges for further study, or even receive direct training from the government. So, where should my future go? With the support of the system, he will become very strong, there is no doubt about that. What he produces can become an extremely exaggerated combat force. Even once he saves up enough sunshine to unlock marigolds from Dave's shop, he won't be short of money. In time, he could grow into something quite invincible. But there was a problem that he had to take seriously right now. Although he can use the system to grow a huge number of extraordinary plants. But what about himself? In essence, it is just a daily life job, and he is just an ordinary farmer. This world is a chaotic place, and once you attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives, the consequences can be very troublesome. Therefore, before he fully grows up, he hopes to find a sufficiently powerful and reliable force to minimize the time cost of his development period. As long as he has the protection of a powerful force and relies on its resources, he can be fearless even during his most vulnerable developmental period. Looking at the land beneath our feet, what kind of force is big enough? The answer is already obvious. Nation. Let me ask you, is there any greater force in this land than the country? Within the territory of China, the state has direct management rights over all copies at any level. But now, if he wants to get directly into contact with the national level, he will inevitably have to go through various applications and face various inspections and interrogations. He was just an ordinary citizen, and his report to the country was like a stone falling on the sea. This is the way the world is today. Talent alone is far from enough. Without sufficient connections, money and power, it would be extremely difficult for ordinary people to climb up even if they have talent. Therefore, the best way is to find a suitable opportunity to directly attract the attention of the official management of Yunzhou, and even attract the attention of the officials in the imperial capital. For example, the plants given by the system quickly upgraded their levels during this period, making their levels far ahead of others. On the Yuntian College graduate list, a life-related profession that is far superior to that of peers is enough to serve as this opportunity. As he was thinking, Li Yang also returned to the village in the suburbs as the sunset came. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw the familiar neighbor aunt waving at me. "Xiaoyang, is school over? Come over for dinner tonight." This neighbor lady is an empty-nest elderly person. He is also the person closest to Li Yang besides his parents. Especially after his parents passed away, they took good care of him. Li Yang waved his hand and said hello. The old man who lived opposite also came out with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. "Xiaoyang, you need to weed the weeds in your yard. If you really can't do it, I can do it for you." Li Yang laughed dumbly and replied casually, "No need. I'm young and strong enough, I can clean it up myself." It must be said that his residence is indeed a bit shabby. In his memory, his parents died in a beast-tide attack caused by a copy riot. Since then, he has been living in a suburban village outside Yunzhou City. The living conditions are definitely incomparable to those in the highly modernized Yunzhou City. But the advantage is that the place is big enough. After Li Yang inherited the old house, he never cultivated the land or grew crops because he had to go to school every day. There are many open spaces in the backyard of my house that have not been taken care of for a long time and are overgrown with weeds. And these idle spaces can be used to grow his plants. On the way, Li Yang used the sunlight given by the system and exchanged them all for sunflower seeds. As soon as I got home, I sowed all the seeds in the backyard of the old house. Those things, although they are seeds. But in reality, the growth rate is frighteningly fast. It grows almost as soon as it sees the wind, and in just a few seconds, it completes a series of operations such as sprouting, breaking through the soil, rooting and pulling out stems. Medium-sized sunlight has been collected, sunlight value plus 25. Medium-sized sunlight has been collected, sunlight value plus 25. Medium-sized sunlight has been collected. The golden sunflowers swayed slowly, smiling towards the setting sun. 200 points of sunshine were exchanged for a total of 4 sunflowers. According to their efficiency of producing 50 sunlight per minute per plant. It only takes 1 minute to get all the money back. The rest depends on how they perform. You know, sunflowers can produce sunlight continuously at night. Li Yang now just needs to have a good sleep, and when he wakes up tomorrow morning he will see that his sunshine value is so high that it will explode. Thinking of this, Li Yang returned to the house and brought out a rocking chair. Lying on it comfortably, squinting my eyes, I admire the sunflowers swaying in the wind in the yard. After saving enough, I unlocked the nut wall from the store. In this way, the 3 mythical gods officially gathered together. After collecting enough sunlight, Li Yang casually exchanged for a few pea shooter seeds and threw them on the ground. Watching the green horn-shaped head slowly break out of the ground and rise up. Suddenly, I felt like my dream had come true. Well, now that we're here, would you like to test your power? Li Yang held his chin, looked at the pea shooter not far in front of him, and muttered to himself. The pea shooter swayed slowly at the same frequency as the sunflower. It seems to have a very rhythmic feel. Following Li Yang's order, the pea shooter plant that was specially grown for the experiment suddenly stopped shaking and spit out a pea at lightning speed. A pea as big as a fist. The moment the bullet was fired, it pierced through the gate of Li Yang's yard, and the loud noise it made also scared him. Then, the pea flew away to who knows where. Looking at the bull-sized hole on his iron gate, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little scared. This is an iron door that is 2 or 3 centimeters thick. Just got pierced by a pea? If this thing hits an ordinary person directly, they will probably be killed instantly. Now, Li Yang is not worried at all about whether this thing can effectively fight against Warcraft. I have even started to think about how to use these plants to clear the dungeon in the future. It stands to reason that it is quite amazing that the seeds of these plants grow instantly after being sown. But the inability to move freely is still a relatively big disadvantage. So how do you make these plants move? Li Yang thought of the flower pot. If he were to brush the dungeon at that time, Li Yang would hold a pot of pea shooters in his arms and chase the monsters and shoot. That scene is a bit weird. Moreover, an ordinary pea shooter can already have this level of damage. What about highly lethal plants like squash, big-mouth flowers, cherry bombs, and hot peppers? What level of damage do those things do? It's really exciting to think about it. So, Li Yang simply looked at Dave's shop while unlocking some other things from it. Potato mine, this is also something worth playing with for a while. It is inexpensive and highly efficient. Paired with a nut wall placed in the outermost circle. It is simply a fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Then, there are marigolds. Who doesn't like a little white flower that can spit out money? Since it has been tested, Li Yang decided to get started right away and practice the deployment of troops according to his own ideas. At that time, what if we encounter some blind monster? It will definitely come but never come back. In the time that follows, Li Yang spent half a night setting up a small experimental field according to his own ideas. In just a few hours, he planted more than 50 sunflowers and more than 100 pea shooters. He also secretly buried several rows of nut walls on the main road leading to Yunzhou to defend against possible enemies. After all, Warcraft is the biggest threat facing humanity in this world. Therefore, Li Yang simply treated the beast tide as an imaginary enemy. There are quite a few details to consider when deploying troops. The outermost circle is an indestructible nut wall, and behind each nut wall there are 3 to 5 potato mines buried. The wastelands on both sides of the street were planted with pea shooters. After testing the attack power of the pea shooter, Li Yang could almost conclude it. The defense network that I built myself could easily resist those monsters below level 40. This is the most basic combat unit. In addition to these, there are also some productivity units. Sunflowers, marigolds. Li Yang planted them all in his backyard. After making a rough arrangement outside, Li Yang returned to the courtyard again. Looking at the gold and silver coins shining with metallic luster all over the ground in front of him, Li Yang was shocked. Although marigolds cannot be directly transformed into ready-made circulating currency, real gold and silver are no joke. These things are popular no matter where you are. An inconspicuous little white flower can actually randomly produce gold or silver coins at a rate of 2 per minute. Is this scientific? Of course it's unscientific. But it feels so good. Li Yang happily returned to the house, found a sack, and collected all the coins that had fallen on the ground. Being a farmer is all about the joy of a good harvest. While picking up the money, he asked the system in his mind, "Hey, system, you said you can collect sunlight, can't you collect money as well? I have to do it myself, what a hassle." The system flickered twice, and then gave Li Yang a prompt. Golden mushroom. Unlocking requires 500 sunlight, planting requires 50 sunlight, can only be planted on magnetic mushrooms. However, the magnetic mushroom card in Dave's store shows that it cannot be unlocked. It seems that the level is not high enough. Similarly, there are things like cherry bombs, which are also at a stage where they are not unlocked unless the level requirements are met. It seems that upgrading the professional level is urgent. Li Yang touched his chin and put away the last purse. Then, use a sunny shovel to dig up all the marigolds. The current amount is already astonishing enough, and he doesn't want others to find out that there is a mountain of gold and silver piled up in his yard when he wakes up tomorrow morning. Including the sunshine points returned after eradicating the marigolds, Li Yang now has more than 10,000 points of sunshine value. I originally thought that it would take a long time to wait for sunshine and freedom. Unexpectedly, after just a few hours, he already had so much sunshine that he couldn't spend it all. Of course, the main reason is that there are too few plants he can use now. As long as you can level up more, you can unlock more plant cards. You won't have to worry about not having enough sunshine to spend in the future. Li Yang yawned, calmed himself down a little, walked over and closed the gate. I looked at the time and it was almost 1 in the morning. He planned to go back and rest first and go out early the next morning. First go to the trading market to buy a storage ring, then find a way to find a novice copy to test the depth. Thinking of this, he slowly stretched and walked towards his room. As a result, just as he stepped into the door, a burst of urgent alarm suddenly came from the city wall of Yunzhou City. Woo woo. The sound was sharp and piercing, making people tremble with fear. And this rapid frequency, and such a sharp sound. Li Yang's dusty memories suddenly trembled. This sound is the alarm of a beast-tide attack. The frequency of 3 long and 1 short is obviously a warning that a small beast tide is approaching. Li Yang's brows suddenly tightened and he looked towards the city. It was visible to the naked eye that bonfires had already been lit on the walls of Yunzhou City. In this world, we often encounter such situations. The spatial rifts in a certain dungeon area became disrupted, releasing rampaging monsters. As long as these monsters reach a certain number, they will gather together as if attracted by something and attack human cities. Eventually, the so-called beast tide is formed. Since its discovery, the beast tide has become one of the iconic natural disasters on the blue planet. Moreover, the outbreak of a beast tide is not a low probability event. People in this world have long learned how to deal with it. Less than 5 minutes after the alarm sounded, lights in houses across the village began to light up one after another. The villagers hurriedly packed up their things and prepared to evacuate. The old man who lived opposite ran out in a hurry wearing only a pair of red shorts. He knocked on Li Yang's door and shouted hurriedly. "Xiao Yang! Xiao Yang! The beast tide is coming. Don't sleep. Pack your things and run." The neighbor aunt also packed up her things and stood at the door and shouted towards Li Yang's house. "Xiao Yang! Come with us. Yunzhou will be closed soon. If we can't get in before then. This beast tide is no joke. Several villagers nearby echoed the voice for a while, and then went about their own business. Generally speaking, according to the efficiency of the Yunzhou military, there is a window of about 10 minutes between the time the alarm is sounded and the arrival of the beast tide. During this period, people outside the city immediately rushed back into the city, closed the gates, and relied on the towering city walls and countless high-level job changers from the military to fight against the beast tide. This standard process has been repeated countless times to date. Fighting against monsters is an ability only combat-type job changers have, and it is also their obligation. In contrast, those who are unemployed and have failed to change their jobs, as well as those who change their jobs for daily life like Liang, can only take refuge honestly. In this world context, the gap between people is becoming increasingly larger. But this time, it's different. Uncle and Auntie, you guys go ahead. I'm young and fast, I'll catch up with you after I pack my things. Liang pushed open the door, looking unhurried. But this simple sentence surprised everyone present. Xiaoyang, what are you still packing? This is a beast tide, this is no joke. Is there anything more important than life? Everyone was chattering and admonishing. Liang just shook his head slowly and smiled without saying anything. After all, for him, the current beast tide is nothing short of a godsend opportunity. The neighbor ant tried to persuade Liang for a while, but failed to change his mind. Look at Liang's stubborn look. She had no choice but to give up. After instructing Liang to be careful, she quickly evacuated with the surrounding villagers. Liang returned to the backyard and casually planted 2 more pea shooter trees. Take a deep breath, look up and look around. The huge village became extremely deserted in just a few minutes. Now that everyone has left, what's next? It's his turn to perform. Divine plant, start. As Liang gave orders. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the whole village. The plants that had been placed in various places in advance sprouted roots and stems, and grew to adult size in just a few seconds. Hundreds of pea shooters poked their heads out from both sides of the main road, swaying slightly in the cool night breeze. The nut wall in the front row also rose from the ground. The oval nuts, almost 1 meter tall, stood on the ground, swaying and looking like they would fall down with a push. But Liang knew very well that this thing, which looked to have a very unstable chassis, could easily withstand a round of machine gun fire. Ding 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 ding. There were a few inconspicuous little bumps on the ground behind the nut wall. Several silver-white metal sticks were inserted on it, making a slight drip sound. This is the potato mine he planted. Liang was deeply impressed by these gadgets. The price is 25 suns, and one shot is powerful enough to kill all the small zombies in a grid. Before he got the squash, this little potato with a steel pipe on its head had always been his favorite. A huge amount of pea shooters, a whole wall of nuts, and potato mines everywhere. When these things are piled together in hundreds, how much power can they produce? Liang found a place with a good view and waited to see what would happen. The speed of the beast tide is actually not slow. Almost less than 5 minutes after the villagers evacuated, the first batch of monsters have already rushed over. There weren't many of them, but even from a long distance away, I could still clearly hear the roars coming from those things. Ouch! Along with a low vibration, a shrill roar sounded from afar. The giant wolf monster in the lead raised a cloud of dust and rushed towards the village. The sky was filled with sand and smoke. The dust was also tainted with a fishy and pungent smell of blood. Although it was only a small group of the beast tide, it still exuded an unstoppable momentum. The small village where Liang lives is like an ant trying to stop a chariot in front of this tide of beasts. Detected approaching beast tide, danger level, low. The level distribution of Warcraft in the beast tide is as follows. Level 20 and below, 80%. Level 20 to level 40, 19.5%. Level 40 and above, 0.5%. After calculation, the winning rate of this battle is 100%. The system prompt appeared in Liang's mind again. The next second, the sound of peas breaking through the wind whistled past my ears. The pea shooter in the front has started the first round of attack. Bang, bang, bang. Fist-sized pea-sized particles shot out and landed on several giant wolf monsters in the front row, exploding into a blur of flesh and blood. Those guys were obviously stunned. They obviously didn't expect that they would be killed by a few peas outside before they even got close to the city wall. The other several leopard-shaped monsters roared to the sky and rushed towards the main road of the village. Then, not surprisingly, it was stopped by those giant yellow-brown nuts. None of the monsters in the first group could fly, so they could only try to attack and try to break the nut wall. But the strange thing is that these things that look shaky and cannot stand at all are actually ridiculously hard. The sharp teeth and claws cannot penetrate even a little bit, and even many of the monsters' skill attacks are completely ineffective. Some elemental monsters released flames and ice cones, but they couldn't even break the surface of the nut wall. Moreover, just as they were attacking the nut wall, a small cluster of them was shot dead by the rain of peas behind them. It's not a solution to keep wasting time like this. Some of the more intelligent monsters noticed something unusual and chose to take a detour. Try to pass through the gaps between some surrounding houses and the nut wall to enter the village first. The next second, bang! Along with a huge explosion, the smell of burnt potatoes filled the night air. Your potato mine killed the Shadow Black Wolf, LV-18. Congratulations! You gained 1,800 experience points. Your potato mine killed the Shadow Wolf, LV-26. Congratulations! You gained 2,600 experience points. Your potato mine killed the Shadow Wolf King, LV-40. Congratulations! You gained 3,800 experience points. Congratulations, your level has been increased, LV.18 LV.19. Li Yang sat on the roof of his house, looking at the corpse of the warcraft that was blown several meters high in the distance, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. No way, the potato mine is so powerful? There should have been only one potato mine that went off, but it actually killed 3 monsters in one go. One of them is a level 40 elite monster. This potato is really good. It can deal with monsters. It kills them instantly. Host level detected to be about to reach the upper limit of the second job, LV-20. Please complete the job change as soon as possible to unlock more purchasable plants, such as cherry bomb, melon, big mouth flower, ice shooter, etc. The system prompt appeared again, reminding Li Yang that his level had reached the requirement and he could proceed with the second job change. By the way, I told him about the new plants he could obtain after changing his job. In the next round, you can buy a cherry bomb. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately began to look forward to it. My goodness, the potato mines that originally only exploded 1 square at a time are now much more powerful than ordinary grenades. That cherry bomb thing. At the very least, it can't be that bad. Apart from anything else, just in terms of the explosion range, the cherry bomb is a dimensionality reduction attack on the potato mine, which is mainly cheap and affordable. You know, the explosion range of the cherry bomb is nearly 9 squares. It's 9 times bigger than a potato mine that only has 1 grid. If you multiply that explosion by 9, almost half of the village was affected. Not to mention that things like cherry bombs have a long cooldown time and don't require warming up like potato mines do. If conditions permit, Li Yang can even carry a large bag of cherry bombs directly into the copy and bombard it indiscriminately, killing everyone in seconds. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. While Li Yang was watching the Beasttide. At this time, in the office of the Yunzhou City Military Building, Military Minister Wei Songfeng was holding the phone, frowning and asking on the other end. What? The Beasttide has stopped? What do you mean a branch of the Beasttide in the east suddenly started fighting in an area far away from the city? Is there something stopping them? Just now, the frontline observer responsible for monitoring the movements of the Beasttide called and reported something that puzzled the soldiers on the front line. As before, the Beasttide split into many groups and besieged Yunzhou from all directions. But when fighting broke out in other places, a group of Beasttides in the east were stopped by something unknown and did not reach the Yunzhou city wall within the expected time. The soldiers on the east city wall remained in combat mode, their nerves tense at all times. They were so exhausted that they didn't see even a mosquito flying from that direction. Everyone was puzzled, so they arranged for observers to monitor the movements of the beast tide again. It turned out that the beast tide in the east had gathered at a considerable distance outside Yunzhou City, and then stayed there without moving forward. The outbreak of the beast tide is like a bursting dam. Unless they are all killed, they will continue to attack human cities. So in this situation, it is obvious that something is blocking the tide of beasts in that area. But what could be able to keep the beast tide out so tightly? Although it is only a branch, it is not easy to intercept all of them without strong firepower suppression. They asked themselves, even if the military personnel were to go there in person, they might not be able to carry out such a perfect and all-round crushing interception against the beast tide. So, this has to make people curious. Who is the one who stopped the beast tide? The frequent occurrence of beast tides is obviously not a good sign. Now it's not just Yunzhou. Looking across China, and even the entire blue planet, all humans are facing severe survival issues. The increasingly frequent instances of out-of-control dungeons and beast incursions are proof of this. The other world is becoming stronger and stronger. I hope that we humans won't fall behind. Someone murmured in the military office. He sat opposite Minister Wei Tsongfeng, who was frowning and talking on the phone non-stop, squinting his eyes and talking to himself. He was a middle-aged man, who looked a little fat. He wore a pair of square black-framed glasses on his face and looked very mature. On his white shirt was a cyan badge with his name and position written on it. Mayor of Yunzhou City, Zhang Mingshu. Shortly after Zhang Mingshu finished speaking, Wei Tsongfeng finally hung up the phone. He looked up at Zhang Mingshu in front of him and shrugged slightly. Why rush? The list of outstanding talent selections for this year hasn't come out yet. Although Yunzhou hasn't produced any famous figures in the past, we do have a lot of talented people here. After this selection is over, I plan to compete with those colleges for people. The military is particularly short of fresh blood right now. If those energetic young people join us, the strength of our Yunzhou City military can be doubled. As for the things that stopped the beast tide this time, quickly have the people below go find them and see which side they belong to. If it's just an internal fight between the Warcraft tribes, then that's fine. But if it's a job changer, even if we have to kowtow to him, we have to get him into the military. If this continues, who will be able to defend Yunzhou when the older generation retires? What they both said was actually the same thing. Zhang Mingshu sighed slowly and reminded. No matter who the other party is, keep a low profile. After this beast tide, the internal environment of Yunzhou may become turbulent. Once this kind of existence is exposed casually, it will definitely lead to a lot of unnecessary trouble. Also, so far, I haven't seen anything noteworthy among the graduating students. The time for this year's talent selection needs to be adjusted slightly later. The next morning. Seeing the dawn rising in the east, the soldiers guarding the city walls finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed their tense nerves. Just in case, they remained in a state of high concentration all night. As a result, after being on high alert for the entire night, no so-called monster invasion was seen. Until now, they could only sigh at the impermanence of life and quickly send scouts to observe the situation. Everyone was curious about what happened last night. The scouts were particularly active. The moment the Yunzhou city gate was unsealed, they rushed out at full speed. I was afraid that if I arrived a little later, the clues would disappear. Following the direction marked by the observer behind them, they soon arrived at an ordinary little village. As soon as I entered the village gate, I was deeply shocked by the scene before me. There is no doubt that this is the battlefield that lasted all night last night. The main road, where 2 or 3 people were standing side by side, was littered with the corpses of magical beasts. On the surrounding walls and in the grass, one could see the brown blood of monsters and the horrifically broken limbs everywhere. Near the outer part, bullet holes as big as bowls can be seen everywhere. Some of the more remote corners are covered with very obvious traces of explosions. What on earth left these traces? Such a large crater, it can't be man-made, right? But there's no way a monster in Yunzhou could do something like this. Looking at these marks, they seem like something that a high-level gunner could have done. Several scouts returned from various places, had a brief discussion, and came to a conclusion. But soon, someone raised an objection. With such widespread gunfire, how is it possible that we didn't see any fire last night? Also, if the person who repelled that branch of the beast tide here was truly a gunnery expert, there should at least be some trace left here, right? Look, there's nothing here except the corpses of monsters. I didn't even see any shell casings or grenade fragments. Isn't this too weird? Listening to these analyses, some people speculate. Could it be that the boss knew that our military's post-war work was very difficult, so he cleaned up the battlefield before leaving? Someone immediately shook their head upon hearing this. Don't be ridiculous. No matter how thoroughly you clean, at least some traces should be left. Besides, how could such a large battlefield not have the slightest smell of gunpowder? Logically speaking, with this level of damage, the smell of gunpowder should linger for at least 5 or 6 days. Everyone was silent for a while, and no one could come to a conclusion until the villagers who had taken refuge last night came back to pack up their things. Everyone was extremely confused. Who was the big boss who stopped the entire beast tide? At this time, in the center of Yunzhou City, at the transfer square, Li Yang was squatting in front of a breakfast shop that had just opened, eating fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk. After dealing with the beast tide yesterday, he got up early and returned to the city when the lockdown was just lifted. I wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were fewer people so that I could skip the queue and complete the second transfer directly. The result was unexpected. Due to the impact of the beast tide last night, the job transfer square, which is usually open to the public 24 hours a day, has been closed. It has been detected that the host has reached the second job transfer, LV-20, requirements. Please complete the job transfer as soon as possible to unlock more plants. As if sensing that the job change crystal was nearby, the system's cold prompt sound suddenly rang repeatedly in my ears, as if urging me to do so. Look, it's urgent again. They haven't opened the door yet, what's the point of being anxious? Don't worry, as soon as the job transfer plaza opens, I'll be the first one to rush in. Li Yang took a bite of the fried dough stick and said in a low voice. Then, he raised his head and looked at the large screen embedded outside a department store on the other side of the city center. This thing is on 24 hours a day, and usually it just plays news or random ads. Now, it is the only way for Li Yang to relieve his boredom. Just at this moment, news related to last night's disaster was broadcast on the big screen. The reporter on the screen briefly described the scale of the beast tide and the losses it had caused. Last night's battle was almost a complete victory. The military suffered almost no losses, which was a feat that had never happened in Yunzhou before. Also, our reporters discovered some wonderful little things on the battlefield. As you can see, this is a plant debris that looks like some kind of tree bark or some kind of fruit shell. But it's so hard that even bullets can't penetrate it. After seeing clearly what was in the reporter's hand, Li Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. That thing is the crumbs of his nut wall. In that video, the reporter who was at the scene carefully showed the camera how hard the nut wall fragment was. This is something that has never appeared in any previous beast tide. Whether it is related to the job changer or to Warcraft, no one knows. But it was okay, although the fragments of the nut wall caused quite a shock. But at present, no one has linked that thing to Li Yang. These are two completely unrelated things. Li Yang smiled and finished his breakfast in silence. Then he picked up the heavy bag at his feet, paid and left. No one noticed that a very bright golden light emanated from the slightly open mouth of the bag. The bag contained the gold coins he had obtained from the marigolds last night. He only took out a small portion of the total amount to purchase the supplies he needed. The money he got from these gold coins was enough for him to enjoy for quite a while. After leaving the breakfast shop, he casually opened his career panel again. Name, Li Yang. Occupation, farmer, life. Level, LV, 20. Stamina, 20. Defense, 20. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Spiritual power, 20. Professional talent, Dave's Plant Shop, White Ordinary. You have reached the level requirement for the second job change. Please go to the job change crystal to change your job to unlock new talents and higher level permissions. After a night of fighting last night, his level had undoubtedly reached the upper limit of the second level. Honestly, it looks pretty cool to fight the beast tide single-handedly. But in fact, it is still a loss. Although what we encountered last night was only a branch of the large-scale beast tide, the number should not be underestimated. There are at least a few hundred of them. Just the high-level monsters in the beast tide, which account for a small proportion, would be enough to push Li Yang to this level under normal circumstances by killing a few of them. The extra experience will be wasted. But these are the rules of the gamified world after all, and everyone is the same. And in a sense, this beast tide can be regarded as a disguised proof of Li Yang's upper limit. With his strength, it would be very easy for him to face a small beast tide of the size of last night head-on. Although he is only a branch of the beast tide, his strength should be more than this. After all, the plants he arranged last night only added up to a few hundred. This is far from his limit. If he were given enough time, he would be able to plant his plants on every inch of land in Yunzhou. By that time, even if he faces a complete beast tide, he should be able to fight. Li Yang can be sure that after targeted development of his power, he will be able to become an existence that surpasses everyone else. Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. I immediately couldn't wait to complete the second job change, to see what amazing new talents I could gain under the system's arrangement after changing jobs again, and what new plants would appear in the store. Finally, after a short wait, the job transfer hall in the square finally opened. The crowd waiting for job change gradually gathered around, and he walked over quickly and stood in the front row. It's worth waiting here so early. The cleaning lady had just removed the sign for the self-service job transfer area when Li Yang walked in quickly and placed his hand on the job transfer crystal. Suddenly, a white light flashed. Under the arrangement of the system, his talents must be related to the system. Just like the first time, the talents were not of high quality. All are plain white. Connection successful. It has been detected that your level has reached the job change requirement. Please choose whether to change your job. You have chosen to change your job. The level cap is unlocked to LV.40. The following are your newly acquired talents and skills. New talent, exquisite plant management. Talent description: with this talent, you can better manage your plants. Plants purchased from the store will remain in seed state. You can arbitrarily control the state of all plants you plant within a radius of 1 kilometer, control when they start to grow, and even eradicate them with a single click. Can be used with the sun shovel. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded, and more plants can be unlocked. This talent saved Li Yang a lot of effort. After repelling the beast tide last night, he spent a full 2 hours dealing with the plants he had planted. In addition, there are new plants to unlock. With his current reserves of sunlight, emptying the store would be a piece of cake. He struck while the iron was hot and bought all the unlockable plant cards in the store without even looking. Then, put them aside for the time being. The careful budgeting of plants can be put on hold for a while, as he has other things to do now. This time when he came to the city, in addition to changing his job, he also wanted to exchange the gold coins given by the marigolds for money that could be used directly. Then consume it. Go change your clothes and buy some more suitable equipment and other things. He breathed a sigh of relief, put the purse on his shoulder, and hailed a taxi. The copy trading market is not far from the job transfer square in the city center. After about half an hour, Li Yang got off the bus here. In this world, all the various materials, even equipment and jewelry that drop from the dungeon are clearly priced. After all, many job changers would rush out of the dungeon with large bags filled with various pieces of Warcraft corpses to exchange for money. Banks will also evaluate all kinds of strange things according to unified standards and then purchase them. These bank teller ladies think they have seen enough. But when Li Yang put a large bag of gold coins on the counter silently without changing his expression, he couldn't help but whiten his eyes. Those are all real gold, the hard currency in the world. Under the illumination of the fluorescent lights above, the sparkling gold coins gleam with an alluring luster. Sir, please wait a moment. The lady at the front desk called the manager, who hurried over to greet them and bowed respectfully to Li Yang. Yunzhou is a small city after all, and there are Few magical beasts nearby that are above level 40 or 50. No matter how precious the equipment and materials dropped from the monsters are, they cannot be worth more than hundreds of thousands. And the gold that Li Yang brought. Just by looking at it, it's definitely more than the price. This, mister? Are you here to make a deposit? What's your name? The bank manager walked over quickly and asked respectfully. Li Yang nodded. Well, change these things into money and deposit them into my account. My name is. Before he could speak, the bank manager cautiously made a silent gesture. Thank you, sir, for choosing our bank for your savings. Our bank always values the privacy of its customers. Since your transaction involves a large sum of money, please follow me to the VIP lounge to discuss in detail. What do you think? The bank manager in front of me was tall and thin, wearing a well-tailored suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks like what most people consider a successful person. After saying the above, the manager immediately instructed the receptionist behind him. Collect all these gold coins, weigh them and keep them safe. Apply for a blank gold card for this gentleman. The information will be sent to you later. After giving all the instructions, he nodded to Li Yang very politely. This guy is quite capable. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and didn't say much. Follow the manager around the corner and arrive at the VIP-only hall. The layout here is very luxurious and is specially used to serve some distinguished guests. The manager took Li Yang to sit on a soft sofa, then clapped his hands and called two young and beautiful waitresses in formal attire. Dear customer, please allow me to introduce myself first. I'm the manager of this bank, my name is Lu Xian. His voice was very calm, but through the corners of his mouth that kept rising, Li Yang could feel the uncontrollable ecstasy in this guy's heart. Li Yang nodded and said, My name is Li Yang, and I'm from Tianyun College. Tianyun College? Hearing this, Lu Xian was a little dazed for a moment. You know, his eldest son Lu Xing happens to be studying at Tianyun College. Why didn't he remember Lu Xing mentioning that there were people with such wealthy families in Tianyun College? Let's put the doubts aside for now. He is a very professional person and will never ask about the privacy of such customers unless it is necessary. Then, Mr. Li Yang, in order to prevent any unexpected situations, could you please reveal the source of these gold coins? These days, it's not easy to come up with such a large amount of gold coins. Lu Xian spoke respectfully, and at the same time stood up and made tea for Li Yang. Seeing this, Li Yang took the tea, took a sip, and said calmly, It's a family heirloom. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, and faced with a seemingly outrageous answer, he resolutely chose to believe it. Nowadays, due to the existence of copies, there are often priceless equipment and props on Blue Star that are worth millions or even tens of millions, or even more outrageous amounts of money. The amount of currency circulating in the market has become huge, and the gold and silver reserves, which are the backbone of the monetary system, are mostly stored in the hands of a few people and are becoming relatively less and less in the market. Therefore, while the job changers are frantically pursuing power, major banks and chambers of commerce are also constantly chasing after something more essential, such as gold. There is even a saying among businessmen. Since ancient times, money has flowed like water, but only gold has won the hearts of the people. The more gold a bank stores, the easier it is for it to survive stably in the ever-changing world market. People are also more willing to choose banks with a lower probability of bankruptcy for savings and transactions. Of course, there are so many reasons and they seem so complicated, but they can actually be summarized in one sentence. Banks need gold. Li Yang needs money. Then just exchange. Everything else doesn't matter. How could he not take seriously a big customer like Li Yang who came to him? Although the batch of gold sent by Li Yang is not a huge fortune that can change the situation, but for Yunzhou Bank, it is also very precious. After the receptionist finished weighing the gold, the information was immediately delivered to Lu Xian. Lu Xian calculated on the computer for a long time, then stood up and bowed to Li Yang. According to the current gold price, the gold you brought is worth 2.2 million. If you find it acceptable, I will draw up a contract now and help you apply for a VIP gold card. Holding this bank's gold card, You can enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases in this dungeon trading market. Li Yang nodded and accepted it with pleasure. I didn't expect that I would get an unexpected reward when I came here to save money. Lu Xian helped Li Yang deal with these things very efficiently. While Lu Xian was printing the contract, Li Yang, who was sitting next to him, suddenly asked, "If I have the chance in the future, I might come back a few more times to exchange money with you. The amount isn't too small. Your bank should be able to find the change, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xian, who was standing in front of the printer, felt his legs go weak and he almost fell to the ground. Besides. And I am also worried about whether I can find a bank? The gold that Li Yang brought this time is extremely rare. As a result, this. Could his family be a gold mine? It's so scary. Of course we can find it. We can find it no matter how much. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Mr. Li Yang. You're so young, yet you're so generous. You must be from a noble family, right? Ahem, let's get back to the topic. If you do have enough gold reserves, I actually have a small suggestion. We might be able to make a deal. From now on, your gold will only be collected by us, and the price we charge for it will be 20% higher than the market price. I don't know. What do you think? Lu Xian quickly made a suggestion. Judging from Li Yang's tone, the gold reserves he has must be much more unimaginable. If I can seize this opportunity and get enough gold through Li Yang. Using this gold as a bargaining chip, he got promoted and made a fortune. There is even the opportunity to be transferred directly to the headquarters. Wouldn't that be easy? Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. Although he was trying hard to remain calm, his red cheeks said it all. Li Yang did not refuse the opportunity to get more money. Compared with the gold coins he collected last night, what he brought to the bank this time was nothing. Even if he plans to join the country in the future, why not do it if he has an opportunity to earn a stable income? Seeing that Li Yang agreed, Lu Xian quickly tore up the contract in his hand and drafted another one. While printing, he was happily chatting with Li Yang. Come to think of it, my son also attends Tianyun College. His name is Lu Xing, and he also graduated this year. Maybe Mr. Li Yang has met him before? Hearing this familiar name, Li Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Lu Xing? Yes, one is Lu Xing and the other is Lu Xian. It is obvious that they are father and son. That's more than just seeing. It couldn't be more familiar. However, Li Yang did not say this. I just followed the procedure, checked the contents of the contract, signed it, and took away my VIP gold card. The contents of the contract took effect immediately. Because it was a deeper partnership, the 2.2 million originally in the card became 2.64 million. With the money, Li Yang went straight to the trading market. Apart from anything else, he bought 5 storage rings, which are the most commonly used items for job changers, at once. With these things in hand, he will never lack space to store things in the future. But logically speaking, shouldn't the general system have its own storage space? Li Yang was confused, but unfortunately he did not get a response from the system. He shrugged and continued walking. He used the money to eat and drink, and changed his clothes. I walked around until the afternoon and then took a taxi to leave. On the way home, he heard the report about the beast tide last night from the driver's radio. The Yunzhou municipal government and military jointly issued a statement expressing gratitude to all the personnel who contributed to Yunzhou during the beast tide attack. I hope that in the future more job changers will bravely stand up and defend their homes. The driver in front was chatting casually with Li Yang, lamenting that although Yunzhou is just a small city in a remote rural area of China, in the face of danger, the municipal government and the military never fail to help and are very helpful. To this, Li Yang nodded repeatedly, expressing his deep agreement. And in the time that follows, Li Yang opened Dave's shop and planned to take this opportunity to take a good look at the new plants he had obtained this time. But suddenly, a rapid phone ring interrupted his thoughts. The phone was picked up, and on the other end was an emergency notice from Tianyun College. According to the academy, due to the unexpected beast invasion, the academy's originally scheduled graduate exam could not proceed normally. In order to ensure the safety of the students and to solve the upgrade problems of these students who have just changed jobs, the college decided to temporarily recall this year's graduates and prepare to arrange follow-up plans. The beast tide last night did not bring any harm to the urban area of Yunzhou. But it was a devastating blow to all copies near Yunzhou City. All the dungeons originally used for leveling up were in chaos, with monsters of all levels running around randomly in random dungeons. If we throw these new job changers without any level into such a place at this time, it would be like throwing meat buns at a dog, and they would never come back. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang returned home and tidied up his yard. By the way, he stuffed all the collected gold and silver coins into the storage ring. After doing this, he planted a few sunflowers in some corners that were difficult to notice. As long as the sunflowers are within the range of the system can automatically collect the sunlight they release. A few million or even tens of millions of gold coins are enough to spend. But sunshine is essential. He didn't want to get stuck on something as basic as sunlight when he needed it. At this time, in the center of Yunzhou City, on the municipal building, Mayor Zhang Mingshu and Military Minister Wei Songfeng were in the office on the rooftop, looking at the two brown pieces of wood in front of them and looking at each other in confusion. This is the only useful thing found after searching the entire battlefield. Your military's efficiency. Zhang Mingshu sighed and left his words half-sentenced. Wei Songfeng on the opposite side was rubbing his temples with a look of headache. That was the battlefield where the beast tide was fought. The affected area covered most of the village. After searching so far, I've only found 2 of these. Looking at the traces of battle, I originally thought that the boss was a gun master or something like that. But look at this thing, there's no way to guess. Some people even think it was left by a plant-type monster. Why don't we screen all the high-level job changers in Yunzhou City? See if there are any related professions. Wei Songfeng made a somewhat clumsy suggestion. Zhang Mingshu on the opposite side shook his head repeatedly. This kind of action is too risky and will cause a lot of trouble for others. By then, even if you do screen them out, they probably won't be willing to work under us. We need to think about whether there is any way to recruit or attract that job changer. Wei Songfeng sat down on the chair, feeling a little depressed. Well, if you ask me, why don't we just put up a bounty? Let him see our sincerity. Just offer a reward of 5 million and let him come and claim it himself. I don't believe that anyone can't get along with money these days. This is 5 million. Zhang Mingshu glanced at him unhappily. I just said we'd keep a low profile, and you're doing this? You even offered a $5 million reward. Who are you trying to impress with this? Judging from the man's decision to leave no trace, he certainly didn't want to draw too much attention. If you do this, it might backfire. However, you said something right. We really need to let others see our sincerity. After all, he is such a powerful person, we must not bury him. Wei Songfeng sighed and picked up the 2 pieces of wood on the table. I'd better continue studying this thing. You said this thing is so hard, what kind of plant could it have fallen from? If this plant could be made into a weapon, wouldn't it be very powerful? This talent must be found, otherwise I will feel guilty. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yang got up from the bed and stretched. He glanced at the sunflower planted at the head of his bed, which was always smiling, and then looked at his system interface. In just one night, his total amount of sunlight has soared to 500,000. There is so much sunshine that he can't even use a modifier when playing games. If nothing else, stock up on some cherry bomb seeds. After storing them, you can put them into the storage ring. The cooldown time of the cherry bomb is 50 seconds. Just remember this and check it from time to time to keep redeeming it. After that, whether you are entering a dungeon or doing something else, just have fun with it. Fun, love to play. I looked at the time and it was already late. Li Yang quickly put on his clothes and walked out the door. By the time I stepped into the college gate, the class bell had already rung for a while. When I arrived at the classroom, the head teacher had not arrived yet. The whole classroom was in chaos. Many people were discussing the beast attack that happened the night before. No one noticed that Li Yang was late. Li Yang didn't care at all and walked to his seat and sat down. He didn't notice the sharp gaze from someone behind him. "TSK, what are you pulling for?" Lu Xing, who was sitting behind Li Yang, said in his heart, and looked at Li Yang with extremely sharp eyes. On the day off, Lu Xing was speechless because of Li Yang's previous remarks about Xuan. He was depressed at home for several days. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he almost fell ill. Seeing that Li Yang was late today, according to his usual habit, he had to take advantage of the situation to give Li Yang a warning. But now he is a little afraid. The head teacher has already told him that Li Yang refused the hush money. Before, he colluded with the class teacher to bully Li Yang for being honest. They suppressed him openly and did some small things behind his back. Li Yang was originally timid because he was still thinking about his future. He was afraid that he would make enemies everywhere and that he would be unable to move forward if he offended too many people. But Li Yang now is like a completely different person. He was fearless and even dared to confront him in public, scolding him so badly that he had no chance to fight back. If this goes on, once the conflict becomes irreversible, Li Yang might really drag him and the class teacher into it at all costs. By then we will probably be in big trouble. Hateful. The more you endure, the angrier you will be. The more you take a step back, the more you will lose. Lu Xing cursed in his heart, but tried to restrain his expression. After a while, the head teacher finally walked into the classroom and began to greet loudly. "Everyone, please be quiet and line up in the hallway. We will then go to the college auditorium to take the comprehensive quality test and be included in the graduate list." After that, he briefly talked about the arrangements of the college. Due to the impact of the beast-tide invasion, it is definitely impossible to group together to clear the dungeon as normal in previous years. But it is impossible for the college to throw a bunch of blank job changers directly into society. Without a basic level, those novice job changers would find it difficult to even pass the novice dungeon. Especially for life-related occupations, if you leave the college without any level foundation, you will be at a disadvantage in your future job. Therefore, the college decided to go all out and change its strategy to manage in batches. A large team of students of different levels, led by teachers, went to clear out several novice copies closest to Yunzhou. Firstly, those copies are close enough to Yunzhou, so the probability of high-level monsters appearing is relatively low. Secondly, with the protection of the teachers, the students' personal safety is also guaranteed. In addition, helping the official clean up the copy can also increase the reputation of Tianyun Academy. While other academies were keeping their hands off, Tianyun Academy took the initiative and started leveling up ahead of time, thus seizing some of the resources from other academies. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone, isn't that wonderful? But before that, we still have to go through the usual practices. First, conduct a final round of statistics on the information of all graduates of this class, and then decide the order in which they enter the copy based on their comprehensive qualities. This is what is called the graduate list. The ranking of the big list is mainly related to the student's level, occupation, talent, and daily academic performance. In this way, the comprehensive qualities of a job changer can be reflected to the greatest extent. Those who rank high will naturally be the focus of the college's attention and will be allocated recommended student quotas. In this ranking, you may not be clear about the others. But Lu Xing will definitely be among the top positions on the list. After the career awakening ceremony, the students had a clear idea of the situation in each class. In the entire Tianyun Academy, there are very few people who have changed their jobs and obtained purple talents. Even the number of people who have changed their jobs in the entire combat branch is not too large. Things like occupation and talent account for the majority of the rankings on the big list. Therefore, Lu Xing, who has both of these qualities, must be among the best. Many people were somewhat dissatisfied, but that was all. That's how the world is. A person's success is inseparable from strong strength and solid background. In other words, as long as you have the above 2 points, even a pig can step on the wind and take off on the spot. After all the students arrived at the auditorium and took their seats, the dean of Yuntian College walked onto the stage holding the microphone. Next, the college staff will register the information of each student one by one. Please be patient, everyone. Once the information is collected, we will directly display each student's information along with the ranking on the main screen in the auditorium. As an annual graduate ranking, this list will strictly adhere to the principles of fairness, impartiality, and openness. The dean never tires of talking about the same thing that he talks about every year. The two teachers behind him connected the computer and placed a blank board on the main screen. The staff and the audience acted quickly, using special equipment to collect the occupational information of each student. After the students whose information was being collected chose to agree, their grades in various subjects, occupations, talents, and levels were all transmitted to the large screen above. The rankings of the graduate list have begun to appear. Isn't that the guy from class 2? He's a rare class indeed. It's a shame his talent is a bit lacking. It's only green, otherwise he'd definitely take first place. Oh? Which class is this guy from? His name is Lu Xing. Oh my, purple talent, this kid is amazing. Hey! Don't forget Su Gue from our class. He's a fire mage, and his professional talent has even awakened to the epic purple level. He's already secured first place on this year's list. The dean said so himself. By almost halfway through, the outline of the big list had been finalized. Just as everyone guessed, the top few people were all the geniuses in their respective classes. Especially Lu Xing, who had a good advantage over the others and firmly sat in the top 3. There's no way, this is incomparable. These guys have good jobs and great talents. They are all chosen by God. How can we ordinary people compare with them? People like Lu Xing have both good careers and talents. Even though many people feel dissatisfied, they can only accept this result. Looking at the envious eyes of the people around him, Lu Xing finally regained some confidence. Even his back straightened up a lot. Although his academic performance was lagging behind, he failed to get the first place and was only ranked 3rd as a goalkeeper. However, the collection of information is nearing its end. Those talented players that we had heard of before were also posted on the leaderboard. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have secured one of the top 3 spots this time. So what if I can't get first place in the academy? When I get out into the world, I'm going to leave them far behind in terms of talent, resources, connections, and power. Only then will these little brats in the academy truly see the gap between me and them. Looking at his high ranking, Lu Xing began to feel complacent. But he didn't have long to be happy. A few exclamations suddenly came from the side. Oh my God! First, what's going on? A new number 1 has emerged, and it's a life-related profession? Holy crap! Am I seeing things? This farmer transformer is actually level 20. Following those exclamations, all the students in Li Yang's class turned their heads and looked at the people sitting in the back row. At this time, Li Yang was wearing the college uniform, and his face was full of calmness. Everything that happened before his eyes was within his expectations. Just as he had planned. Just 2 days after graduating, the farmer profession has skyrocketed to level 20. No matter where he is placed, he is an extremely explosive existence. I saw a group of directors and deans gathered on the podium, discussing something nervously. Li Yang understood that his goal had been achieved. Looking at the heated discussions among the people around him, class teacher Li Yang, who was standing at the back, began to feel panicked. This is not quite what was planned. The person who suddenly appeared should have been Lu Xing. As long as Lu Xing can maintain his position in the top 3 and get the recommendation from the academy, he will have the hope of becoming an elite job changer trained by the country. Similarly, as the class teacher who has supported Lu Xing for 3 years, whether it is this college evaluation or the selection of the Dean of Studies in a few months, he is stable. What's more, Lu Xing comes from a wealthy family, and his father Lu Xian is the general manager of the largest bank in Yunzhou. In terms of both talent and background, he is much better than others in the class. By letting Lu Xing surpass the others, he can not only achieve the achievements a teacher deserves, but also win the favor of Lu Xing's father, Lu Xian, With Lu Xian's favor, his own promotion, and his nephew becoming an elite class changer, he was able to exert his influence within the upper echelons. As long as he continues to develop according to this standard process, his identity and status will definitely surpass more than 90% of the people in Yunzhou. By then, won't you be able to have whatever you want? As for the other people in the class, he had no intention of caring about them at all. After all, this world is very cruel. To survive in this world, strength, brains and background are all indispensable. However, the appearance of Li Yang broke all this. You know, Li Yang was originally the least favored person in his class. He still remembers very clearly what Li Yang said to him at that time. At that time, he gave Li Yang 5,000 yuan, hoping that Li Yang could wipe out the grudge with Lu Xing. Unexpectedly, Li Yang not only did not appreciate it, but directly said that he wanted to compete with Lu Xing for the recommendation spot. At that time, he just thought Li Yang was just bragging out of youthful vigor. As a result, in today's graduate rankings, when everyone was unable to level up due to the beast tide, Li Yang was far ahead of everyone with a terrifying advantage of 20 levels. A person who just changed his job to a life-related profession reached level 20 within 2 days after the beast tide attack. Who would dare to believe this kind of thing if I told them? He thought Li Yang was stupid and a little stubborn for refusing his hush money. Now it seems that this was entirely because Li Yang was confident at the time. Level 20. How could he be level 20? Looking at the dean and his group walking towards them, the head teacher's smiling expression suddenly froze. Uncle, this. Lu Xing hadn't recovered from the shock of being kicked out of the top 3, and he stammered to his head teacher. Hey! How many times have I told you? When you're working, use your job title. The dean is still here, so you better hold your tongue. The head teacher curled his lips, adjusted his attitude slightly, stood up and walked towards the dean with a smile. What was happening now was far beyond his original expectations. He had to at least figure out what was going on. The dean and a group of directors came to Li Yang. This old man in his 70s was so excited on his way here that he directly used the skill, Wind Step, to speed up. When he got closer, Li Yang even saw that his hands were trembling slightly. You are Li Yang, right? Your level. Li Yang knew that he was doubting. After all, it was hard to believe that a person who changed his job from a life profession could reach level 20 within 2 days after awakening his profession. So he simply pulled up his information panel, placed it in front of him, pointed at the information on it and said, Dean, rest assured, my grade is genuine, there is no trickery involved. When the dean saw Li Yang's information panel, his eyes suddenly widened. This isn't just level 20. Li Yang has even completed the second transformation. As a person who has just awakened to a life-related job change, he completed the job change in just 2 days. What a terrifying power. Dean, this is Li Yang's message. A principal nearby immediately asked someone to get Li Yang's personal information. His parents died in a beast tide, and he lives alone outside the city. There were no relatives who could help, not even any recipients of official aid. Perhaps because of his poor family background, Li Yang has always studied very hard. Although his profession and talent were not good, he still became the well-deserved number 1 in the list with his far-leading level and excellent academic performance over the years. In terms of family background, Li Yang should be considered the lowest-class person in Tianyun Academy. It is precisely because of this that the strength he now displays is even more surprising. Student Li Yang, did you raise your level on your own? The old dean took a long time to calm down his excited heart and turned to look at Li Yang. Li Yang nodded and answered without hesitation, the goods are genuine and the price is fair. No cheating. Then, the dean asked a question that everyone was concerned about. But, how did the life professions level up so quickly? Li Yang looked into the old dean's eyes and said calmly, grow some crops. The entire auditorium suddenly fell silent and fell into a deathly silence. Many people couldn't even tell whether Li Yang was serious or just joking. Plant crops to upgrade? If Li Yang had a purple epic talent, or even a golden legendary talent, they would accept it. But now he is just a farmer with white talent. If you can upgrade by planting things, What's the point of having these combat professions? But the dean is, after all, an old hand who has lived for over 70 years. I could hear some clues from Li Yang's tone. He could feel that Li Yang's profession must be very special. In public places, walls have ears. He nodded slightly and said, "Student Li Yang, please wait a moment. Come to my office later and we'll talk in detail." After saying that, he waved his hand and motioned Li Yang to sit down first. He turned around and returned to the podium impatiently, saying some polite words briefly. What is said is nothing more than something that everyone knows. Things like the dangers of beast-tide attacks, the difficulty of clearing dungeons, and the need to unite as one to overcome difficulties together. Then he encouraged everyone to seize the opportunity, upgrade well, and pay attention to safety. After he finished explaining everything, he sped up to Li Yang, surrounded by several directors. He hurriedly left the auditorium and headed towards the dean's office. Tianyun College, in the dean's office. The old dean Su Minghong quickly opened the office door and asked Li Yang to sit behind the desk. Xiao Lu, go get Li Yang a glass of water. Su Minghong waved his hand and gave direct instructions. Li Yang's homeroom teacher, also known as Xiao Lu by the dean. After listening to the dean's words, he immediately nodded and bowed, then ran to the water dispenser with a paper cup and poured a glass of water for Li Yang. Now, the situation has completely reversed. Li Yang, who was originally ignored, has now transformed into a talent that is highly valued by the dean. At this time, as long as Li Yang mentioned the previous official aid funds intentionally or unintentionally. Forget about things like promotion and salary increase, or pleasing Lu Xian. As the class teacher, he could be expelled from the college on the spot and return to the pre-liberation era overnight. Now he only hoped that Li Yang would put aside the past grudges and not mention this matter in front of the dean. Even if Li Yang would use this as a threat to extort a large sum of money from him later, he would be willing to do it. Student Li Yang, could you tell me in detail about what you just mentioned in the auditorium? Regarding your methods of upgrading and stuff. I'm really curious. As he spoke, Su Minghong laughed happily. Try to be as approachable as possible. Li Yang just picked up the water cup, took a sip, and glanced at the head teacher who had a complicated expression on his face. He said nothing, yet it seemed as if he said a lot. Su Minghong reacted immediately and said seriously. Xiao Lu, please go out first. Let me talk to Li Yang alone. He reached level 20 in a life profession within 2 days of changing his job. He's the first person in the history of Tianyun Academy to do so. No, there's no need to mention Tianyun College. This kind of thing is probably unprecedented in the entire Yunzhou, and must be taken seriously. As he spoke, Su Minghong's cheeks became noticeably redder. After working at Tianyun College for so many years, Li Yang's class teacher had never seen Su Minghong so happy. There was no way out, he could only leave with a nervous mood. For a moment, only Li Yang and Dean Su Minghong were left in the huge office. Su Minghong breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone softened a lot. Student Li Yang, there are only 2 of us in the office right now, so there's no need to worry about walls eavesdropping. If there's anything you want to show, please bring it out. Seeing this, Li Yang was no longer restrained. He raised his hand, gently stroked his storage ring, and took out a seed from it. Then he stood up and walked straight to a pot of lotus that Su Minghong had placed on the windowsill. Bury the seeds. Then, while doing the work at hand, he explained. Actually, what I grow are not ordinary crops. If the venue is big enough, I can demonstrate other lethal weapons. But for now, let me just show you the basics. What you'll see next is one of the crops I used when I upgraded. It's called walnuts. After saying that, Li Yang lightly snapped his fingers and activated his professional talent, exquisite plant management. In a blink of an eye, the plants he planted in the soil began to grow wildly. In just a few seconds, it expanded to the size of an adult. A huge brown nut instantly crushed the flower pot and fell to the ground with a loud boom. Dean Su Minghong, who was sitting behind the desk, suddenly widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and his old face was full of shock. Regardless of anything else, what shocked Su Minghong was the color and texture of the nut wall in front of him. It really looks too familiar. He has been friends with the current Yunzhou mayor Zhang Mingshu for many years. He had also seen with his own eyes and even touched the strange plant fragments that the military had found when investigating the mysterious job changer. Because of this, the moment Li Yang's nut wall appeared, Su Minghong could almost conclude that this was most likely the thing that the military and the municipal government were desperately looking for. However, to be on the safe side, he still used an identification spell on the nut wall. Plant name, nut wall. Plant characteristics, nut wall can withstand any attack below level 40, this upper limit increases with class level, for a total of 50 times. Damage sustained from these attacks cannot be repaired. Fuck, see. Looking at the information panel fed back by the identification technique, Su Minghong almost cursed. However, he is over 50 years old after all. What kind of storms has he not seen? I took 2 deep breaths and tried to calm down, but... damn it! I can't calm down at all. Damn! How can he calm down? Li Yang took out this thing called crops in front of him, and the meaning was already very clear. The mysterious person who had been sought by the military and the municipal government for 2 days and who had single-handedly repelled a small group of beasts was actually him. A farmer who has just changed his job and has ordinary talents of white quality. On the night of his job transfer, he used his skills to stop an entire branch of the beast tide. In comparison, the fact that he was far ahead of the rest of the school at level 20 was nothing to mention. After killing so many monsters, shouldn't you be at level 20? But this is even more outrageous. He reached level 20 after experiencing the beast tide. In other words, when he was fighting the beast tide, he hadn't even reached the second level. A job changer who has not yet experienced the second transformation defeated a small group of beasts. Su Minghong finally realized what it meant to have never seen such a thing before. Dean, how about you calm down for a moment? Li Yang saw that Su Minghong was breathing rapidly and looked like he was about to die. I was a little worried that the old man might faint on the spot out of excitement. Su Minghong nodded repeatedly and sat back in his seat. He took off his glasses with trembling hands and breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, he said, "Student Li Yang, I'm afraid my Yuntian Academy can no longer accommodate a Buddha like you." After seeing Li Yang's strength at first, Su Minghong even planned to give him the college's recommended student spot. But looking at the strength Li Yang has shown now, Su Minghong decided that he must not be given the recommended student spot. Because, I'm not worthy of him at all. What kind of life profession and what kind of white talent? In the face of true strength, none of it is worth mentioning. So, it's better to just ask Li Yang what he really needs. Su Minghong is not a person in a high position, so he may not be able to see that far. But from his superficial perspective, Li Yang had just changed his job a few days ago, but he was able to stop the next branch of the beast tide by himself. Then when he reaches level 40, won't he be able to defeat the entire beast tide directly? At level 60, at level 80. I can't even imagine it. Su Minghong can conclude that with Li Yang's strength, he will definitely become one of the people who change the world in the future. I can't wait any longer, absolutely not. Student Li Yang, I'm going to report your situation to higher-ups. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Yang nodded without hesitation. Then, he held his chin up thoughtfully and murmured, "By the way, if I apply directly, will I still need to take up the college's recommended student quota?" Hearing this question, Su Minghong on the opposite side was slightly stunned and answered, "That isn't necessarily true. After all, your situation is rather special and cannot be generalized. For the specific situation, we need to report your situation and then discuss it in detail." After that, Li Yang didn't have any other questions. Then, at Su Minghong's request, Chanshan demonstrated the pea shooter. At the same time, the new plants unlocked after the second transfer were briefly introduced. For example, Ice Shooter, Cherry Bomb. He wanted to show it again, but was so scared that Su Minghong stopped him immediately. This prevented an explosion that could have blown off the ceiling. "Okay, Li Yang. To be on the safe side, I will personally take these, crops of yours to show to the mayor. After a conversation, Su Minghong finally decided to take Li Yang's crops to the municipal building himself. I plan to continue reporting to higher authorities through the mayor's connections, and it would be best if I could report Li Yang directly to the imperial capital authorities. After all, with Li Yang's current strength, there is no need for him to level up with those ordinary job changers. It would be better for the country to pay attention to it as soon as possible, so that Li Yang can take advantage of the opportunity and realize his ambitions. The two sides hit it off and agreed to the deal for the time being. Then, Su Minghong stood up and walked Li Yang out of the dean's office. Li Yang looked calm as he returned to his class in full view of everyone and sat in his seat as if nothing had happened. The students around gathered around, extremely excited and wanting to ask what had just happened. Where does Li Yang's high level come from, and what secrets does he hide? What did the dean say when he brought Li Yang into the office just now? But Li Yang simply evaded the question. He doesn't intend to make everything public until the dust settles. Anyway, so far, everything is going steadily as he expected. At this time, Su Minghong in the office had already changed his clothes. Then he put the plants that Li Yang left in the office as evidence into the storage ring and drove away towards the municipal building. After driving for a while, President Su Minghong finally stopped downstairs of the municipal building. Because he had not informed the municipal government in advance, he waited at the door for a while before being allowed to enter. When Su Minghong pushed open the door of the mayor's office on the rooftop, Mayor Zhang Mingshu was sorting out the latest batch of information at his desk. After seeing Su Minghong's wrinkled old face, he immediately stood up with some confusion. "Hey! Old Su? What brings you here?" Su Minghong smiled cheerfully and replied, "I have good news for you, old friend. The relationship between the two is very good. Back then, we were actually old classmates who studied at the same college. But despite this relationship, the appearances of Su Minghong and Zhang Mingshu at this time were completely different. Zhang Mingshu looked like a middle-aged man who had gained some weight, while Su Minghong was already a white-haired old man. This is also the impact of the gamification of the world. By increasing their level, job changers can increase their lifespan. Especially after level 60, this improvement will become very obvious. It's a pity that Su Minghong is not a particularly talented job changer. Like most people in this world, he was stuck below level 60. Most of my time and energy is invested in the college's educational work. I rarely have the endless energy and time to level up like when I was young. Zhang Mingshu on the opposite side is actually about the same age as Su Minghong, but his level is slightly higher, at over level 70. Although he has been busy managing municipal affairs for many years, he still looks younger than Su Minghong. After hearing what Su Minghong said, Zhang Mingshu raised his eyebrows in confusion. Good news? What good news? Su Minghong raised his hand, rubbed his storage ring, and released Li Yang's plant. Bang! The giant wall of nuts hit the tiled floor of the office, accidentally creating some cracks. Plop! Zhang Mingshu sat down on the floor behind his desk, his eyes wide open, bigger than bells. Is this what those fragments originally looked like? Zhang Mingshu asked stutteringly, his tone full of disbelief. Who knows best about the plant fragments found on the front lines in Yunzhou? Apart from Minister Wei Tsongfeng of the military, it was him. The texture and color of the fragments are exactly the same as the nuts placed in the middle of the office. This is the original fragment he has been searching for. I wasn't as exaggerated as you when I first saw this thing. Don't get excited yet, I have more important news. Su Minghong said with a smile, as if not to make a fuss. These words successfully aroused Zhang Mingshu's curiosity. He asked with great interest. What's going on? Did you meet that mysterious job changer? Su Minghong waved his hand. It's more than just an encounter. That job changer is a student from our academy. Before Zhang Mingshu could even sit still, he jumped up again and let out a sharp roar. Student. Su Minghong said calmly, yes, I'm still a student and will graduate this year. Zhang Mingshu felt his head buzzing and he was unable to speak. It's simply a fantasy. If Su Minghong had no evidence, Zhang Mingshu would definitely think so. But now, the huge nut was solid evidence like a mountain, and he had no choice but to believe it. However, Zhang Mingshu rubbed his head, still unable to believe it. But, a student. How is it possible to do such a thing? Su Minghong smiled and said, "Old buddy, there's something you may no longer believe in, but it can indeed explain many situations that don't make sense. This thing is called." At this time, Su Minghong in the office had already changed his clothes. Then he put the plants that Li Yang left in the office as evidence into the storage ring and drove away towards the municipal building. After driving for a while, President Su Minghong finally stopped downstairs of the municipal building. Because he had not informed the municipal government in advance, he waited at the door for a while before being allowed to enter. When Su Minghong pushed open the door of the mayor's office on the rooftop, Mayor Zhang Mingshu was sorting out the latest batch of information at his desk. After seeing Su Minghong's wrinkled old face, he immediately stood up with some confusion. "Hey! Old Su? What brings you here?" Su Minghong smiled cheerfully and replied, "I have good news for you, old friend. The relationship between the two is very good. Back then, we were actually old classmates who studied at the same college. But despite this relationship, the appearances of Su Minghong and Zhang Mingshu at this time were completely different. Zhang Mingshu looked like a middle-aged man who had gained some weight, while Su Minghong was already a white-haired old man. This is also the impact of the gamification of the world. By increasing their level, job changers can increase their lifespan. Especially after level 60, this improvement will become very obvious. It's a pity that Su Minghong is not a particularly talented job changer. Like most people in this world, he was stuck below level 60. Most of my time and energy is invested in the college's educational work. I rarely have the endless energy and time to level up like when I was young. Zhang Mingshu on the opposite side is actually about the same age as Su Minghong, but his level is slightly higher, at over level 70. Although he has been busy managing municipal affairs for many years, he still looks younger than Su Minghong. After hearing what Su Minghong said, Zhang Mingshu raised his eyebrows in confusion. Good news? What good news? Su Minghong raised his hand, rubbed his storage ring, and released Li Yang's plant. Bang! The giant wall of nuts hit the tiled floor of the office, accidentally creating some cracks. Plop! Zhang Mingshu sat down on the floor behind his desk, his eyes wide open, bigger than bells. Is this what those fragments originally looked like? Zhang Mingshu asked stutteringly, his tone full of disbelief. Who knows best about the plant fragments found on the front lines in Yunzhou? Apart from Minister Wei Tsongfeng of the military, it was him. The texture and color of the fragments are exactly the same as the nuts placed in the middle of the office. This is the original fragment he has been searching for. I wasn't as exaggerated as you when I first saw this thing. Don't get excited yet, I have more important news. Su Minghong said with a smile, as if not to make a fuss. These words successfully aroused Zhang Mingshu's curiosity. He asked with great interest. What's going on? Did you meet that mysterious job changer? Su Minghong waved his hand. It's more than just an encounter. That job changer is a student from our academy. Before Zhang Mingshu could even sit still, he jumped up again and let out a sharp roar. Student. Su Minghong said calmly, yes, I'm still a student and will graduate this year. Zhang Mingshu felt his head buzzing and he was unable to speak. It's simply a fantasy. If Su Minghong had no evidence, Zhang Mingshu would definitely think so. But now, the huge nut was solid evidence like a mountain, and he had no choice but to believe it. However, Zhang Mingshu rubbed his head, still unable to believe it. But, a student. How is it possible to do such a thing? Su Minghong smiled and said, Old buddy, there's something you may no longer believe in, but it can indeed explain many situations that don't make sense. This thing is called life. Some people are not born with good looks, but they can do earth-shaking things. Remember the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth that suddenly appeared and disappeared last Friday? I think that was probably made by my student. If it wasn't fate, what kind of farmer could grow a plant like this? Zhang Mingshu stood there in a daze, his heart, which had been calm for decades, began to beat violently again. Such a powerful job changer, and still a student. This proves one thing. This extraordinary person mentioned by Su Minghong is an absolute chosen one who only appears once in a century, a genius. He didn't even bother to test the plants. He slammed the table and said excitedly, "Quick, please invite Li Yang over here. I want to see him now." Seeing my old friend show this attitude, Su Minghong also breathed a sigh of relief. I originally thought that the things I reported would encounter some obstacles or something. But now it seems that Jiang Mingshu is much more active in Li Yang's affairs than he is. However, what Su Minghong wants is not just Jiang Mingshu's appreciation of Li Yang. "Old Zhang, before that, I want to discuss something with you. Based on the strength that Li Yang has demonstrated so far, he is already at a level that can be recorded in the history of our Yunzhou city. Can talents like this be treated differently from other less special talents? If I remember correctly, China seems to have a policy specifically for this level of talent." Su Minghong didn't say it directly. But Jiang Mingshu on the opposite side actually knew it well. He calmed himself down, slowly sat back behind his desk, and asked, "You mean, the Tongxian project?" After the world was gamified, the world structure has changed to varying degrees due to the emergence of the job transfer system. In the original world, technology was the primary productive force. And now, there is something that has gone hand in hand with technology. That is talent. As the core of the job transfer system, the attributes of human are infinitely magnified. Among them, those who stand out and have brought their profession to the extreme may even possess the powerful strength of gods to make clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. For this reason, countries around the world have begun to vigorously cultivate their own talents. China's Tongxian project is the product of this work reaching its peak. Tongxian means to understand the mysteries. The purpose of the plan is to hope that the special talents in the plan can understand the mystery of the special power contained in themselves, the mystery of those otherworldly powers, and make use of them. To a certain extent, the talents recruited by the Tongxian plan are the elites among the elites of China. Jiang Mingshu's expression paused for a moment, and then he slowly said, "I didn't expect you to take the initiative to make such a request. However, being able to display such strength is enough to show how strong Li Yang is. Let's observe for a while. I want to personally understand the extent of Li Yang's strength. This is the first time in Yunzhou in such a long time. But if our Yunzhou really has a special talent who can enter the Tongxian division, I, old Zhang, have been a living witness to history in my lifetime. Okay, Lao Su, make the call. Tell someone from your academy to send Li Yang to me immediately. I want to personally understand the extent of this student Li Yang's strength." After saying this, Jiang Mingshu suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately shook his head. "No, I'd better send someone to pick him up myself. After all, he is the mysterious boss that our municipal government and military have been desperately searching for. He helped so much during the Beast Tide. We have to show him the sincerity of the municipal government." As he spoke, Jiang Mingshu picked up the landline on the table and called his driver. Then, he skillfully reached under the table, rummaged around a bit, and pulled out a bank card. This was the 5 million bounty prepared for the mysterious job changer that the two had talked about when they were discussing countermeasures with Wei Tsongfeng before. At this time, Li Yang, like other classmates, was busy packing his personal belongings at his seat. Now that the list of graduates has been compiled, all that remains is to wait for the combat-oriented teachers in the academy to be ready and set out to brush the books. Li Yang was actually still hesitating whether to go or not. After all, they were going to level up those new job changers who had no levels in the academy. It was a waste of time to let him, a job changer who had already passed level 20, do it. But at this time, the system suddenly issued a task. New quest, kill 200 monsters below level 30, 0/200. Mission reward, Dave's item shop. Prop shop? Li Yang tapped his head and carefully recalled the props in Plants vs. Zombies. If nothing else, could it be possible that he could grow the cart like he grows plants? Push forward all the way and kill instantly. No matter who you are, as long as you are on the route of the invincible cart, you will be crushed under its wheels. Isn't this purely conceptual technology? TSK TSK TSK. It seems that I have to brush this book. By now, he has stockpiled more than 100 cherry bombs. With these things, you can blow away all the monsters you see in minutes. Completing 200 kills should be easy. As a result, just as Li Yang had packed up his things, there was a knock on the door outside the messy classroom. The head teacher knocked on the blackboard to ask everyone to be quiet. Then he quickly walked down from the podium and opened the door. When I saw several civil servants in suits standing outside, I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. His originally rosy face suddenly turned pale. He stuttered and couldn't utter a word for a long time. His body was shaking like a sieve, and he was trembling so much that he couldn't stand steadily. Comrade. The head teacher thought that Li Yang had reported the aid funds and the municipal government sent people to arrest him. As a result, the municipal elder who was in charge just frowned, glanced at the class teacher thoughtfully, and then ignored him and asked, "Excuse me, who is Li Yang? Please come with us. Mayor Zhang hopes to meet you in person." The noisy classroom became chaotic again. What is going on? Oh, that's understandable. After all, Li Yang is ranked number 1 on the big list. It actually caught the mayor's attention. Isn't that too exaggerated? Nonsense, a farmer who reached level 20 just 2 days after changing his job, wouldn't you be curious? This time, the spot should be taken by Li Yang. It's such a pity for Lu Xing. He originally had a chance to be in the top 3, but now, TSK, he was squeezed out of the top 3 by Li Yang. It's so frustrating. Before he finished speaking, the students in the front row deliberately coughed twice. The person who said this turned around and found Lu Xing looking at him with a gloomy face. He was so scared that he quickly shrank his neck and hid to the side. Li Yang threw his packed things into the storage ring, then stood up and looked over there. "I am Li Yang." The attitudes of those municipal staff became much more relaxed. They nodded respectfully and left with Li Yang. Then, the small classroom fell silent again. Everyone in the classroom looked at each other, and no one dared to speak first to break the silence. The other side. Li Yang took the car sent by the municipal government and came directly to the municipal building. The people coming and going were a little curious about this young boy who suddenly appeared. But after seeing the several men in suits surrounding Li Yang, they all showed a look of awe. These are the mayor's personal bodyguards. Anyone who was accepted by these people must be an important person invited by the mayor himself. Looking at the clothes he is wearing, it seems to be the school uniform of Tianyun College, right? I never thought that such an ordinary-looking boy would be personally received by the mayor. I've never seen such a thing in my life. But this little brother is quite handsome. If I weren't so busy with work right now, I'd really like to go up and chat with him. If there's a chance, ask for his contact information. If this little brother doesn't want to work hard anymore, I don't mind supporting him. Several female employees passing by were whispering to each other, and the chattering sound also reached Li Yang's ears. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and glanced over there. The young ladies in black silk short skirts immediately ran away with the documents in their arms. In response, Li Yang could only sigh softly and followed the bodyguard all the way to the office on the rooftop. Who would have thought that before I even knocked on the door, the person inside couldn't wait to come out to greet me? Is this the Li Yang that old Sue mentioned? Oh my! You really can't judge a person by his appearance. I didn't expect that Li Yang, at such a young age, has such abilities. The person who came out to greet us was a middle-aged man in a white suit who looked a bit overweight. Li Yang had seen him on TV. He was the current mayor of Yunzhou City, Zhang Mingshu. He is considered to be the most powerful person in Yunzhou City and the one who best represents the official position. Li Yang was actually quite surprised. He knew that he could quickly contact the authorities through the dean. But I didn't expect the dean to be so efficient. It's been less than an hour and he's already been connected to the mayor. It's like a little cow riding on an electric wire, so cool and lightning fast all the way. Dean Su Minghong walked out of the office, still with that smiling and approachable expression. He also joked with Zhang Mingshu beside him. "Old man, what did I tell you just now? You have to give me some face in front of the students of my college. If you don't want to call me Dean Su, at least call me by my real name." Zhang Mingshu waved his hand, quickly pulled Li Yang into the office, and then winked at the bodyguards beside him. "Go out, close the door, guard it, and don't let anyone in." The bodyguards in black suits immediately did as they were told. Soon, only Li Yang, Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong were left in the office. After asking Li Yang to take a seat, Zhang Mingshu turned around and picked up a flat envelope from the desk behind him. "Student Li Yang, if what Dean Su said is correct, you should be the mysterious job changer we have been looking for, right? What on earth did you do in the village to the east? You couldn't have really repelled that small branch of the beast tide by yourself, right?" Facing the personal inquiry from the mayor of Yunzhou City, Li Yang doesn't need to worry so much. He immediately raised his head, met Zhang Mingshu's extremely excited gaze, and said, "Yes, I was the one who repelled that small branch of the beast tide at that time. I also happened to take advantage of the experience gained from killing those monsters and reached level 20. These two simple sentences instantly answered Zhang Mingshu's biggest doubt. Moreover, it deeply shocked him. With the help of these beast tides, I reached level 20. The time when the beast tide broke out was not long before the job transfer ceremony for all members of Tianyun Academy. In other words, he was most likely able to repel those monsters without any basic level. This is more than just talent? This is genius." Thinking of this, the distinguished mayor of Yunzhou suddenly became as happy as a 200-pound child. "If I hadn't considered my status, I would have almost jumped onto the table and practiced the third subject." Afterwards, he quickly handed the prepared bonus to Li Yang and said solemnly, "Student Li Yang, thank you for stepping forward and sharing the pressure with the military. Facing the beast tide, our military achieved 0 casualties for the first time. You deserve credit for this. This 5 million is a bonus that the municipal government and the military decided to give you after consultation. You must accept it. We will not mistreat anyone who has contributed to Yunzhou." Faced with Su Minghong's enthusiasm, Li Yang felt helpless and could only obey respectfully. After tearing open the envelope, inside was a gold card that looked somewhat familiar. "This card, Li Yang seems to have one too. But that one was made by myself, and this one was given to me by the mayor, so the nature is different." Seeing Li Yang accept the gift, Mayor Zhang Mingshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he raised his head, looked at Li Yang's face, and asked a more crucial question. "Student Li Yang, what is your current maximum combat power? How high is the upper limit?" Li Yang thought for a moment, then slowly said, "As for the upper limit, it's hard for me to say. But as of now, at least in terms of combat power, there shouldn't be any rivals at the same level." Wrong day. There was a light of great excitement in Zhang Mingshu's eyes. Let's not talk about Li Yang's specific strength for now. Just based on the confidence and courage he showed in just a few words, Zhang Mingshu was deeply attracted by this student who had not yet graduated. He even had a premonition that the military minister Wei Songfeng would definitely love a kid with Li Yang's personality. But he didn't know that Li Yang's words were actually quite modest. The pea shooter with built-in percentage rules, the powerful potato mines and cherry bombs. With these things, let alone those below the same level. Even if he has to skip 1 or 2 job changes, as long as Li Yang is given time to prepare in advance, he can kill everything in an instant with just a raise of his hand. Li Yang, regarding those plants of yours, I wonder if you could show us in detail. Of course, this is mainly my request. I'm curious about what kind of power you use to fight against the beast tide without any level. Show your ability. Li Yang is already very skilled at this. He took out a flower pot from his storage ring and placed it on the ground. Dean Su next to him was stunned for a moment. This isn't a decoration in our college's green belt. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Mingshu covered his mouth. Li Yang casually threw out a double shooter and a potato mine. As expected, this caused Zhang Mingshu to exclaim again. Then, Li Yang immediately brought up something even more explosive. Mayor Zhang, I have some other killer plants here. But because the force is so powerful, it might blow this office apart. So, why don't we go find a place in the wild to test it out? Field testing? Of course. That's exactly what I meant. However, regarding this testing site, I have a better suggestion. Zhang Mingshu nodded and agreed. The previous beast tide has been resolved. Tens of thousands of magical beasts were stopped by the steel walls of Yunzhou City. But the other impacts of the beast tide are not so easy to erase. Those copies that became chaotic due to the beast tide could not be cleaned up in a short time. And copies are one of the most important resources in this world. A large number of copies have abnormalities, resulting in a large-scale shutdown of related industries. In order to solve these problems, the military and municipal government were busy and exhausted, and finally the situation began to improve. But it is also because of this that the municipal government and the military are now short of staff. There was no way to help Li Yang temporarily clear out an experimental site for him to test the power. Therefore, Mayor Zhang Mingshu decided to take Li Yang directly to a copy outside the western city wall for testing. The area outside the western part of Yunzhou has a lot of barren forests and relatively complex terrain, and is the main target of cleanup by the military. Therefore, most of Yunzhou City's military headquarters are also stationed there. Going to the western copy can not only ensure everyone's safety, but also provide a good opportunity for Minister Wei Tsongfeng of the military to see this promising young man from Yunzhou. And if the plant that Li Yang wants to test is really as powerful as he said, it's a good opportunity to use Li Yang's help to clean up the monsters in the chaotic copy. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Half an hour later, a black car with an official license plate stopped outside the gate under the western city wall of Yunzhou City. In order to prevent any chaotic monsters from running into the city, there are people standing guard inside and outside the city gate. After seeing the familiar license plate, the soldiers made way and saluted respectfully. The scout who was faster on his feet immediately informed Wei Tsongfeng, who was personally leading the team stationed here, of the mayor's arrival. Not long after the car stopped, the burly man in black military uniform came up to us enthusiastically from the military tent. Lao Zhang. What brings you here? Zhang Mingshu got out of the car, and Li Yang followed closely behind. Seeing Wei Tsongfeng coming forward with a smile on his face, Zhang Mingshu raised his eyebrows and casually said hello. Old Wei, I see you're in a good mood. Did the copy cleanup go smoothly? Wei Tsongfeng scratched his head. That's it. They are all veterans. They are neither fast nor slow. By the way, what are you doing here? You're not the type to wander around in dungeons with nothing better to do. This question hits the nail on the head. Zhang Mingshu smiled and said, I want to requisition a piece of your space to test some new things. Testing new things? Wei Tsongfeng raised his eyebrows and gradually became interested. What is that? A new weapon developed by the research department? Zhang Mingshu raised the corner of his mouth mysteriously and looked at Li Yang beside him. Student Li Yang, take it out and let him see it. Li Yang was also not vague and raised his hand to rub his storage ring. Following a flash of white light, a seed the size of a fingernail appeared in the palm of his hand. After seeing this scene, Wei Tsongfeng was stunned. If you ask yourself honestly, he has lived for most of his life and can barely be considered knowledgeable. But he had never seen this kind of thing. He frowned and asked, what is this? Li Yang answered honestly, these are cherry seeds. Wei Tsongfeng was speechless for a moment and looked up at Zhang Mingshu in front of him. Although no words were spoken, the silence at this moment was deafening. This is what Zhang Mingshu came all the way here to test? Hiss. Today is not April Fool's Day. Looking at Wei Tsongfeng's expression, which was difficult to describe, Li Yang added. The explosion range of this thing should be more than 9 times that of a common standard grenade. As for its power, I can't say for sure. Listening to Li Yang's serious explanation, Wei Tsongfeng's brows furrowed more and more. He did not talk to Li Yang directly, but looked at Zhang Mingshu behind him and asked quietly using the voice transmission technique. Lao Zhang, where did you find this person? Cherry seeds, will they explode? And the range is 9 times that of a grenade? If this thing is just a cherry seed in disguise, and is actually a modified microfire weapon, then it would be fine. But if it really is a genuine cherry seed, then that's nonsense. Zhang Mingshu merely raised his eyebrows and responded using the voice transmission technique. Is it bullshit? Just try it and you'll know. Wei Songfeng was speechless for a moment. Try again. The situation on the front line is tense right now. I'm so busy. There's a team over there waiting for me to lead. If you want to try, take him to the safe zone. I'll go ahead. After saying that, he waved his hand and prepared to turn and leave. As a result, Zhang Mingshu's next sentence made him stunned. What if I say this young man is the mysterious class changer we've been looking for 2 whole days and nights? Wei Songfeng's eyes widened, and he blurted out in shock, "Fuck you, ahem. Is it really him?" Zhang Mingshu smiled slightly. The goods are genuine and the prices are fair. No cheating. Although Wei Songfeng didn't completely believe it. But Zhang Mingshu's words really made him feel itchy. He dreamed of meeting that mysterious job changer. But I never expected that the person in front of me was such a young and even immature boy. This was totally inconsistent with his imagination of the mysterious job changer. But here's where it gets weird. If this young man is really the job changer they have been looking for, and he is still so young, so what will his future be like? Wei Songfeng suppressed his curiosity and his face returned to its original kind expression. He waved to the 2 people in front of him and made a please gesture. Come on, there's a military position here, and there are monsters running around outside. If we want to test the power of weapons, that place should be the most suitable. After saying that, he called a few military soldiers standing guard nearby, and took Li Yang and Zhang Mingshu with him to walk deeper into the cave. Soon, we arrived at the destination. This is the front line where the military is fighting against the monsters. The military dug trenches here and established a temporary stronghold to consume the remnants of the beast tide roaming in the dungeon. When Li Yang came over, a battle had just ended here. There was a little smoke outside the stronghold. The defeated monsters retreated to the jungle 100 meters away and lay in wait for an opportunity to strike. The soldiers guarding this place took advantage of this free time to quickly go out and start cleaning up the battlefield. Hello, Minister. Hello, sir. Thank you for your hard work. When Wei Songfeng brought Li Yang and others here, the soldiers stood up and saluted and greeted them. The latter nodded and discussed the battle situation with the person in charge of the stronghold. Then he came back and nodded to Li Yang. There's no need to choose a suitable time, just now. This open space is about 100 square meters, which should be enough for testing. But Li Yang looked at the empty space in front of him, and suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked slowly. When will the next round of monster attacks occur? The terrain here is very suitable. In addition to the cherry bomb, I can also test other things by the way. Wei Songfeng was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what Li Yang meant. This kid wants to get straight into actual combat. He frowned and said. This is just a temporary stronghold, it's very fragile. If we delay the battle, these walls, which are thinner than iron sheets, will not be able to stop the monster's attack. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure. Li Yang replied without hesitation. My plants are more than enough to deal with the monsters here. If you don't mind, I'll start now. Wei Songfeng wanted to stop him again, but Zhang Mingshu beside him had already silently pressed his shoulders and nodded slightly to indicate that it was okay. There was no choice but to stand here obediently and send a few soldiers to follow Li Yang to leave the position and run to the open space. Outside. Then, Li Yang took out a shovel and a hoe from his storage ring, as well as a pile of black seeds, and began to sow. It wasn't just Wei Songfeng who was seeing this scene. Even the soldiers in the position were stunned on the spot. What is going on? The people brought here by the mayor personally actually went to the battlefield to grow vegetables? What on earth is this guy doing? Wei Songfeng swayed slightly and stammered, no. Lao Zhang. Tell me the truth, what is this kid's occupation? Zhang Mingshu curled his lips and uttered 2 simple words, farmer. By the way, his current talent is at the white ordinary level. Wei Songfeng finally couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted out, "No. It's too risky to let someone with a livelihood job do this. Even if he has his own strengths, the upper limits of his attributes are still there. A single blow from the aftermath of a fight could seriously injure him." Zhang Mingshu shrugged, his face still showing that confident smile. "Don't panic. When I first learned about Li Yang, I was also shocked by him. But trust me, Li Yang won't let you down. Besides, he doesn't need to put himself in danger when dealing damage." Wei Songfeng stared in disbelief at Li Yang, who was still farming silently not far away. This was the first time he felt so confused in all these years. He really couldn't imagine what this young man named Li Yang could do for him. However, Wei Songfeng's doubts did not last long. With the exclamations of his soldiers, what Li Yang had planted finally showed its full picture. The green vines broke through the soil and grew in the wind as if they were cast by magic. It only took a few seconds for them all to grow into adults. But looking at those plants, Wei Songfeng was confused again. Blue peas that look like spittoons. Purple, wide open-mouthed flowers. There are some other weird things. A green squash half the height of a person, a giant nut as tall as a person. He seemed to have seen this last thing somewhere before. Looking at the plants that were scattered all over the battlefield and arranged in a certain order, Wei Songfeng turned around and asked hesitantly, "Could it be that he used these things to repel that branch of the beast tide?" Zhang Mingshu nodded and replied, "According to him, yes. Try casting an identification spell on the nut over there." Upon hearing this, Wei Songfeng immediately used his identification skill on the nut wall grown by Li Yang. Plant characteristics: nut wall can withstand any attack below level 40, this upper limit increases with class level, for a total of 50 times. Damage sustained from these attacks cannot be repaired. Before he even finished reading, he blurted out, "Wow. Are you crazy? You call this a plant? Is this an introduction to plants? Oh my god. This nut is stronger than the shields distributed uniformly by our military. The fragments found in the village at that time were the remains of this thing, right?" As he said this, he couldn't help himself and quickly released the identification spell on other plants. Plant name: Ice Archer. Plant trait: the peas shot by the Ice Archer deal fixed damage to ordinary monsters below level 40, increases with class level, and inflict a forced slowdown. Every 5 peas cripple an ordinary monster, and every 10 peas kill one. The slowdown, having the target's attack and movement speed, lasts for 10 seconds, and each pea refreshes the effect. Plant name: Big Mouth Flower. Plant characteristics: the Big Mouth Flower will devour all enemies of suitable size below level 40, increases with class level, instantly killing them by chewing them. Botanical name: Potato Mine. Plant characteristics: after being placed, a potato mine will begin a timer to break through the ground. Once broken, it can be triggered by any enemy, causing a small area of killing. The explosion will instantly kill all enemies below level 40, increases with class level, within the explosion range. One after another, it's overwhelming. Wei Songfeng on this side became more and more excited. Is this a plant? A plant that can kill a level 40 monster in seconds? What kind of international joke is this? What is the concept of a level 40 warcraft? In a remote small city like Yunzhou, less than 30% of the monsters in the surrounding dungeons are around level 40. The level of job changers in a city is often closely related to the quality of the surrounding dungeons. In the entire Yunzhou city, there are not even more than 10,000 combat-type job changers above level 40. Normally, when they were playing the game, facing those monsters around level 40, the job changers were very cautious, for fear that a single mistake would lead to irreversible consequences. And Li Yang's plants. You can easily kill a bunch of monsters below level 40 in seconds. This level cap will even increase along with Li Yang's level. What is the concept? When Li Yang reaches level 60, 80, or even 100, Wei Songfeng couldn't even imagine how powerful these plants of his could be. Looking at the plants planted by Li Yang, Wei Songfeng's breathing became more and more rapid. Jiang Mingshu, who was standing aside, had an expression that said, "I told you so." When he first saw the information about these plants that Li Yang took out in the office, he was as shocked as Wei Tsongfeng is now. Li Yang has just reached level 20 now. The strength displayed is already so incredible. What he could achieve afterwards was unimaginable. And according to Li Yang's own description, the plants he showed now were just the tip of the iceberg. Later, as the level increases, he can also unlock things like giant corn that's as powerful as an intercontinental missile and giant mushrooms that can cause nuclear explosions. Such strength can only be described as terrifying. Report: unusual activity of nearby monsters detected. The next round of attacks seems to have arrived early. A scout on duty in the watchtower of the stronghold hurriedly sounded the alarm. The entire position immediately entered a state of high alert, and all the soldiers instantly perked up, ready to fight the approaching monster. At this time, Li Yang happened to come back from outside. After hearing the news, he waved to Jiang Mingshu. "There's no need to send soldiers. Just give me these plants. They're more than enough." He actually wanted to take this opportunity to complete his mission. Moreover, his plants don't know how to stop when fighting, and it would be very troublesome if they accidentally hurt a soldier. Li Yang told Jiang Mingshu the latter as the reason. Now Jiang Mingshu naturally trusts Li Yang 100%. After hearing this, he nodded immediately. Wei Tsongfeng, who was standing by, also wanted to see how these plants would fight, so he ordered the soldiers to stay put for the time being. Let's observe the situation from the rear. The ground shook slightly. The roars of different monsters began to appear from all directions. Then, a black wolf-shaped monster rushed out of the jungle first. With a roar, it rushed straight towards the human position. The next moment, puff! An ice blue pea suddenly flew out and hit the wolf-shaped monster's head directly. White frost instantly spread out from the place of contact, and in just a moment it covered the entire body of the monster. It was directly knocked away by the huge impact force, but it slowed down in midair, falling slowly and stiffly, and it took a long time to land on the ground. This deceleration is so overbearing. This isn't a traditional ice attribute skill slowdown at all, but rather some kind of rule. This is too outrageous. Jiang Mingshu screamed in shock, completely disregarding his image. Li Yang's strength far exceeded his imagination. These strange and bizarre plants are not ordinary powerful. Although the description doesn't seem that exaggerated. But this is a power that transcends the rules of the world. With his experience, he could already imagine what Li Yang's future would be like. In time, Li Yang will surely become an unprecedented and unrivaled existence on the entire blue planet. This. He stuttered as he looked at Jiang Mingshu beside him and patted the latter on the shoulder, trying to show that he really didn't recognize his great talent. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mingshu also had an expression of disbelief, with his eyes wide open and his mouth so big that he could even fit a fist in it. Jiang Mingshu did not expect this situation to happen. He only knew that Li Yang's plants were very strong, but who could have expected that these things could be so strong? This is simply incomprehensible. The plants on the battlefield entered combat mode one after another. Peas of all colors flew together, and potato mines also popped up at the right time. The nut wall in the front row is shaky, but it always stands firm. Because this time there are some more plants in the deployment that were not there before. The efficiency of killing monsters is more than one level higher than Li Yang's first time. With the ice archer's deceleration, the monsters rushing from all directions even find it difficult to approach the nut wall. Even if some guys used their companions' corpses as shields and got close enough, they could barely deal a blow to the nut wall. That's useless. The big-mouthed flower behind the nut wall immediately popped out, opened its bloody mouth, and instantly told those monsters how to write the word death. The gaps in the nut wall and various places that were difficult for the nut wall to resist were densely packed with potato mines by Li Yang. Any monster that tries to get into these places will inevitably encounter a violent explosion. In this battle, there was no smoke or flames. All there were monsters that were unable to move forward and corpses everywhere. Even the pumpkin that Li Yang planted in the back row as a precaution was not triggered. This beast tide. No, these guys can't even be called a beast tide. These monsters were completely crushed by the plants and could not advance even a centimeter. What level of firepower is this? Holy crap, that's awesome. If we plant these plants around the walls of our Yunzhou. Where did this guy come from? He's ridiculously strong. The soldiers protected by the plants discussed with each other, their faces filled with excitement. This was the first time they had experienced such an easy battle since they joined the military. Just sit in the back and don't worry about the monsters outside. It's so cool. New quest, kill 200 monsters below level 30, 128/200. Quest reward, open the item shop in Dave's shop. Li Yang on this side was also looking at the task progress displayed in the system while squinting his eyes at the battlefield over there. Experience came in like a tide, but this amount was not enough to increase his level by much. The more important problem is that the number of monsters launching attacks over there has begun to decrease significantly. If this continues, it won't be long before these monsters are defeated and flee. Don't even mention leveling up. He couldn't even complete the 200 Warcraft tasks given by the system. It looks like it's time to use the cherry bomb to harvest the last wave. Li Yang just had this thought when Wei Songfeng's question came from the side. Student Li Yang, among all the plants you've planted, I don't see any exploding cherries. Li Yang smiled and casually took out a seed the size of a fingernail. Don't worry, the cherry bomb is coming. After saying that, he casually threw the seed into the chaotic battlefield in front of him. That seed, like the other plants planted by Li Yang, grew as soon as it was blown into the soil. In a second or two, it grew into a shape that looked like two basketballs tied together. The next second. Boom! The earth is shaking. The weapons and equipment placed deep in the trench were scattered everywhere due to the violent shaking. The soldiers who had just gathered together to discuss things were also frightened by the sudden explosion. Fortunately, the soldiers in this stronghold are real veterans, just as Wei Songfeng said. For such a big scene, I was just a little flustered. After a while, everyone reacted and calmed down. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the extremely violent explosion just now originated from Li Yang. But no one could have imagined that the plants planted by Li Yang would have such terrifying power. What the hell is this? Exploding basketball that took 2.5 years to practice? Damn it, that battlefield has been razed to the ground. Following the exclamations of several soldiers, everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield, which had been in extreme chaos just now. Everything was silent, and the corpses of the monsters that were originally scattered all over the ground disappeared without a trace. Everything within sight was reduced to scorched earth. This battlefield of hundreds of meters, separated by monsters and humans, is now empty. The trees that were closer turned into charcoal in an instant. The scattered bumps all over the ground were all shattered monsters. The situation at the scene can only be described as tragic. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Yang couldn't help but get goosebumps. He had expected the cherry bomb to explode spectacularly. But I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. At first glance, there is no grass growing. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh, mixed with the sweet aroma of cherries, making everyone present feel like they were dreaming. Your cherry bomb killed the nether wolf, LV32, and you gained 3,200 experience points. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, LV.31 LV.32. Your cherry bomb killed the firebird, LV28, and you gained 2,800 experience points. Your cherry bomb killed the sickle dragon, LV25, and you gained 2,500 experience points. Your cherry bomb kills. Current mission, kill 200 monsters below level 30, 212/200, completed. Mission reward, Dave's item shop. After all was quiet, the system's prompts kept echoing in my ears. Li Yang rubbed his eyes and turned back to see the situation of Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng. Sure enough, the conditions of the two people behind are not much different from my current self. Both of their faces were filled with shock. Wei Songfeng, who had experienced many big scenes, was in a slightly better condition, but he still stood there, covering his chest with one hand, unable to calm down. Zhang Mingshu on the other side was in a more miserable situation. When people reach middle age, they have no choice but to suffer from a bunch of chronic diseases that have little impact. The loud noise that just rose from the ground and the messy battlefield that ended up shocking him greatly, causing his blood pressure to soar. It almost caused him to die on the spot. Fuck, this is fucking. What the fuck is a fucking explosion? It's unimaginable that this thing was actually grown. Wei Songfeng patted Zhang Mingshu's shoulder vigorously and shouted excitedly. Although Zhang Mingshu felt a little weak, he still seemed extremely excited. That's great, that's great. This power is too astonishing. It is far beyond my imagination. Student Li Yang is the first person in Yunzhou's history to possess such strength at such a young age. No, hold a meeting. I'll call a meeting as soon as I get back. Li Yang must be reported as soon as possible. Meeting? Li Yang raised his eyebrows, but then he understood what Zhang Mingshu meant. Today, China's urban management system is divided into three main parts. One is the municipal government representing the official, and the other is the military department that complements the municipal government but is independent of it. Another one is the city council, which represents the opinions of all parties in the city. The city council is generally composed of some of the most influential people in the city. Among them are elites from various fields such as industry and commerce, and they are also the group of people who best represent the direction of the city's overall environment. Generally, when the municipal government is about to make some key decisions, the council will be convened to discuss them. Just now, when Li Yang was arranging his troops, Zhang Mingshu was not idle either. He took pictures of Li Yang planting plants and those plants fighting with monsters. Especially the explosion of the cherry bomb at the end. Even though Zhang Mingshu's heart beat faster and his legs became weak due to the shock, he still insisted on recording until the last moment. All these things are important evidence for reporting Li Yang and recommending him to join the Tongxin plan. Li Yang, what level are you now? I remember that for life-related professions, you can unlock new technologies every time you change jobs. Since you're a farmer, it should be the same, right? While Zhang Mingshu was busy thinking about the affairs of the parliament, Wei Songfeng next to him suddenly walked over quickly and greeted Li Yang. Li Yang blinked and opened his career panel. Name, Li Yang. Occupation, farmer, second job. Level, LV.32. Stamina, 32. Defense, 32. Strength, 32. Agility, 32. Spiritual power, 32. Freely assignable points, 0. Professional talents, Dave's Plant Shop, White Common, Fine Plant Management, White Common. I don't know if the system is designed to be low-key. These ridiculously strong talents were actually defined as the ordinary white level. There can't be any more terrifying things coming later? So the current talent is only worth a white ordinary in the eyes of the system? Li Yang didn't think any more and told Wei Songfeng his level truthfully. Wei Songfeng nodded repeatedly, 32nd level, only 8 levels away from the 3rd level. Good. Let's leave these 8 levels to our military. Xiao Feng, take Team 2 and help Li Yang reach level 40. After saying that, he waved his hand. From among the soldiers who were busy cleaning up the battlefield nearby, a heroic young lady in uniform was called over. Yunzhou City Military Special Commando Team, captain of the 2nd Squad, Fangwen. Xiao Feng, mentioned by Wei Songfeng, came to Li Yang, saluted solemnly and introduced himself. Li Yang responded, then smiled and imitated her and replied. Tianyun College Graduating Class 2, Ordinary Student, Li Yang. Nice to meet you, Miss Fangwen. Fangwen's mouth curled up slightly, then she nodded and called her teammates. It's still early now, so it shouldn't take long for them to find a suitable place to help Li Yang reach level 40. After all, Li Yang's strength is there. It is not certain who will compete with whom for output at that time. Hello? Old Sue, hurry up over there. I plan to convene the parliament as soon as I get back. The meeting to report to Li Yang is tentatively scheduled for tomorrow. Before tomorrow, please get Li Yang's student file to me. while Li Yang was busy introducing himself to the so-called second team. Zhang Mingshu was chatting with Su Minghong, the dean of Tianyun College, about nominating Li Yang. The latter nodded in agreement and immediately rushed back to the academy. Without even taking a break, he headed straight for the archives. Taking several directors from different colleges with them, they searched through all the boxes and drawers and finally found all the information about Li Yang. Before this, Su Minghong's understanding of Li Yang was very limited. All I know is that his family lives in a village outside the city and that both his parents are dead. While looking through Li Yang's information, he noticed something else. It is almost a well-known fact that Li Yang comes from a poor family. Recently, he changed his job and got a plant that can produce gold coins, which improved his life. But before that, as a poor student, he had always been the target of the college's support work and had always been a beneficiary of the aid funds for Class 2. Logically, it should be like this. However, the aid funds are distributed regularly every semester by people sent by the municipal government, and he sometimes goes there in person to supervise. If Li Yang went to collect it every semester, why didn't he have any impression of Li Yang at all? This is so weird. He is old, but not senile. Could it be that Li Yang doesn't have the official aid quota for Class 2 at all? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Now it was time to get down to business. He first put Li Yang's file into a file bag, tightened the bag, and then turned around and called the director of the college who was in charge of logistics. Go, get me all the aid applications for Class 2 over the past 3 years. Check carefully to see if the aid money from Class 2 has fallen into Li Yang's hands. The director nodded and turned to leave. After a while, a call came directly to Su Minghong. Dean, I found it. The name of the aid applicant is indeed Li Yang. However, the photo and handwriting on the application are different from those in Li Yang's file. I'm afraid someone is impersonating me. Sure enough, it was just as Su Minghong thought. The old dean was so angry that his veins popped out and he said angrily, "How dare you try to replace the prince with a cat under my nose? You're even so cruel as to steal the aid funds. That's simply going too far. Whose photo is on the application?" The director on the other side was silent for a while, probably comparing them one by one. Then, he finally found the answer, reporting to the dean, the person in the photo was a student from Class 2. Su Minghong shouted angrily, "Call him over to me." A moment later, a cunning student from Class 2 suddenly knelt in the dean's office. He apologized and cowed out vigorously, "Dean, I was wrong. Dean. I don't want to be, but my homeroom teacher told me to do this. He told me to collect the money under Li Yang's name, and that I could keep a portion for myself and give the rest to him. If I don't do this, he'll deduct my credits. Dean, I didn't mean to do that. Wow, I've been regretting this forever. I'm sorry to Li Yang, sorry to the municipal government, sorry to the college for all their hard work, wow. I saw the guy crying more and more exaggeratedly. Su Minghong, who was behind the desk, stopped him impatiently. You said your head teacher asked you to do this? What's the reason? The guy was crying and kneeling on the ground, saying, Our class teacher said that good resources should be reserved for the right people. Li Yang has no talent, no background, and keeping this money is just a way to survive. Why not just? At this point, the skinny student began to stutter. Su Minghong glared at him, not as good as what? Skinny Monkey quickly said, why not leave these resources to Lu Xing? Once Lu Xing gets the quota and becomes an elite class changer, our class will also benefit from it. The guy's voice got smaller and smaller. The brows of Su Minghong opposite him became tighter and tighter, and even gradually twisted into a ball. Good resources should be reserved for the right people? Can the whole class benefit from it? This guy is just crazy about achieving results. Su Minghong really couldn't understand why he had such a person under his command. Tianyun College is very large and has a very good reputation. At the same time, thanks to his long-term relationship with Mayor Zhang Mingshu and his diligent management, Tianyun College has always been the most popular college for job changers in Yunzhou. It seems like every day is getting better. He never expected that such a thing would happen in the academy under his jurisdiction. It's so abominable. It makes him, as the dean, feel so ashamed. You, go call your parents, and then stay in the detention room. Isn't that your homeroom, teacher? How audacious. Su Minghong said this, slammed the table hard, stood up and left the office. I originally planned to go directly to Li Yang's class teacher to confront him face to face. However, he didn't expect that after rushing into the teacher's office, the seat belonging to Li Yang's homeroom teacher was empty. After asking other people around him, I found out that this guy suddenly said there was an emergency at home and hurriedly asked for leave. Okay, you heard the news and are ready to run away, right? Su Minghong remained silent, and then called Zhang Mingshu directly. Hello? Is that old Zhang? Stop talking nonsense and help me find someone. On the other side, in the western part of Yunzhou City, somewhere in a copy outside the city, Li Yang was sitting under a tree, squinting his eyes and yawning. Beside him stood two fully armed military soldiers. Nearby, there was a position consisting of several soldiers and a large area of plants. A large number of monsters were killed, and the experience turned into a stream of light and flowed into Li Yang's body. Looking at his steadily growing experience bar, Li Yang stretched lazily with great satisfaction. Sure enough, after relying on the government, it becomes comfortable. Although he can easily do things like killing monsters by himself. But if you go to the next level, the nature is quite different. Originally, he was able to kill monsters efficiently by deploying troops. But the main body is still a very fragile farmer profession. When you first enter the dungeon with nothing in your hands, you can easily be attacked by sudden monsters. And now, there are several military soldiers guarding him. Within a radius of 10 meters, not even a mosquito can fly in. In this state, you can easily place the plants and find a corner to lie down. It feels so comfortable. If the regulations did not allow it, he could even call a few soldiers to sit down and play landlord or something on the spot. By the way, since I have free time anyway, I might as well take this opportunity to see what new good things Dave's store has updated. Previously, when he was demonstrating his abilities, he also completed the task issued by the system to kill 200 monsters. The reward for that quest is unlocking Dave's item shop. As we all know, the props in Plants vs. Zombies are extremely incredible. The sunshine shovel you get when you first awaken your profession is this type of thing. Speaking of the most representative props in the Plants vs. Zombies series, it must be a stroller. As the only designated killer weapon in the Plants vs. Zombies worldview, that thing is the ultimate means to kill everything instantly except Dr. Zombie King. Even the red-eyed giant zombie that required 4 cherry bombs to kill was killed instantly under the wheels of the cart. If only I could unlock that kind of thing directly from the store. Li Yang doesn't need to plant any plants anymore. He retired from being a farmer and became a ruthless weeder on the spot. If he buys hundreds or thousands of carts, it would be more than enough for him to push the world aside. The more he thought about it, the more excited Li Yang became. Then, with excitement, he entered Dave's store again. Familiar white clothes, familiar jeans. Crazy Dave, his friendly neighbor, appeared in front of Li Yang with an iron pot on his head and speaking his fluent Weibi Babu accent. And this time, Dave himself was obviously a lot more excited. He pointed to his car, and sure enough, there were some new things on it that were completely different from the plant cards. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. The first thing that catches your eye is the rake, which all players get at the beginning of the game, but it doesn't leave a very deep impression on you. Grass rake, price, 20,000 suns, can be used 3 times. Item features: after entering combat mode, the grass rake will ignore any defensive measures and forcibly kill an enemy within 10 levels of you, usable 3 times. Ignore any defensive measures. Forced kill. Although there are some level restrictions, the triggering method is very convenient. Li Yang does not need to release it actively, it will be automatically activated as long as he enters combat state. After all, Li Yang's original body is just a life-related profession, and it is easy for him to be unable to react when encountering some sudden attacks. But there's a lawn rake as insurance. Once it is attacked, the grass rake will appear immediately to protect its owner in time. Snap and the enemy is killed instantly. Under normal circumstances, this level of life-saving equipment would probably cost tens of millions. This thing is placed in Dave's shop and can be exchanged for sunlight. It limits the number of uses. However, the price of 20,000 sunshine is still acceptable. Okay, I bought it. Li Yang paid the full amount directly. Then I looked at something else. Gramophone, price, 20,000 suns, unlimited use. Item features, this is a phonograph built in the void, which can play music near you anytime and anywhere. The appropriate background music may even speed up the growth of plants. At present, the growth rate of plants is quite fast. Well, what other use does this thing have besides allowing him to play background music while walking? Why are there such abstract things in the prop store? Li Yang shook his head and ignored it for the time being. Next. Unlimited flower pot, price, 50,000 sunshine, can be used unlimitedly. Item features, infinitely usable and infinitely generated flower pots, allowing you to plant plants on any terrain. This is pretty good, although it is a bit expensive, but it seems that there is no subsequent charge. In Li Yang's impression, flower pots seem to exist as a kind of plant in the original work. It seems that the system has made some minor modifications at this point. However, this modification is benign. The flower pots in the original work are sold for 25 sun rays each, and they still need to cool down for a while. If you really encounter a situation where you need to deploy troops quickly and in large numbers, it is simply not enough. Even if you can stockpile them like seeds, it will be a huge waste of space. As for the system flower pots, you can place them anywhere after buying them. This is quite good. Li Yang paid the full amount without saying a word. I have to say, Dave's props cost as much as 30 to 50,000. You really can't spend too lavishly. Let's go home and plant more sunflowers in flower pots tonight. Li Yang thought so and roughly flipped through some other props. He was looking for the cart he had been longing for. Then, invincible cart, not unlocked. Unlock requirement, kill 1 million monsters, 923/1000000. Ah. This is such a rip-off. Li Yang frowned and counted on his fingers for a long time. Damn, 6 zeros, 1 million monsters. He has only killed more than 900 of them since he reached his current level. 1 million. Even if the earth ends and the sea dries up, he may not be able to reach this number, right? Sure enough, according to the system, such a heaven-defying prop that can even conquer the entire world will definitely not be obtained by him so early. Forget it, I'm tired. Don't want to play anymore, restart. Li Yang held his forehead with his hand. Just as this thought came to his mind, a new prompt suddenly sounded in the system. Host, please don't be anxious. As a special item in the store, the cart's unlocking task has a unique measurement method. As long as you or your plants participate in killing monsters, they can be counted in this value. Hint? Li Yang raised his eyebrows and understood the meaning of this sentence. As long as plants are involved in the kill, it counts. There was no need for him to be present. That being said, can we just let the official soldiers each hold a pot of pea shooters and go into the dungeon to shoot the monsters? Coincidentally, this free flower pot has also been unlocked. He can just find someone to do it for him. 1 million monsters, this number seems huge. But Li Yang can also create a lot of combat power on his own. Suppose Li Yang can deploy 1,000 pea shooters, and each pea shooter can only kill one monster in an hour. That's 24,000 a day, and 720,000 a month. If we average it out, the requirement of just 1 million can actually be easily achieved. Student Li Yang, the monsters here have almost been cleared out. Should we change the place where we spawn monsters? Just as Li Yang was busy calculating and studying how many days it would take to make the cart, a pleasant sound rang out. Fongwan, the captain of the second team, appeared beside Li Yang at some point, looking at him calmly and asking questions. Li Yang nodded, rubbed his stiff neck, and stood up with the help of Fongwan. Then, looking at Fong Wen's pretty oval face, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He pondered in his mind for a long time and finally came up with something. Then he slapped his forehead and asked, "Ms. Fong Wen, you were also a student of Tianyun College, right? I seem to have seen you on the photo wall of outstanding graduates from previous years." After hearing this, Fong Wen was slightly stunned. Then he nodded slightly. "Well, yes. I graduated from Tianyun College about 3 years ago." Li Yang smiled and said, "So it's my senior. You've become so amazing in just 3 years. I'm really impressed. But speaking of which, senior sister, has your class ever produced any talented individuals who received official support and training? I remember that our college seems to have some recommended student quotas every year. Do you know what the so-called Tongxian project is all about?" Li Yang's understanding of this world is basically limited to the memories of this body. During his conversation with Zhang Mingshu, he learned about the Tongxian plan. But at that time, Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong spoke in rather vague terms, so Li Yang only knew that it was an elite job changer training camp that did not keep idle people. In Li Yang's understanding, it is basically some kind of institution of higher learning. Apart from that, he knew nothing. Since Fong Wen in front of me was an outstanding graduate of that year, she must have had similar experiences. Li Yang decided to try to find out something from her. However, after this matter was mentioned, Fong Wen's expression changed subtly. Her eyes moved slightly, and she seemed a little lonely. Then he said apologetically, "Student Li Yang, the recommended student quota has no direct connection with the Tongxian project. And I'm sorry, I didn't actually get that recommendation back then." Hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but feel confused. Fong Wen is an outstanding graduate. There are only 3 places for outstanding graduates in each level of Tianyun College, the same as the number of recommended places. Since she can be on the photo wall, how could she not have a spot? Looking at Li Yang's puzzled expression, Fong Wen sighed slightly and said helplessly, "Student Li Yang, there are many things in this world where hard work and talent alone are not enough. I did qualify for the recommended student position, but that once-in-a-lifetime spot ultimately didn't fall on me. Instead, it was taken by another person named Lu Feng at the time." After that, she sighed and was about to continue her story. But he suddenly realized that his current job was to help Li Yang level up, so he shook his head slightly and changed his words. "Let's get out of here first. If Li Yang is interested in this, I can talk about it while we're walking along the street." At this time, the sun is setting. In a villa area in Yunzhou City, Lu Xing was pacing back and forth in the living room of his home with a panicked look on his face. His usually arrogant face was now filled with fear and anxiety. As a father, Lu Xian was sitting on the sofa, watching his son walking around, and couldn't help feeling a little upset. So he stopped him directly, frowned and asked, "Lu Xing, what the hell is wrong with you? Just calling you is like giving you a shot of adrenaline. What's wrong? Who made that call just now, and what did they say?" Hearing his father's voice, Lu Xing's face turned pale. He finally stopped his meaningless walking, and his hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. "Dad, something happened. It seems that the fact that my uncle allocated aid to me has been discovered. Will I go to jail?" Lu Xian on the sofa almost vomited blood. "Your uncle? Aid money? What is it? Explain it to me." Lu Xian's tone suddenly became serious. Lu Xing's eyes were wandering and he didn't dare to look his father in the eye. His uncle, who was also his class teacher, had been secretly trying to gain benefits for him without telling his father. If Lu Xian knew about this, he would be skinned alive. But now, the only one who can help him get out of his current predicament is his father Lu Xian. Lu Xing stammered and told the truth about his secret affair with the class teacher and how he used his connections to find someone to falsely claim Li Yang's subsidy. "As my uncle's class teacher, I hope that by giving special care to Lu Xing, I can indirectly improve his relationship with Lu Xian, the general manager of Yunzhou Bank." It just so happened that Lu Xing was also dissatisfied with his father's stinginess with pocket money. The two hit it off immediately and began to exploit Li Yang, who had just enrolled at the time, for 3 years. The past 3 years have been smooth sailing. But who would have thought that when graduation was approaching, Li Yang suddenly seemed like a different person? Not only did his temper become much tougher, he even used strength from nowhere to upgrade himself to level 20 in 2 days during the Beast Tide invasion. You know, Li Yang is a farmer who chose the white talent. Just now, Lu Xing's uncle called hurriedly and said that the classmate they had found to replace Li Yang to receive the subsidy was taken away by the dean for questioning. The meaning of this is self-evident. Obviously, they were exposed. The head teacher immediately found an excuse to escape from the college, but soon received an emergency arrest notice from the municipal government. So he called quickly, hoping to find Lu Xian through Lu Xing to see if there was any way. After all, in Lu Xian's family, apart from this father and son, there is also a big shot currently working in the parliament. As a result, after listening to Lu Xing's story, Lu Xian angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Asshole! You two idiots, you dare to do such a thing for such a small profit." As he said that, he raised his hand to hit me. Lu Xing was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and dared not say a word. But at this moment, Lu Xian suddenly frowned. Holding his chin, he muttered to himself, "Wait, Li Yang. Could it be him?" Lu Xian suddenly remembered the young man who came to the bank with a big bag of gold coins a few days ago. At that time, he felt that this young man had an extraordinary temperament and must have an unusual background. I never thought that my son would provoke such a being. Bang! Lu Xian became more and more angry as he thought about it. He stood up and walked over quickly, giving Lu Xing a hard slap. "You idiot, how dare you mess with anyone?" The sound of the slap was extremely crisp, and Lu Xing on the opposite side quickly covered his face and knelt on the ground. Along with the sound of slapping, a young man in a white suit and with elegant manners walked in from outside the door. "Hey! Dad, what's going on? Did my second brother make you angry again?" "Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you have something to say, why don't you sit down and talk about it?" Lu Xing, who was kneeling on the ground, covered his swollen cheeks and raised his head with tears in his eyes. "Elder brother. You have to help me, brother." The person who suddenly walked in from outside the door was Lu Xian's eldest son, Lu Feng, one of the current agents of the Yunzhou City Council. After graduating from Tianyun College, Lu Feng used some small tricks to obtain a recommended student position in the college. After studying in a high-level career changer academy in another place for 2 years, he successfully returned home and, with the influence of his father and his own excellent grades, got a job in the parliament. Mayor Zhang Mingxiu urgently convened the parliament, saying that he wanted to announce a major event that had never happened in the entire Yunzhou. It seems that he is a student who also graduated from Tianyun College and possesses some amazing talent. The mayor decided to report the case and put all his efforts into cultivating this budding genius. The parliament will officially be held tomorrow, so Lu Feng came back specifically to pack up office supplies. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got home, I saw such a loving father and filial son scene. Lu Xing was still kneeling on the ground crying. Lu Xian, who was sitting on the sofa, looked still angry. In Lu Feng's memory, his father has always been a man with a good temper. The way he behaved now clearly showed that he was really angry. So Lu Feng quickly asked what happened. Lu Xing covered his face and recounted everything he had just told his father. As a result, when Lu Feng heard Lu Xing say the name Li Yang, he immediately reacted. "Li Yang? Are you sure that's the name?" Lu Xing wanted to cry, but he couldn't. "I've been his classmate for 3 years, how could I not know his name?" Lu Xian, who was standing beside him, also frowned slightly. "Xiao Feng, judging from your expression, do you know this Li Yang?" Lu Feng shook his head. "I can't say I know him, but he's the subject of the mayor's council meeting. I'm not familiar with the specifics, but our mayor described him as a rare and exceptional talent. Although it is a bit exaggerated, these are Zhang Mingxiu's original words." Hearing this description, Lu Xian next to him was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He had some knowledge of the mayor. That's famously steady. Now, to describe a fledgling job changer in this way. One can imagine how strong this young man named Li Yang is. Thinking back to how Li Yang casually threw a large bag of gold coins onto the bank counter. This guy named Li Yang definitely has an extraordinary background. Either they are descendants of some military and political leaders, or they are the eldest sons of some noble families. In short, people of this level are definitely not people they can afford to offend. I didn't expect Lu Xing to dare to provoke such a person in the academy. If things go wrong, my whole family will be dragged into this accident. Thinking of this, Lu Xian couldn't help it anymore and his breathing began to become rapid. Seeing this, Lu Feng also sighed. Ah! This Li Yang. If I have time, I'll ask someone to check on him. Second brother, why did you have to mess with someone so popular around the mayor? Lu Feng shook his head helplessly and left to pack his things. Lu Xian sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. You know, Lu Xing just celebrated his birthday not long ago and has turned 18 years old. You need to face the national laws as an adult. Embezzling aid funds constitutes a serious crime. Well. After a while, Lu Xian let out a long sigh. Although his second son is a little stupid, he is still his own flesh and blood after all. He couldn't bear to see his son end up in jail. But in this matter, it was indeed Lu Xing who was at fault first. If this continues, there is only one way out. Lu Xian sighed heavily and took out some things from the safe next to him. Then he turned to look at his son and said, Before, this Li Yang handled business with me. When I prepared the gold card for him, he left his address. Things have come to this point. No little tricks can handle it anymore. Just bring the gift and come with me to apologize. As long as Li Yang is willing to write you a letter of apology, although you can't avoid going to jail, your sentence can be reduced to the greatest extent possible. Then let your brother help. Stay in there for 10 days or half a month and you'll be fine. Let him apologize to Li Yang and admit his mistake. Recalling the initial relationship between him and Li Yang, and then looking at the current reversal of polarity. Lu Xing bit his lip, feeling very uncomfortable. But this is the only way after all. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he had to endure it. The sun sets, and in the blink of an eye, several hours have passed. With the help of the military, Li Yang reached level 40 effortlessly. During this period of leveling up, Li Yang gradually became familiar with Fangwen. At the same time, I also learned some things that happened 3 years ago from chatting with Fangwen. Only then did Li Yang discover it. This Fangwen is simply another version of myself. They both come from poor families and are both trying their best to study hard. Fangwen is even stronger than Li Yang. During the awakening ceremony, she switched to a combat profession. Even though her strength was greatly limited due to her lack of talent and resources. On the list of graduates that year, she was still far ahead, ranking second. However, even with such excellent results, he still couldn't get the recommendation spot that everyone desires. Just because there was a Lu Feng in her class. Coincidentally, her homeroom teacher was the same person as Li Yang's. Having said that, she looked at Li Yang with some envy. Student Li Yang, you are really amazing. Your strength is already strong enough to no longer be bound by these mundane things. Therefore, you can break through the shackles that restrict ordinary people and reach further and higher. You don't have to be like me and freeze your life in this small Yunzhou. If only she had the same strength as Li Yang at that time. I'm afraid that now he has begun to live a completely different and wonderful life in a big city like the imperial capital. Li Yang was lost in thought, feeling somewhat sad. But before I could sigh, Fangwen, who was driving in front, turned around and asked. You're actually living in a place like this? Do you need me to ask Minister Wei to help you find a place to live in the city? After taking on the task of sending Li Yang home, Fangwen followed Li Yang's instructions and drove all the way to this small village. Looking at the extremely simple scene around her, she even began to feel a little sympathy for Li Yang. Especially during the chat, I learned about Li Yang's life experience. She even felt. In terms of misery, Li Yang is still worse. Li Yang waved his hand and rejected Fangwen's kindness. Are you kidding? If he really moved into the city, he wouldn't have so much land to squander. He also hoped to make a fortune by tending sunflowers and marigolds late at night. Fong Wen slammed on the brakes, and the military pickup truck stopped steadily outside Li Yang's yard. Before she even went down, Fong Wen suddenly frowned and murmured, "Li Yang, do you know these two people?" Looking in the direction Fong Wen pointed, Li Yang was stunned. "Is this Lu Xing, Lu Xian?" When they saw Li Yang getting out of the military pickup truck, Lu Xing and his son on the street were both shocked. Especially Lu Xing, he was almost scared to death. "I thought it was Li Yang who personally brought people from the military to arrest him." "Manager Lu, what are you doing?" After hearing Li Yang's question, Lu Xing took a step forward. He seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. "It's almost suffocating." Seeing this, Lu Xian, who was behind him, took a big step forward and politely bowed to Li Yang. "Student Li Yang, it may seem a bit awkward to bring up these old stories now. But we came here to clear up those previous misunderstandings and unpleasantness. Although it was a bit abrupt, I hope Li Yang can be magnanimous and accept my child's apology." As Lu Xian was speaking, Fong Wen on the other side had already opened the car door and walked out of the driver's seat. She was holding a pair of handcuffs in her hands, leaning against the car door, looking over here silently. Before they part, she will always be responsible for Li Yang's safety. As long as the two people in front of her dared to offend Li Yang, she would step forward and detain them on the spot. The next second, Lu Xian reached out and pulled Lu Xing out from behind. The tone became more severe. "Okay, we've been waiting for so long, isn't it time to wait? Hurry up and apologize to Li Yang." Lu Xing gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his face turned the color of liver. "After much effort, I finally squeezed out a few words from between my teeth. Li Yang, yes. I spent a long time trying to figure it out but couldn't." Seeing this, Lu Xian next to him walked up without saying a word and slapped him hard with his hand. Bang! In the quiet and peaceful village in the evening, the sound was particularly clear and loud. Many people were attracted by the noise. The neighbor aunt was the first to be hit. She didn't even bother to cook and rushed out with a spatula in hand. Then he used his mouth to ask Li Yang what happened here and whether he needed help. Li Yang shook his head slightly to indicate that it was okay. Lu Xing was completely devastated by the slap. He subconsciously covered his swollen face with his hands and lowered his head, not daring to raise it. Lu Xian then bowed formally to Li Yang and said, "Student Li Yang, Lu Xing has told me everything he did to you in the academy. Honestly, this kid committed these despicable acts purely out of his youthful impetuosity and ignorance, coupled with the misleading guidance of some people with ulterior motives. This led him to go astray in his pursuit of petty gains. Lu Xing has already deeply repented for the wrongs he has done at home. I came here this time hoping that Li Yang and Lu Xing can resolve their differences and reconcile. It just so happens that today, all the neighbors and this young lady from the military can come together to bear witness." After saying that, Lu Xian turned his head again and looked at Lu Xing, who had been keeping his head down beside him. Lu Xing knew that once the arrow was shot, there was no turning back. "My cheeks are still burning with pain. If you hesitate any longer, you will definitely get slapped hard in the face." Lu Xing had no choice but to suppress his anger and took 2 steps towards Li Yang. Again. Then he bent down heavily and bowed 90 degrees. At the same time, he whispered, "Li Yang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have played tricks on you in the academy, I shouldn't have looked down on you, I shouldn't have colluded with the homeroom teacher and done that kind of thing behind your back. After I got home, I thought a lot. I was blind and didn't know what was important. That's why I did something so outrageous. I have deeply realized my mistakes, and I hope you can forgive me." The sound is small but clear. The people around were all a little confused. Because Li Yang was originally honest and cowardly, and because he was afraid of disappointing his fellow villagers, he never told anyone about the bullying he had suffered in college. Li Yang, who traveled through time, had no intention of discussing such boring things with others. So the surrounding villagers were really confused about this sudden apology. At this time, Li Yang also squinted his eyes, always feeling that something was strange. Will Lu Xing really apologize so honestly? According to Li Yang's understanding of Lu Xing, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. They suddenly did this for no apparent reason. Are they afraid that others don't know what they have in mind? Sure enough, shortly after Lu Xing finished his speech, Lu Xian took another step forward, walked to Li Yang with a kind smile, and said softly, "Student Li Yang, we are now partners. Lu Xing has done a lot of wrong in the past. I hope you can give in a little for my sake." It's embarrassing to say this. Given Lu Xing's current situation, if he's arrested, he won't be able to get out for 3 to 5 years. He's still so young and has so much left in his prime. If he wastes his time in prison, as his father, it would be more painful than death for me. So, I hope Li Yang can bear with me for a while. Write a letter of understanding. We can resolve all the past difficulties privately. Letter of understanding? Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Fong Wen beside him. Fong Wen nodded knowingly and explained. A letter of forgiveness is generally used to resolve personal disputes. Once one party signs it, it means they have publicly forgiven the defendant for all his or her actions, and the punishment for the defendant can be reduced. After listening to Fong Wen's explanation, Lu Xian quickly took out a thick brown paper bag from his pocket and secretly stuffed it into Li Yang's hand. With a smile on his face, he said, "Li Yang, please bear with me, please bear with me." Li Yang was speechless for a while. Sure enough, there is nothing good in this father and son. The so-called apology is nothing more than a means to help himself escape sanctions. The apology was just a formality, the focus was still the brown paper bag in Lu Xian's hand. Could it be that in their eyes, any conflict can be resolved with money? Li Yang laughed dumbly, then grinned and said softly, "Take this thing back. I don't accept your apology." Li Yang deliberately spoke the words "I don't accept" a little louder. Suddenly, the two people opposite, especially Lu Xian who had been smiling the whole time, showed a slightly embarrassed expression on their faces. Lu Xing, who was almost bowing his head to the ground, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was swearing a lot in his mind and wanted to eat Li Yang alive on the spot. But, in the end, this is just wishful thinking. Li Yang, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you in the academy, nor should I have colluded with the homeroom teacher to steal your subsidy. I will definitely change. As long as you forgive me, I will do anything you ask me to do in the future. Finally, under the pressure of reality, Lu Xing had no choice but to beg for mercy from Li Yang again in a humble manner. If it were the honest man Li Yang, he would probably have been soft-hearted. But unfortunately, this Li Yang is not that Li Yang. Li Yang smiled slightly, raised one hand, slowly supported his chin, and murmured, "What else can I do? Even if you smash your head against my chest, it won't do any good. You, just wait for your jail time. Oh, and besides jail time, there's also endless soap to pick up." Lu Xing's legs felt weak after hearing this. Lu Xian's heart also tightened. Just as I was about to continue persuading her, I heard Fong Wen's voice from the other side. I also received the news that Lu Xing was asked to pack up and rush to the municipal building. The municipal government needs to launch a serious investigation into the case of official subsidies being collected on behalf of others. Classmate Lu Xing, I'm going back to the city as well. Do you need me to give you a ride? Turning around, Fong Wen was leaning against the door of the military pickup truck with a calm look on her face. The way he looked at Lu Xing didn't seem like he was looking at anyone, but rather at his own new achievements. Lu Xing shuddered and felt a little unsteady. Lu Xian, who was standing beside him, had a dark face and left the place holding his son's hand. "Well, it seems you don't want a ride in my car." Looking at the father and son returning to the car and driving away, Fong Wen sighed, looking a little regretful. Li Yang smiled and nodded to her symbolically, "Thank you, senior sister Fong Wen." Fong Wen shook her head, "This is my job, there's no need to thank me. Then I will also return to the military headquarters to report. If you need anything later, feel free to contact me." After saying that, he pointed to his mobile phone, waved his hand, and returned to the car. The engine started, and the heavy military pickup truck disappeared in a moment. The neighbor lady came to Li Yang at some point and asked anxiously, "Xiao Yang, who are you dealing with? That man just now, is he the general manager of Yunzhou Bank? I saw him when I was depositing money. Why are you still cooperating with him? You didn't take out a loan, did you? Xiao Yang, we can't do this. Don't do that. If you don't listen to me, I will." When the neighbor aunt first opened her mouth, there was a hint of blame in her words. But as he spoke, his voice suddenly began to tremble. Actually, in the early years, the aunt's biological son borrowed high-interest loans and could not repay them. In the end, he ended his life at a young age. So for many years, the neighbor aunt has been very sensitive to such things, fearing that Li Yang would also go astray. All right. Li Yang patted the neighbor aunt on the back, signaling her to be at ease. After all these years, you still don't understand me. Don't touch those things. Li Yang smiled faintly and simply said that he was fine. He then said that he had received an award from the municipal government for his excellent academic performance. After saying that, he rubbed his storage ring, took out the gold card with 5 million in it that Zhang Mingshu had given him, and stuffed it into the aunt's hand. The aunt had never seen such a thing, and 5 million was a relatively distant number for her. After refusing for a while, seeing that Li Yang insisted on giving it to him, he had no choice but to carefully put the card away. She said that she was too old to spend much money, so she just thought of it as Li Yang depositing his money here. He could come to her to withdraw the money whenever he needed it, and she would not touch a penny. Li Yang smiled and saw that the aunt had calmed down, so he returned to his yard. Listening to the chirping of insects by my ears and looking at the moon hanging above my head, Li Yang took a deep breath and opened his system panel. Sunflowers, start sowing. About an hour later, Li Yang had planted more than 50 sunflowers in his yard. The sunlight is growing at a rate of 2,500 points per minute. With the free flower pots in the system, Li Yang can even plant these things all over his room. But sunflowers produce light when they produce sunlight. In order to ensure their sleep quality, it is better for these sunflowers to stay outside the house. After planting the sunflowers, Li Yang slowly returned to his bedroom. He checked the plants he had so far. As soon as he opened the list, Li Yang's eyes were filled with a dazzling array of plants. For a moment, he was overwhelmed. Except for the pea shooter, sunflower, nut wall, marigold, potato mine and double shooter that have been unlocked in the first turn. The moment Li Yang changed his job, he consumed almost half of the sunlight at that time and emptied his newly unlocked plant shop. In addition to the ice shooter, cherry bomb, big mouth flower and cucumber that have been shown not long ago. There were 2 other young men, but Li Yang didn't have time to show them all together. They are the popular cabbage pitcher and corn pitcher. There is no need to talk about the cabbage pitcher. In a sense, it is just a slightly strengthened pea shooter. There is nothing worth mentioning. But the corn pitcher is worth talking about. Corn pitcher, price, 100 suns, cooldown time, 7.5 seconds, attack interval, 2.9 seconds. Plant characteristics, able to throw corn kernels or butter blocks that ignore natural terrain, causing fixed damage to monsters below level 40, increases with level. 10 shots of corn kernels or 2 shots of butter cubes can kill a monster. The butter cubes will cause the enemy to suspend all actions for 4 seconds. It has the same attack power as the pea shooter, but also comes with a high damage control that has a chance to be triggered. This thing is already considered a supermodel in this world. However, this is not the corn pitcher's greatest strength. You know, the greatest use of the corn pitcher is not to attack the enemy. Instead, it is used as fusion material to fuse into the largest plant in Plants vs. Zombies, the corn cannon. That thing may have many shortcomings. Slow to reload, expensive to sell, long cooldown. But these are not enough to cover up its great brilliance. The moment the giant corn rises into the sky, the whole world will cheer. Of course, fantasy is fantasy. It would be better for Li Yang to be down to earth. He turned his attention to the other 3 things that could be considered as free gifts. Sunshine mushroom, small spray mushroom, timid mushroom. Look at these poor creatures that are not very useful and even go on strike in the sun. What kind of mental state does he have to be in to allow these things to participate in the battle? But, it doesn't matter. There are many powerful mushrooms in Plants vs. Zombies. But if you want to use it normally, coffee beans are an indispensable part. Once you unlock coffee beans, you can consider things like ice mushrooms, charm mushrooms, and even destruction mushrooms. Li Yang held his forehead and lay down on the bed. Looking at the familiar ceiling, I fell asleep again. At this time, on the other side, in Yunzhou City. In Lu Xing's villa. Lu Xing himself has been taken away by the military. Originally, Lu Xing's entire family was to be taken away for investigation, but Lu Xing made up his mind and revealed his true colors on the spot. One person took all the blame. At this time, his brother Lu Feng was sitting in the living room, crossing his legs and looking at the information he had searched. He also knew that Lu Xian had taken Lu Xing to apologize to Li Yang but was rejected. This was the biggest setback his family had ever suffered, and it was a complete disgrace to the Lu family. As one of the representatives of the parliament, Lu Feng could not swallow this humiliation. So he wanted to try to find out who Li Yang was and whether he could make some trouble for Li Yang in the subsequent meeting. But as he watched, the expression on his face became more and more confused. He held the printed materials in his hand and muttered to himself. Li Yang, from Yunzhou, lost his parents to a beast attack and was raised by his neighbors. I come from a poor family and am a beneficiary of government subsidies. Such a person has become such a big celebrity around the mayor, and his reputation is so high. It's really strange. At the same time, Lu Xian next to him suddenly frowned and said, "Are you sure this is Li Yang's information? Looking at his temperament, it's definitely not what a poor man from a poor family should have. Your father has been a bank manager for half his life. I can tell who is rich and who is poor at a glance. Li Yang's words and actions are definitely not what you describe as a poor person. There must be some unspeakable secret behind him." Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and his expression became slightly serious. Although most of what my father said at this time was based on his first impression. But experience can sometimes play a decisive role. TSK, I don't know the identity of the person behind him. I guess at worst he's from a city-level family. It's truly extravagant that he's allowed to squander gold like this. Even a bank manager like me wouldn't dare to squander like this. Lu Xian spoke again, but his tone was less angry and more envious. After all, there are only two most important things in his life. One is to urge his sons to carry on the family line, and the other is to make more money. Now that Lu Xing has been taken away and Lu Feng is busy with work, the matter of continuing the family line can only be left to fate. Then the only thing he can do and wants to do is to make money. It's so hard to get such a big client. But in the blink of an eye, it was ruined by his stupid son. That's a continuous supply of gold. Look at the entire Yunzhou city, no, look at the entire China. Not many people have this kind of strength, right? Gold coins, squandering. Dad, do you think it's possible that Li Yang's family is actually very rich, but they've just been playing the fool and eating the tiger? Lu Feng raised the question, but then he rejected the hypothesis. No, that shouldn't be the case. According to the information we've collected, 3 generations of Li Yang's ancestors have lived in Yunzhou, and 2 of them lived outside the city. The transaction records of purchased properties, designated land, and even some crops can all be checked. If you were to create a fake identity, it would be impossible to do it in such detail. As he spoke, Lu Feng gradually calmed down and thought for a while with his chin in his hand. Then, a light bulb went off in my head. Instead of doubting who he is, it's better to doubt something else. For example, those gold coins he could easily take out and squander at will. Where did these gold coins come from and how did they end up in Li Yang's hands? This is the key point. Dad, have you ever? Before he finished speaking, Lu Xian took out a gold coin of Li Yang from his pocket and placed it on the table. At the same time, he added, Li Yang said that this was passed down from his ancestors. Because the amount is huge, he plans to exchange it for currency that can be used directly. Lu Feng slowly picked up the gold coins on the table, held them in his hand and looked at them carefully. Then, the conclusion was drawn. The words and patterns on this gold coin do not belong to any period of Chinese history. Besides, there is no trace of age on it. Rather than saying it's inherited from my ancestors, it's more like it was just smelted last week. These gold coins, I'm afraid they came from illicit sources. Li Yang sent my brother to jail. It's a huge humiliation for our entire family. I absolutely will not let this matter pass so easily. As he spoke, he clenched his fists slightly. Although Lu Xing's case was irreversible in the face of overwhelming evidence. But he could use his identity to trip up Li Yang, which could be considered a small revenge. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Li Yang jumped up from the bed. Looking at the sunflowers outside the window blooming with bright smiles and swaying constantly, my mood became much better. Check your sunlight levels. With these sunflowers producing at a rate of 2,500 points per minute, only 7 hours had passed and Li Yang's sunshine value had soared to over 1 million. Looking at the amount of sunlight displayed on the system interface, Li Yang was even a little afraid that this thing might suddenly collapse and explode one day. He scratched his head and got out of bed. After locking the yard gate, he put on his coat and left home. Today's goal is also very clear. Yesterday, I reached level 40 with the help of the military, so of course I have to change my job today. Just as he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Li Yang took out his cell phone and looked at the strange number displayed on it, feeling a little confused. After clicking to answer, the extremely enthusiastic voice of Wei Songfeng, the military chief, came from the other end. Li Yang, I heard you're already level 40. We're going to go to the third shift today, right? I happen to have nothing to do today. Wait for me, I'll pick you up right away. I'm so eager to see what new plants you can get after changing your job. Li Yang readily agreed to Wei Songfeng's request. After tidying up a bit and dressing myself a little more formally, the roar of a high-powered car engine could be heard outside the door. Li Yang walked out of the door and just saw Wei Songfeng opening the car door and getting out. When the latter saw Li Yang, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Before Li Yang could say hello, he immediately waved excitedly. Li Yang nodded and followed Wei Songfeng into the car. Wei Songfeng was a very skilled driver and had a smooth journey. The time it took to arrive at the career change square was even much faster than Li Yang had expected. Wei Songfeng parked the car outside the job transfer square and watched Li Yang walk all the way to the job transfer crystal. Reach out and make contact. The cool blue crystal burst out with bright white light, connecting the system to Li Yang. Connection successful. It has been detected that your level has reached the job change requirement. Please choose whether to change your job. You have chosen to change your job, and the level cap has been unlocked to LV.60. The following are your newly acquired talents and skills. New talent, Plant Empathy, White Common. Talent description: through this talent, you can establish a spiritual connection with all the plants you grow. Through this connection, you can share your visual and auditory senses with your plants. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded, and more plants can be unlocked. The following are your newly unlocked plant cards: Pumpkinhead, Fiery Chile, Coffee Bean, Torchwood Stump, Ground Thorn, Charm Mushroom. New plants, new talents. Moreover, Li Yang became more and more certain that every talent he obtained was definitely tampered with by the system. Build sensory connections with plants. How incredible is this ability? To put it simply, this skill can be used to eavesdrop on certain specific people, and is a very good skill for obtaining intelligence. Moreover, with this skill, there will be no need for me to uproot the sunflowers I planted in order to hide my tracks. Generally speaking, as long as the plants he grows are numerous and diverse, then the whole world will be under his surveillance. Feeling omniscient and aware of everything in the world. Isn't this the authority of God? Is this a white talent? It's a joke. Li Yang took his hand away and calmed down his inner excitement a little. Then, he refocused on the new plants he had unlocked. He opened Dave's Plant Shop in the system. The first thing that catches your eye is a delightful picture. Many brand new plant cards, emitting a lush green glow, look very tempting when displayed on Dave's shelves. Li Yang no longer hesitated and simply clicked on the spot that was lit. Anyway, there is enough sunshine and he can squander it at will. Even if there is not enough sunlight, he just needs to plant sunflowers in his yard and wait for a while. How's it going, Li Yang? Did you unlock anything new? You look pretty good, maybe you've awakened something good? As soon as Li Yang walked out of the job transfer hall, Wei Songfeng, who had been waiting by the car for a long time, came to greet him very proactively. Li Yang glanced at his plant list and briefly talked about a few of the more representative ones. As Wei Songfeng listened to Li Yang's words, the expression on his face became more and more exaggerated. In the end, his breathing even began to become rapid again. Chili peppers that can create large-scale walls of fire, and mushrooms that can turn enemies into teammates? Oh my god, this is too exaggerated, right? After Wei Songfeng exclaimed, he suddenly realized that this was a public place and he should pay attention to the impact. Then he quickly invited Li Yang back to the car, straightened his back seriously, and asked. Student Li Yang, I want to find another place to test your new plant. I can't wait to see. Before Wei Songfeng could finish his words, he was interrupted by a rapid ring of the phone. He took out his cell phone, put it to his ear, then skillfully took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Hello? Lao Zhang, what's wrong? Oh yes, I'm with classmate Li Yang. Okay, I understand. After some conversation, Wei Songfeng hung up the phone. He turned around with an apologetic look on his face and said a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Li Yang. Let's leave the experiment with new plants for next time. The municipal government is looking for you and hopes you can attend this council meeting as a guest. This incident seems to be related to you and that, something plan. Li Yang added, Tongxian. Wei Songfeng nodded, yes, the Tongxian plan. The municipal government has reported you to the imperial capital, but it will take some time for the imperial capital to respond. During this period, we want to help you apply for as many resources as possible and train you to be strong enough. Therefore, our Yunzhou parliament is a point that cannot be avoided. Actually, according to the normal process, if you want to report a regular elite job changer, you not only need the city government's approval, but also the council must vote on the final decision. But Lao Zhang said that your situation is different, so we have to make special arrangements. You just need to go through the formalities. In the China of this world, all matters, big and small, in each city are mainly managed by the municipal government and parliament. The municipal government is primarily responsible for official matters. All other aspects of people's livelihood are related to parliament. Of course, the municipal government and the military can use their power to help Li Yang arrange the best copy, or even arrange special personnel to assist in leveling up. But for a job changer, level alone is definitely not enough. The strength of a job changer is closely related to various equipment, weapons, and accessories. It is rare for someone like Li Yang to appear in Yunzhou. Zhang Mingshu naturally wanted to prepare for him with the highest standards. Don't worry about whether the council agrees or not. Those old guys are so overconfident and incompetent that they're bound to have some opinions. Anyway, Lao Zhang already recorded all of your strength yesterday, so it's more than enough evidence. Just treat it as a formality, meeting the important people in the parliament and getting some benefits from them. Wei Songfeng spoke cheerfully, not seeming to take the parliament seriously. Li Yang nodded without saying anything more. Whether it is Zhang Mingshu or Wei Songfeng, he clearly saw how good these two people were to him. Although Mayor Zhang's initial motivation was to value talent, the benefits he brought to Li Yang were all real. If he has the chance, he can also try to do something for those who have helped him. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's go over there now. It's almost time now. Wei Songfeng said this and stepped on the accelerator to start the car. Li Yang, the co-pilot, fastened his seatbelt and casually asked. By the way, Minister Wei, are you interested in gold? If I have time, I'll go fill 2 sacks for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the car stalled with a loud bang. Wei Songfeng choked on his own saliva and kept coughing while holding the steering wheel. Li Yang's words were so astonishing that even Wei Songfeng, who prided himself on being knowledgeable, was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately understood what was going on. When discussing Li Yang with Zhang Mingshu, Zhang Mingshu mentioned that among Li Yang's many plants, there is a flower that can produce gold coins. So Li Yang once said that he did not want to get any money or anything like that from the municipal government. He has money anyway. Wei Songfeng shook his head slightly. Although he did want the so-called sack of gold. But as the minister of Yunzhou military, he still has a strong sense of professional ethics. Wei Songfeng immediately declined Li Yang's offer, started the car, and drove Li Yang towards the municipal government. Soon, the two arrived under the municipal building. The municipal affairs office looks particularly lively today. There were all kinds of luxury cars parked outside the gate, some of which even had special bodyguards guarding them. It was obvious at first glance that many important figures of extraordinary status had come. We arrived at about the right time. They haven't all arrived yet. Go up first. Wei Songfeng spoke and took Li Yang into the city hall. At this time, inside the municipal building, in the largest conference room, there were quite a few people sitting on the tiered seats. These people are from the parliament, and most of them are elites from all walks of life in Yunzhou City. Everyone who attends this meeting must sign a confidentiality agreement of the highest level. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was destined that this meeting could not be attended by everyone. But Zhang Mingshu on the stage saw that most people had arrived, so he didn't plan to waste any more time. He has already started operating the computer and started talking about Li Yang. I think everyone should have some understanding of the strength of Yunzhou's job changers, right? Because Yunzhou is located in a remote area, the dungeon resources nearby are not very abundant. Therefore, most of our job changers can only reach level 40 or 50 in their lifetime. We can barely resist the beast invasion, but beyond that, it's hard to achieve anything significant. And now, I am going to tell you something very important. I'm afraid that Yunzhou today has become the legendary place blessed by the gods. Zhang Mingshu's words were shocking, and they really caused a stir among the people in the audience. The people in the audience were all of noble status and had witnessed big scenes. But a mayor publicly declared that his city was a place blessed by the gods. They had never seen such a scene before. Looking at the extremely surprised expressions of the people in the audience, Zhang Mingshu nodded with satisfaction. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Please watch the VCR." After saying that, he opened the video he had recorded before. What was captured in the picture was Li Yang's previous display of strength. A large plant formation that resists the beast tide and prevents it from advancing any further. And the kind of violent explosion that created the world. Those thrilling scenes all teased the nerves of everyone present. Oh my god, what kind of strength is this? I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person in our Yunzhou. No wonder they say our Yunzhou has become a place blessed by the gods. Wait a minute, I remember the conference materials I sent out earlier said that the theme of this conference was a young man named Li Yang. Is it possible? The members of the parliament were shocked and whispered to each other, discussing the content displayed on the screen very enthusiastically. In the back row, Lu Feng, one of the parliamentary representatives, looked a little serious. The current situation is somewhat beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the reason Zhang Mingshu convened this meeting was because he had found a new job changer with extremely rare talent and high training value. Although this is true, but he didn't expect that this so-called new job changer actually possessed such strong strength. Newborn? The extremely violent explosion in the video could not possibly be the power displayed by a low-level job changer. This is a disaster. He originally wanted to make things difficult for Li Yang, but he didn't expect that Li Yang's strength was so powerful. This is a bit difficult. Watching the discussion among the crowd, Zhang Mingshu on the stage smiled slightly. Then, it was the same as when we first prepared. He opened his mouth and talked in detail about Li Yang and the Tongxin plan. He planned to report Li Yang to the imperial capital. With Li Yang's strength, it should be more than enough for him to be included in the so-called Tongxin plan. If successful, this will be the first elite talent in Yunzhou to join the Tongxin plan. For the entire Yunzhou, this is a huge step forward. By then, Yunzhou's overall strength and status will be improved. It is definitely a good thing for Yunzhou. Therefore, after Zhang Mingshu said that he had made special arrangements and reported Li Yang's case in advance by bypassing the parliament, the people present did not express any objection. After all, there are people who are willing to sign the highest level of confidentiality regulations and attend this meeting. In essence, they are all people who hope that Yunzhou will become better and prosper. Zhang Mingshu's choice was correct, so why shouldn't they follow his lead? At this time, Wei Songfeng happened to bring Li Yang to the conference room. The two entered through the back door, found a place to sit down, and did not attract much attention. Just when I was about to sit down and wait for the results, a voice suddenly rang out. I object. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man sitting in the middle seat standing up with his hands raised high. Looking at the content displayed on the big screen on the stage, he added decisively, I have objections. This man named Li Yang has had some contact with my family, so I know him a little bit. Although Li Yang's strength is very strong and his talent is extremely rare, there is no doubt about that. But he has a rather fatal problem, which Mayor Zhang did not mention. That is, there are huge problems with Li Yang's character and lifestyle. When we recommend talents, especially those at the level of the Tongxin project, we must conduct thorough investigations. This is not only responsible for the Tongxin project, but also for the entire China. Li Yang, who was sitting in the back row watching the show, just took a bottle of water from Wei Songfeng. He took a sip and then spat it out with a puff. No, who has a problem with their lifestyle? Fortunately, before he could say anything, Zhang Mingshu on the stage had already asked for him. This Representative Lu Feng. Words are not enough, everything must be based on evidence. How are you going to prove that what you say is true? Empty talk, without any basis or evidence. He started by saying that Li Yang's lifestyle and character were problematic. It's ridiculous. Seeing this, some other representatives began to whisper to each other and discuss. Lu Feng stood up from his seat, glanced at the other representatives around him who were looking at him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then he took 2 steps at a time, walked directly to the stage, and took out some papers from his pocket. People who are closer can easily tell what it is. It was written in black and white and stamped. This is obviously a contract. But what does a contract have to do with Li Yang? Everyone present was a little confused. Even Li Yang frowned and showed great interest in this. He really wanted to see what was wrong with his lifestyle. Lu Feng on the stage raised the contract in his hand high and said, Everyone attending this meeting, you should have read Li Yang's personal information, right? According to the information, Li Yang's family has been poor for generations, and has always lived in the countryside outside the city. His family has always been poor, and he doesn't have any wealthy relatives. When I was in college, I even had to rely on government subsidies to barely survive. But it was this person who was able to find my father's bank a few days ago, use a large amount of gold to apply for a gold card that normal people have no right to apply for, and even signed a trading contract with my father Lu Xian for a period of time. As for the origin of this money, Li Yang explained that it was a family tradition. Just ask yourself, how could a normal farmer, a poor kid living outside the city, have so much family heirloom gold? There are many doubts about this. Until the investigation is complete, the report should be postponed. The words are convincing and convincing. Upon hearing this, the representatives in the audience were suddenly in an uproar. So, Representative Lu Feng is saying that Li Yang's identity is fabricated? Indeed, how could a child from a commoner family possess such powerful strength? Some dissenting voices gradually emerged from the audience. Most of these words came from some business tycoons who had interests with the Lu family. As the general manager of Yunzhou Bank, Lu Xian has a good personal relationship with them, so he will naturally stand on Lu Feng's side at this time. At this time, Lu Feng received support and stood on the stage with a slight smile on his face. However, he didn't notice that Zhang Mingshu on the stage and Wei Songfeng in the VIP seats below the stage both showed an expression of trying not to laugh. Where did this gold come from? They know it very well. To be honest, when I first heard Li Yang say that he could create endless gold, they were both a little surprised. The rampant growth of gold may destroy Yunzhou's market economy. Fortunately, Li Yang did not intend to leave these things around all day long. Instead, he said that he knew the consequences and would exercise restraint. So Zhang Mingshu just thought that he had discovered a gold mine, and as long as it was not thrown away indiscriminately, there was no need to impose any restrictions. I didn't expect that such a thing would be made into a big fuss by someone with ulterior motives. Could it be that Lu Feng has a grudge against Li Yang? At this time, in the seats below the stage, a burly man with a rough face stood up, crossed his arms, and said, "Slowly. Let's put things one way and the other. What we're discussing now is whether Li Yang should be supported. Besides, before questioning others, please ask Representative Lu Feng to put himself in the right position. Our ultimate goal is to support talents, not to deliberately make things difficult for them." Lu Feng's face changed and he looked a little embarrassed. Others who stood on Lu Feng's side also began to speak up for Lu Feng. It seemed that a good meeting was about to turn into a war of words. Zhang Mingshu had no choice but to wave to Li Yang in the VIP seat. Then, he coughed and said to everyone, "Everyone, if we continue this pointless discussion, we won't get anywhere. Why don't we just let Li Yang himself tell everyone about it?" As he spoke, Zhang Mingshu waved his hand and invited Li Yang to come on stage. Li Yang did not refuse. He patted his butt, stood up and walked straight to the stage. When he passed by the strong man who spoke for him, he nodded to him symbolically. The strong man waved his hand and said nothing more. Li Yang walked quickly to the stage and glanced at Lu Feng, who was standing there with his back straight. Zhang Mingshu smiled lightly and said, "Student Li Yang, since some people are curious about this matter, it would be more appropriate for you to speak in person. By the way, you can also take this opportunity to introduce yourself to the representatives of the parliament below. After all, the main purpose of this meeting is to help Li Yang get as much support as possible so that Li Yang can get enough resources before leaving Yunzhou." Moreover, the incident with the marigolds was not exposed in Zhang Mingshu's video. Whether to make it public or not depends mainly on Li Yang's opinion. Li Yang opened his storage ring very calmly. He pulled out 2 sacks of gold coins, threw them on the ground, and said leisurely, "Since everyone has questions, let me reiterate them. These gold coins were found in my ancestral home some time ago. In fact, Mayor Zhang and Minister Wei can both prove it, so there is no need for me to say more. However, also because of the Lu family's character and work style issues, I have decided to unilaterally cancel the cooperation with Yunzhou Bank. I still have quite a bit of this family heirloom gold, but it's useless to keep it, so I want to slowly convert it into consumable currency. If you are interested, I also hope to take this opportunity to find a new partner." After hearing the need for proof, Wei Songfeng also stood up from the VIP seat at the back, smiled slightly, and nodded. Military and municipal leaders also testified. The authenticity is beyond doubt. Even if it is fake, it has to be true now. Unless Lu Feng wants to go against the military and the municipal government at the same time. In the audience, some business tycoons who originally stood on Lu Feng's side could not take their eyes off the glittering gold coins on the ground. Especially when he heard Li Yang say that he was unwilling to cooperate with Lu Xian's Yunzhou Bank anymore and needed to find a new partner, he seemed very excited. After all, in the business world, money is fleeting, but gold is eternal. The reason they stood on Lu Feng's side was simply because of the face of Lu Feng's father Lu Xian. But since Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng both clearly stood on Li Yang's side, Li Yang's character is beyond doubt. All beings are equal in the face of interests. There are obvious benefits right in front of us. What does being a mere general manager of Yunzhou Bank mean? I think since this student Li Yang has the support of the municipal government and the military, there's nothing for us to doubt. That's right. Since Mayor Zhang thinks it's okay, we naturally have no objection. Mr. Li Yang, I'm the branch manager of Huaxia Universal Bank. If you need to exchange a large check, we can provide related services. Hey! Are you jumping the gun? Li Yang, we're from the Gilded Years Real Estate Development Company. We also have savings services, and they can be exchanged for fixed properties across China. If you're interested, Student Li Yang, please consider us. Our members are highly reputable and well established throughout China. Student Li Yang, there are still us. We can be friends. Originally, Lu Feng wanted to use this issue to trip up Li Yang. However, he did not expect that his actions would indirectly create an opportunity for Li Yang to promote himself. It brought him closer to those business leaders. Bah! What a bunch of snobs! He watched as those big guys who had been on his side just a second ago turned against him one after another. Lu Feng was so angry that his back teeth were broken, but there was nothing he could do. This meeting convened by the municipal government soon came to an end. Lu Feng failed to steal the chicken and ended up losing the rice. He wanted to escape in disgrace after the meeting. However, Li Yang would not indulge him. While the municipal and military personnel were present, the incident of senior sister Feng Wen's recommendation quota being replaced many years ago was brought up. Without saying anything, reported on the spot. Lu Feng was also sent in for investigation, and he also kept his younger brother Lu Xing company. And in the time that follows, through Zhang Mingshu's introduction, Li Yang also successfully established connections with bigwigs from all walks of life in the parliament. As representatives of the majority, most people in parliament actually consider the collective perspective. It is undoubtedly a good thing for everyone that Yunzhou City has such a strong job changer. If Li Yang can really join the legendary Tongxian plan, it will be tantamount to a good publicity for Yunzhou. For everyone present, it is 100 benefits with no harm. After the meeting, many members of the parliament did not leave. Instead, they lined up in the conference room, hoping to meet Li Yang. Student Li Yang hasn't graduated yet? He just changed jobs last week, and he's already changed 3 times. He's truly a hero from a young age. This kind of strength is simply astonishing. He is worthy of being someone that Mayor Zhang values. During the previous battle against the Beast Tide, it was thanks to Li Yang that he was able to hinder the Beast Tide's attack progress. Yunzhou was able to receive such good protection. We all owe you a thank you. Student Li Yang, I'm from Daqin Heavy Industry. My main business is producing specialized heavy vehicles for the group and various military units. While this may not overlap with your profession, if you need anything, please contact me. Here's my business card. Student Li Yang, I'm from Jiajile Real Estate. To thank you for your previous protection of Yunzhou, our group would like to give you a piece of real estate in Yunzhou. I hope you can accept it. Student Li Yang, I'm the head of the Yunzhou Blacksmith Association. I'm also from a commoner background, so when I first saw your information, I wanted to give you something. This wristband is a special item that our association has collected. I hope you can use it. The person in charge of the Blacksmith Association who presented the gift last was the strong man who had just spoken for Li Yang. Li Yang thanked them one by one, and the thing in his hand could no longer be held. Seeing these people in front of him throwing things around as if they were free, Li Yang even felt it was a bit outrageous. An unlimited supply of potions, clothes tailored to the highest standards, and treasures from the Blacksmith Guild. Even the Yunzhou Agricultural Association managed to get a set of enchanted hoes and rakes for Li Yang from somewhere. It seems that this time it went smoothly. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng smiled at each other, and they had never been in such a good mood. Today, Li Yang is considered the most important talent in the entire Yunzhou. After today, Li Yang can even walk around Yunzhou with his free will. With the efforts of the military and municipal government, perhaps Li Yang can be pushed all the way to level 60 before the investigation team from the imperial capital arrives. Level 60 is an insurmountable peak for ordinary job changers. In a small place like Yunzhou with relatively scarce resources, upgrading is not an easy thing to do. After the job changer reaches level 60, the 4th level, the difference brought by each level is quite huge. And according to Li Yang's own description, it seems that after the fourth turn, he will be able to possess the thing mentioned before that is as powerful as a missile. It's called something like corn cannon? Of course, his current strength is not weak either. Report, Mayor Zhang, the imperial capital has just contacted us. They have reviewed the information you sent and have shown great interest in Li Yang. The investigation team is ready to depart and will arrive in a few days. At the same time, they also hope that we can cooperate to conduct an experiment together. A secretary came in from outside and reported the situation to Zhang Mingshu in a low voice. When Zhang Mingshu heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Experiment? What experiment? The secretary scratched his head. I don't know. They didn't reveal much. I only know it's related to the Tongxian project. Also, according to the Imperial Capital Observation Bureau, the next hidden dungeon should appear near our Yunzhou. I hope we can be well prepared and gather people to explore it. Zhang Mingshu nodded and said in a deep voice, okay, I understand. Hide the copy. As a limited-time copy that appears randomly and contains a large amount of loot, it is bound to cause quite a stir once it appears. Moreover, the level of the hidden copy is mostly related to the level of other local copies. That is to say, according to the average level of the dungeons near Yunzhou. This hidden copy is probably at around level 40 or 50. Such copies will open rifts all over the world at the same time, and the rewards will cause competition among all parties. As long as you can finally clear the level, you can get the reward for the hidden copy. It often brings some unexpected little surprises to the city or even the country where you live. For example, the copy resources increase, the Warcraft level increases and so on. From a more professional perspective, it can be regarded as some kind of small world-class copy. In short, this is a godsend opportunity, a good chance for Yunzhou to make a leap forward. Must take it seriously. It was almost evening when Li Yang left the municipal government. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng left first due to busy work, and then arranged a car for him to go home. Li Yang searched his pockets and confirmed that the 5 or 6 storage rings sent by bigwigs from various parties were not lost, then got in the car and went home. I have to say that these people in the parliament are really willing to give gifts. When he came here this morning, Li Yang was still a job changer with nothing but a few sacks of gold and extraordinary strength. Now, he owns 10 properties in Yunzhou City alone. There are 6 apartments and 4 villas. Some places are even located near mountains and rivers, and are the kind of residences that only extremely wealthy people can afford. Wei Songfeng also expressed his hope that Li Yang could move to the military headquarters. After all, Li Yang's identity has changed, so it would be better to have someone protect him to be on the safe side. But Li Yang politely declined. After all, the most important thing to Li Yang now is his plants. Therefore, sunlight, water and soil are essential. If you move to the city, your ability to take care of plants will be greatly affected. There was no other way. Wei Songfeng could only give him an emergency communicator with positioning to connect directly with the military. Whenever Li Yang needs help from the military, he can use this thing to contact the military at any time. Li Yang had no choice but to accept it, and only then did Wei Songfeng let him go with peace of mind. As for the rest, apart from those strange enchanted farm tools and various storage rings filled with potions, the wristband given to him by the president of the Blacksmith Association is the thing that Li Yang is most satisfied with. Name, Blood Spring Wristguard. Rarity, Purple Epic. Item description: when your health drops below 20%, the wristband will automatically trigger and continuously restore 50% of your health. Passively triggered health recovery effect. At a critical moment, it might save your life or something. There are quite a lot of strange and bizarre equipment in this world. An epic piece of equipment can achieve this effect. Then won't the legendary equipment in the future be better? If he had the chance, he would like to make one for fun. After Li Yang returned home, he skillfully continued to plant sunflowers in the yard. The sky gradually darkened, but under the sunlight released by the sunflowers, it did not seem very dark. Li Yang rubbed his hands and began his routine. Unlock all the newly acquired plants and experiment with them one by one. Rather than just talking about it on paper, he wanted to see firsthand how powerful his plants were and what role they could play. So, Li Yang opened his system interface. The first thing that catches your eye is the fiery red hot peppers. Fiery chili, each planting consumes 125 points of sunlight, cooldown is 50 seconds, and preparation time is 1 second. Plant trait: after 1 second of charging, the fiery chili pepper will erupt with a wide-ranging, blazing fire. This fire will continuously burn all monsters below level 60, increasing in intensity with level that come into contact with it, creating a high-temperature wall of fire that lasts 10 minutes. Another explosive skill. Compared to the cherry bomb, it is even worse. Moreover, Li Yang noticed one thing. After reaching level 40, the killing range of plants changed from below level 40 to below level 60. In order to confirm that he was not mistaken, he also specifically retrieved the plant information of the pea shooter. After seeing that the enemy level limit was also level 60, he nodded with satisfaction. In this world where everyone changes jobs, everything is linked to data. Whether it is a person, equipment, or Warcraft. The level of data directly determines the strength of the individual. But his plants completely break out of this framework. Don't look at the data, just talk about the rules. Don't be fooled by the cute appearance of these plants, they are a mess. Under the rules of level 60, if I say you must die, and even the King of Hell cannot stop you. Sure enough, the saying that you should never compete with funny characters in fighting ability is true. Li Yang exchanged for a batch of hot pepper seeds and put them into his storage ring. He wasn't stupid enough to test such a powerful plant in his own small yard. If a fiery chili pepper were planted here, the entire village would probably turn into ashes in an instant. TSK. After the fiery chili pepper test, the next one is coffee beans, giant puffball mushrooms, and charm mushrooms. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about this coffee bean. Finally, the mushroom plants that Li Yang had exchanged before were revitalized. With coffee beans in place, the ice mushrooms and even the destruction mushrooms that will be used in the future will not have to be summoned out to sleep in broad daylight. Li Yang first threw the charm mushroom on the ground with an attitude of giving it a try. With the sound of plants growing, a patch of white fungus stalks spread across the ground. The fungus stems quickly closed and spread upward. After a while, it turned into a mushroom with a 7-colored umbrella cap on its head. This image is really similar to the one he saw in the game. But isn't this too big? The charm mushrooms we have in mind only work after being eaten by zombies. It's such a big thing, and it looks very dangerous. How could there be anything to eat? Li Yang remained skeptical and opened the plant's information interface. Charm mushroom consumes 75 sunlight points per planting, cooldown of 30 seconds, effective range of 50 meters. Plant characteristics: charm mushrooms release an irresistible fragrance that is irresistible to creatures below level 60, increases with level. Consumed, they will be charmed for 8 hours. During this period, charmed units can be affected by your third talent. Can directly control living things? It is worthy of being called a charm mushroom. Although it looks very dangerous, it can still be eaten by people very actively. Although it is essentially a disposable plant that disappears immediately after being eaten. But this 8-hour-long enchanting effect is already quite outrageous. And this charm has some other uses. The charmed target can be affected by his third talent. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and selected his third awakened talent, Plant Empathy, in his career interface. This talent allows one to establish a sensory connection with all the plants. Those creatures that are enchanted by the charm mushroom can also. Thinking of this, Li Yang activated his talent. Then, his consciousness instantly entered a dark space. But, darkness is just the background color. Looking closely, there are many white spots of light floating in this space. These spots of light can be moved farther or closer at will based on his consciousness. When you get closer, you will find that these are not spots of light, but independent visions. He could clearly see the perspective of all plants. This talent is outrageous. If it weren't for the system forcing it down to the ordinary rarity of white. I guess the moment it is born, it will directly cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth? But why does the system keep suppressing the rarity of my talent? For uniformity? Li Yang couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. Then, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He opened the door and called the big yellow dog that was guarding the house of the old man opposite. Feed it the charm mushroom. Then, almost in the next second, he immediately found something different from those countless visions. The enchanted yellow dog. Li Yang selected it and then established a direct sensory connection with it. Then, in an instant, it was as if the entire person's consciousness was stripped from his body and stuffed into another completely disproportionate body. Looking down at his dirty legs, Li Yang suddenly felt as if he was in another world. This was his first time experiencing what it was like to be a dog. Because of the effect of the charm mushroom, Li Yang could even directly control the dog's body and took 2 laps on the nearby dirt road. Awesome, this is incredible. Li Yang was amazed, and then cut off the spiritual connection with the yellow dog, giving it freedom. The big yellow dog kept wagging its tail at Li Yang. It probably thought that it had just had a meal for nothing. Li Yang smiled and closed the door. Next. Torch stumps, pumpkin heads, ground spikes. Li Yang took advantage of the abundant sunshine and spent it freely and confidently. After testing, it was found that these plants had some enhancement to varying degrees. In addition to changing the properties of peas, the torch stump also has the ability to enchant blank weapons. In addition to its large-scale attacks, the giant enchantress also has the ability to directly corrode armor and deal true damage. The pumpkin head is even more interesting. It can be placed not only under your own feet, but also under the feet of the enemy, directly turning it into a single cage that is quite resistant to beatings. After playing around with them, Li Yang shoveled them all up with satisfaction. Now he can't wait to go into the dungeon to try out the true power of these plants. As usual, Li Yang cleaned up the yard and planted a new round of sunflowers. By the way, some marigolds are also mixed in with the sunflowers. After all, after receiving the benefits given by everyone in the parliament today, Li Yang also signed new cooperation agreements with several larger banks. If he gave them a few sacks of gold from time to time, he would have more money than he could spend. Under Zhang Mingshu's guidance, the people in the council gradually accepted the fact that Li Yang's family had an ancestral gold mine. There were even some mining companies that wanted to cooperate with him, but were rejected. But it must be said that the life of this mine owner is really plain and boring. After planting the plants, Li Yang returned to his room, washed up briefly, and lay down on the bed to go to sleep. As a result, when I checked my phone before going to bed, I saw the latest news released by Yunzhou officials not long ago. The Imperial Capital Dungeon Observation Bureau reports that a limited-time hidden dungeon will open near Yunzhou City tomorrow. We hope all job changers will seize the opportunity and actively explore the dungeon. Those who successfully explore will receive a bonus of up to 50 million and the opportunity to customize a set of epic armor for free with the Blacksmith Association. Li Yang looked at the phone screen and raised his eyebrows slightly. From memory, the limited-time dungeons contained a global hodgepodge of both monster types and reward types. After successfully completing the hidden copy, you can even get benefits for an entire area. Yunzhou might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to rise to prominence. No wonder the municipal government is willing to offer a reward of 50 million. This money can even ensure that an entire family will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. And see the appendix of the message. It seems that the military has also organized its own strategy team, ready to participate in the strategy of this hidden copy. Due to the special nature of hidden copies, the same copy will open up multiple rifts around the world. Therefore, it is definitely not just Yunzhou that has its eyes on this copy. It is even very likely that there is more than one country, China. The competition looks like it will be very fierce. Byte. New quest, complete the walkthrough for the hidden dungeon, Dawn Canyon, 0/1. Mission reward, 100,000 sunshine points, 1 plant formation storage card, capacity, 500 plants. Just as I was thinking about it, the system suddenly rang in my mind. As expected. What you say will come true. Li Yang smiled, turned off his phone, and lay on the bed, muttering to himself, "Okay, Tonesy, don't worry. Let's go into the dungeon tomorrow and take a closer look at what's going on inside." Li Yang took a special look and found out that the copy would be open at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Go to bed early today and get up early tomorrow. Should be able to catch up. Thinking of this, Li Yang set an alarm. Then he fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, far away in the imperial capital, an airship was about to set sail. A girl in white plush pajamas and with silver hair was standing on the deck in a daze. The cold wind blew her hair up and penetrated into her clothes through her collar, making her shiver. "Miss Bai, please go back to the cabin. The airship is about to take off. After we take off, the temperature will get even lower." A man who looked like a soldier walked out of the cabin and spoke. The girl called Miss Bai turned around and gave a kind, slightly tired smile. "Okay, I understand." The soldier nodded and prepared to leave. But before he left, the girl suddenly called out to him, "By the way, sir, do you know much about Yunzhou and the job changer named Li Yang in Yunzhou?" The soldier was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Sorry, that place is too remote and I have never been there. As for the job changer named Li Yang, we haven't received any relevant information yet. All I know about his ability is that he can grow some very special plants. I think this is also the reason why Tan Xuanzi sent you there. You can ask Director Dongfang for detailed information later. Please rest assured, Miss Bai, we will do our best to ensure that there will be no problems with your outing." Miss Bai nodded and bowed slightly. Such formal etiquette made the soldiers on the opposite side feel a little restrained for a moment, and they didn't know how to respond. Miss Bai didn't care too much, but smiled lightly and returned to her cabin. "Is this Miss Bai from the Bai family? She is as elegant as the rumors say." Another soldier came over and said thoughtfully, "She's more than just elegant. She's also one of the very few people in China who have changed their job to a life-related profession and entered the Tongxin division. This title is unprecedented." "That's right. Whether it's family background or personal ability, Miss Bai is among the best. Honestly, being able to reach this point today as a life-related job changer is truly admirable." "That's nonsense. Okay, what's the point of lamenting all day long? Let's quickly check the ship's facilities again. We're ready to set sail." Following the latter's shout, the ship began to shake slightly. The anchor was pulled up and the anti-gravity formation was activated. The huge airship slowly floated up and set sail towards the distant Yunzhou city. Time passed quickly and it was just dawn. Li Yan was awakened by the alarm clock. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and then stretched comfortably. New quest, complete the walkthrough for the hidden dungeon, Dawn Canyon, 0/1. Mission reward, 100,000 sunshine points, 1 plant formation storage card, capacity, 500 plants. The system's familiar voice echoed in my mind. Li Yang rubbed his face which had become stiff from sleep, and while getting up to change his clothes, he joked. "Oh, that's enough, don't worry. Aren't we going now? By the way, what's the purpose of the formation save card in your reward?" The system responded immediately. Plant formation save card, capacity, 500 plants. Save a custom plant formation as a preset. When needed, you can directly use the save card to release the formation. This will consume all the required sunlight for all plants at once, but all plants you summon share a cooldown period. Note, each save card has only one save opportunity. Once saved, it cannot be reset. Simply put, it is to use one cooling opportunity to summon 500 plants at the same time. Although the required sunlight value remains the same, the time saved is no less. Establish formations instantly, very useful no matter where you are. It seems that this thing has a very high cost effectiveness. But Li Yang still needs some time to consider what specific formation to keep. The most urgent task at the moment, of course, is to check out the so-called hidden copy. After packing up, Li Yang took a taxi to the place where the copy appeared in the report. Hidden copies are similar to other normal copies but different. Generally speaking, an ordinary copy consists of a stable rift as the core, and a large area of environment near the rift that has been transformed by alien creatures. It usually takes about 5 to 10 years to create an ordinary copy. Hidden copies are cracks that appear suddenly and disappear suddenly after a period of time. It can only be predicted by certain specific methods and cannot exist stably for a long time. The appearance of hidden copies is almost completely random. Therefore, for ordinary job changers, they just need to miss this opportunity. I'm afraid I'll never encounter this again in my life. This hidden copy appeared in an undeveloped forest west of Yunzhou City. Because it is close enough to Yunzhou City, it is naturally handed over to the Yunzhou officials. The military of Yunzhou City sent people over overnight to build temporary facilities around the place where the copy will appear. When Li Yang arrived, the place was already crowded. The copy opened at 8 o'clock, and Li Yang came here at around 6 o'clock. It was almost 2 hours early, but the place was still packed with people and very lively. Job changers of all ages gathered around here, some gathered in groups of 3 or 5, while others were alone, staying silently in the corner. There are also some people who just shout loudly, hoping to team up with strangers and go in to explore together. Which handsome guy is willing to join the team and be the front row? If you join the team, you will get a black stocking photo of the pastor lady. I want to pay to level up my team, but only for the first half. Is there anyone here? Beautiful lady, come play in our team. We have a lively and friendly atmosphere and a lot of handsome guys. Li Yang walked through the crowd and moved slightly towards the front row. After walking a few steps, I saw 2 familiar people. Hey! Li Yang? You haven't come to class for a few days. Did something happen? Is the matter between you and Lu Xing settled? I think Lu Xing and our homeroom teacher have been arrested. The ones who spoke were a pair of twin brothers in Li Yang's class. The 2 of them are not very talented and their grades are just average. Therefore, Li Yang was somewhat surprised to see them in such a place. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you 2 here, to grind?" Hearing this, the 2 brothers opposite smiled slightly. Sort of. Hee, to be honest, we were shameless and followed the second best brother from our academy here to level up. After all, hidden dungeons are hard to come by. Clearing them once can significantly shorten our novice development period. Oh, right. You don't have much impression of the second best guy on our school's list, right? Actually, it was the second best guy on our school's list at the time, the fire mage Sugue from the class next to us. Actually, if you hadn't suddenly appeared and suppressed everyone by 20 levels back in school, with Sugue's abilities, he should have been the undisputed number 1. Oh yeah, speaking of which. Li Yang, how on earth did you manage to reach level 20 right after awakening your profession? And even with a livelihood profession, that's outrageous. Li Yang smiled and said, "It was just luck." The 2 brothers waved their hands, obviously not believing Li Yang's words. Then, seeing Li Yang appear here, he suddenly realized something terrible. "No, Li Yang, you just changed your job not long ago, right? How dare you ask us what you are doing here? Are you here to level up as well? Do you want to join us? Let's go tell Brother Su that it won't be a big deal to bring one more person with us later." Li Yang shook his head. "No, I just came here to join in the fun." Upon hearing this, the 2 brothers opposite immediately showed doubtful expressions. But, this dungeon's difficulty level is quite high. If you don't find a few more people to team up with, aren't you afraid of getting into danger if you go in alone? No, you look so confident, could it be that you have already? Li Yang said calmly, "I'm level 40. The 2 brothers looked very unhappy. Li Yang smiled. Helplessly, "Actually, my own talent is not that outrageous. It just so happened that the municipal government took a liking to me, so they took the time to help me level up a bit." The more I explain, the more pale the result becomes. The 2 brothers on the opposite side waved their hands repeatedly to interrupt Li Yang's Versailles speech. "Alright, brother, alright, please stop talking. If you continue, my brother and I will be jealous to death. Congratulations, though. I've been through so much in the academy, and now the hardship is finally over and the sweetness is finally coming. Li Yang nodded and continued to chat with them for a while. Then, a familiar voice came from behind. Li Yang, you're here too? I turned around and followed the sound, and saw Fongwen in uniform walking towards me. When the twins saw Fongwen, their eyes widened in shock. After all, she is a person printed on the photo wall of outstanding graduates, and Fongwen's appearance was at the level of an absolute school beauty a few years ago. Now that she has entered the military, her well-trained body and increasingly mature temperament make her appear to have a unique charm. This young lady is not the Fongwen on the photo wall, right? I've heard of your name for a long time, and now I finally see you in person. Senior Fongwen is several times more beautiful than in the photo. Oh my god. Li Yang, how did you get to know senior sister Fongwen? The two people's voices were not loud, and Fongwen on the other side did not hear them. Then Fongwen walked straight to Li Yang and said with a low laugh. Speaking of which, Li Yang, are you also interested in this hidden copy? I see you seem to be alone, why don't you just join us? The official strategy team is short of a DPS class position. If you're willing to join us, our efficiency will definitely be high. As she spoke, she extended her hand to Li Yang very sincerely. Li Yang thought about it for a moment. Anyway, his goal is to pass the level. You can try it by yourself or with an official team. The latter is safer and more professional. Well, why not do it? So he nodded and held the hand that Fongwen extended to him. This scene really made the twin brothers next to them dumbfounded again. Fuck, Li Yang actually has this kind of relationship? Thinking about it this way, it makes sense why he leveled up 20 times in 2 days. Having an official guide is such an honor. Looking at Li Yang chatting with Fongwen, the twin brothers' tone was full of sourness. Not only them, but also some other civilian job changers around them were shocked and envious. The military's official strategy team would actually take the initiative to seek cooperation with such a young job changer? Who is this guy? Li Yang's joining also surprised the other people in the strategy group. Several of them have witnessed Li Yang's strength. There is no doubt about Li Yang's fighting ability. It is said that it is convenient for them to take care of each other, but in fact, some people have already felt that Li Yang will be the only one to lead them in this dungeon strategy. This offensive team formed by the Yunzhou officials is composed of elites from the first and second teams of the military, with a total of 8 members. 2 front row players, 2 auxiliary players, and 4 output players. It's just that one person encountered some problems today and couldn't make it in time. As for the leader, it was naturally Fongwen. On the other side, the twin brothers who had just greeted Li Yang also reunited with their team. Brother Su, we are back. The two brothers waved. Not far away, a young man in a fiery red wizard robe slowly raised his head following the voice and smiled at the two brothers. He is the Su Gue mentioned by the two, the number 1 in the academy ranking list, second only to Li Yang. However, he is different from Lu Xing, who has already been arrested. Su Gue is obviously a much better person. He is completely not on the same level as Lu Xing. If Li Yang's strength is unreasonably strong like a plug-in, then Su Gue's strength is very reasonable and well-founded. A rare and seldom seen combat profession, the fire mage. Coupled with extremely rare epic talents and excellent personal academic performance. If it weren't for Li Yang, he would be the undisputed number 1 in the entire academy. After the impact of the beast tide gradually subsided, he also tried his best to improve his level in the shortest time. In addition, he has also awakened an epic professional talent, which gives him the ability to kill monsters above his level. Although it also received attention, it was not as sensational as Li Yang's at the time. However, even so, Su Gue himself simply attributed it to his own lack of effort. Li Yang, who has a daily life job, can achieve that level. Then there is no reason why he can't do it with such a rare profession. So, taking advantage of the opening of the hidden copy, he also came to look for his own opportunity. After the basic preparations are completed, it is almost time to open the dungeon. Accompanied by the sound of space being torn apart, a dark crack appeared right on the open space that had been prepared long ago. Then, it quickly expanded to the size of a door and remained stable in this state. The hidden dungeon, Dawn Canyon, is now open. All class changers, please prepare and enter in an orderly manner. The municipal staff responsible for monitoring the status of the copy and managing the rift stood up and shouted. Then he removed the roadblocks in front of the rift. Suddenly, countless job changers filed in and rushed into the dungeon. The same is true for Su Gui's team. Their team also consists of 8 people, with Su Gui as the core. However, their purpose of entering the dungeon is mostly to level up outside the dungeon. Relying on the advantage in numbers, you can gang up on lone monsters. As long as you kill a monster that is higher than your level, you will get a huge experience reward. Instance, Dawn Canyon. Recommended level, LV.40 LV.60. Introduction, this is where the dawn rises, and where heroic souls fall. 5 rifts are open in this instance, accommodating a total of 4,300 human class changers. As everyone entered the copy's information gradually appeared in front of everyone. After a quick look, Su Gui led his teammates and slowly began to explore forward. Nothing noteworthy along the way, until they encountered the first monster in this dungeon. A dawn wolf of over level 40. Although Su Gui had seen magical beasts over level 40 before. But for some reason, the monsters in this copy, whether in terms of intelligence or other aspects, it was completely different from what he had fought in other copies of Yunzhou before. It was just a monster, but it took them a lot of effort, and they finally killed it by relying on a group fight. Looking at the kill tips and the experience shared by everyone, Su Gui couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this time, on the other side, the team of job changers, led by Fong Wen and Li Yang, is making steady progress. Thanks to the team members' extremely tacit cooperation, none of the monsters they encountered along the way could survive for more than 5 minutes. Ordinary monsters over level 40 were all cleaned up like chopping melons and vegetables. All that was left was a mess. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Wolf, LV-45. Congratulations on earning 1100 experience points. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Wolf, LV-48. Congratulations on earning 1250 experience points. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased, LV.40 LV.41. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Wolf, LV-46. Congratulations on earning 1255 experience points. According to the process given in the copy, there are only the lowest level and most basic monsters such as the demon wolf at the outermost edge of the copy. Li Yang was too lazy to even do it. You just need to follow the team forward, gain experience from your teammates, and level up slowly and leisurely. Although because it is a team state, the experience gained will definitely be lost. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, you are being led by others, so comfort is the most important thing. During this time, he also grew some coffee beans on the ground. After harvesting, they were distributed to the surrounding team members as snacks. The coffee beans exchanged from Dave's shop can not only allow mushroom plants to move normally in broad daylight. For humans, it also has a certain amplifying effect. Just one pill can directly eliminate fatigue and restore a lot of energy. Although this effect is not very meaningful, if you are tired and sleepy, you can just go to sleep. There is no need to use coffee beans to stay awake. Generally, it can only be taken out and used when exploring dungeons like now, or other times that require high concentration. After using the coffee beans, the team members felt full of energy, and the slight fatigue from getting up early was instantly swept away. The efficiency of killing monsters and advancing forward also increased a lot. Relying on this speed, it didn't take long for them to encounter the first boss in this copy. Elite Warcraft, Dawn Wolflord. Level, LV.54. Introduction, a figure who stood out from the Dawn Wolves. After experiencing countless life or death battles in the Dawn Canyon, he eventually grew into a seasoned and ruthless Wolflord. He can use his power as a Wolflord to summon his friends and wolves, or use the terrifying speed honed in battle to threaten enemies at any distance. Judging from the introduction, this thing's specialty is speed, and it seems very powerful. But, so far, this is just a hint. There was no wolf lord or wolf pack in front of them. Looking at the empty space in front of them, everyone present felt a little lost. If you don't kill the boss, the road ahead will be blocked by an air wall and you won't be able to get in at all. They dawdled in this situation for a while, and even until the other Yunzhou job changers caught up, they still didn't find any trace of the boss. This is really strange. Could it be that this boss doesn't dare to fight us and has secretly run away? We won't be stuck at the first level with an unspawnable boss, right? The job changers around were talking about it. But the next moment, someone from one of the teams suddenly exclaimed, "It's coming! It's so fast!" Almost at the moment the sound was made, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes nearby and rushed to the back of the crowd at lightning speed. The moment the unusual movement occurred, an archer from the military department of Li Yang's team immediately made up for the damage and instantly killed the black shadow. Solve! You scared me! I thought it was some formidable monster, but it's so fragile it dies with just one touch. An archer in the team waved his hand, summoned the arrow back, shook off the blood on it, and put it back into the quiver behind him. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Wolf, LV-48. Congratulations on earning 1250 experience points. When they saw this prompt pop up, everyone in the team was stunned. Is this just an ordinary Dawn Wolf? But its speed is obviously different from those we just encountered. What is going on? Everyone was confused. But these doubts were answered the next second, accompanied by a shrill wolf howl. In the surrounding bushes, red eyes gradually lit up one after another. Among them, a pair of terrifying eyes, with sharp gazes, were staring straight at the job changers here. Here we go again. Everyone, prepare to fight. The job changers present immediately took a defensive stance and prepared to fight. Only then did everyone realize it. This boss is not a so-called wolf lord at all, but an entire wolf pack led by the wolf lord. With the blessing of the wolf lord, all the nearby dawn wolves received an extremely terrifying speed bonus. He was clearly able to fight hard with many job changers in their 40s just a second ago, but now he suddenly started a one-sided pursuit. Wolves came from all directions, forming a large black shadow, and kept pouncing on the lone job changers. And the targets of their attacks are very clear. All of them are the most vulnerable and important auxiliary professions in each team. As long as there is a slight negligence or teammates fail to follow up in time, those auxiliary professions who are fragile and have no means of self-preservation will be dragged away by the wolves in an instant. Sudden chaos began to spread among these Yunzhou job changers. Those who had originally been thinking of just grinding for fun have now truly realized the value of the hidden dungeon. Yunzhou is a very inconspicuous city in China with few resources and a slow pace of life. The job changers in Yunzhou can only kill monsters around level 50 at best. They themselves usually don't go beyond this level. They have long been accustomed to the leisurely brushing of books and the easy passing of levels. I even forgot one thing. Copies, or rather, these spatial rifts from other worlds. The original purpose of appearing on the blue planet was a real invasion. Every monster in the dungeon is eager to eat human flesh and devour human bones. Once the two sides engage in battle, the only outcome can be a fight to the death. Is this really a level 40 or 50 monster? Why is it so powerful? I don't want to brush anymore, I want to go home. What are these? Why are the monsters in the hidden dungeons so terrifying? Everyone, hold steady. If the formation breaks down, there's no hope. You beasts from another world, sneak attacks are nothing, come and fight Grandpa head-on. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Screams, curses, and the howling of wolves mixed together. This made the people watching outside the copy terrified. Although we often see on TV how many people died and how many battles were fought when a certain area was being opened up. But in fact, they don't have much idea. After all, although Yunzhou is a poor place, it is indeed very comfortable. They haven't been involved in things like opening up new dungeons for many years. What on earth is going on in this copy? This is too scary, isn't it? Holy crap, is this a wolf pack? Don't we have wolf-type monsters here in Yunzhou? They can't even compare to these guys. At this rate, let alone the strategy, it will be difficult for those job changers inside to escape unscathed, right? Look at the eyes of that wolf leader. Those things feel like human eyes. It understands human nature. After hearing this, the people watching outside turned their attention to the leader of the wolf pack, the so-called boss, the Lord of the Dawn Wolf. The guy had black hair like steel needles, bulging muscles, and teeth flashing coldly. Those blood-red eyes were filled with a cunning that was totally inconsistent with its race. This guy seems to know how to hunt humans. The monsters in this dungeon are quite powerful. Let's come back and regroup before making any plans. When she was on full alert, Wei Songfeng's voice rang in Fong Wen's ears. As the minister of the military, he must of course keep an eye on this rare hidden copy raid. So before entering, Fong Wen was asked to prepare a micro camera and a communicator in advance so that they could keep in touch at all times. Even the decision to recruit Li Yang into the team was actually made after careful consideration. But it seems that if they continue at this pace, there is no chance of successfully conquering the country before teams from other countries. I'm afraid Li Yang's personal safety will also be threatened. On one side is Li Yang, and on the other side is Yunzhou's opportunity for development. Wei Songfeng and Zhang Mingxiu, who was watching nearby, didn't even hesitate and resolutely chose the former. Immediately order Fong Wen that she must execute the evacuation order first, even if it was just to protect Li Yang. Fong Wen nodded and prepared to tell Li Yang the truth. But looking back, she found that Li Yang was missing. Fong Wen was startled and looked around quickly. It turned out that Li Yang was standing on a huge nut that had been planted at some unknown time, and was examining the surrounding terrain. At the same time, Fong Wen was not the only one who noticed Li Yang. The Lord of the Dawn Wolf, who had been hiding in the dark, narrowed his eyes and noticed the guy standing the tallest. Next second, the Dawn Wolf Lord growled and commanded the wolves to change their attack target and rush towards Li Yang. As a result, there were several pop sounds. The wolves rushing in the front had their bodies covered with a layer of blue frost. Ouch! The Wolf Lord was stunned and a little confused. The job changers here also noticed the wolves that were trying to attack but whose speed had obviously slowed down. What's going on here? In this state, are the wolves being slowed down by some kind of ice magic? Are you kidding me? Whose magic can catch up with the speed of this wolf pack? Wait, there really is. The crowd dispersed a little, revealing the light blue plants that had been planted inside at some point. The plant, which was almost as tall as a person, swayed gently and rhythmically, spitting out blue peas at an extremely fast speed from a mouth-like place at a fixed frequency. The fist-sized pea smashed into the monster and shattered instantly, sending it flying. The surface of the monster that was hit was instantly covered with a layer of white frost, and its entire body turned a blue color similar to frostbite. It's Li Yang's ice archer. In the municipal building, Wei Songfeng and Zhang Mingxiu, who were sitting on both sides of the desk, recognized this thing at the first moment. I couldn't help but shout out excitedly. But the power displayed by Li Yang is far more than that. When everyone was in chaos just now, he had actually already made plans in advance. Positional warfare is what he is best at. The ice archer slows down the opponent, while the dual shooters deal damage. The wolf pack led by the Dawn Wolf Lord is not small. But compared with the beast tide that Li Yang had dealt with before, it was a bit insignificant. When the wolves were restrained by the fire net set up by several ice archers, the nut wall seeds sown by Li Yang in advance also began to develop rapidly. An indestructible wall was formed, with Li Yang as the center, and it was piled up layer by layer. Many people saw Li Yang standing on the central nut wall, but they didn't know who he was. Some people also want to know his name. In the end, there was only one answer: Li Yang. No one seems to know where he lives or what his background is. These job changers only know one thing. This Li Yang who suddenly stood up and saved everyone. He is definitely a super awesome boss. Everyone, lower your head and squat. Li Yang, standing on the nut wall, spoke slowly. The voice was not loud, but some of the people closest to them actively helped shout. Brother Li Yang has spoken. Everyone lower your heads and squat. Keep your heads down. Everyone quickly followed his instructions and squatted behind the shelter of the nut wall with their heads in their hands. Fong Wen and others were no exception, but they still looked up curiously, wanting to see what Li Yang was going to do. But Li Yang just moved his fingers, took out an inconspicuous yellow-brown seed from the storage ring, and threw it on the ground casually. As soon as the seed touched the soil, it took root and disappeared instantly. Then, it breaks out of the soil at an extremely fast speed, takes root, sprouts, and bears fruit, all in one go. It turned out to be a creature half a man's height, growing out of the ground. Chili? Some people looked curiously through the gaps between the nut walls, their hearts filled with doubts. The wolf lord on the opposite side also slowly emerged from the shadows, his scarlet eyes fixed on the thing that was planted, and he bared his teeth and growled. Then, its gaze slowly moved upwards. He met eyes with Li Yang, who was standing on the nut. Was the expression in that human boy's eyes one of contempt? It raised its head and neighed, commanding the wolves hiding in the bushes to rush out. With its benefit, the speed of all dawn wolves was more than doubled. It was as if a dark storm was blowing across the ground, sweeping with a bloody smell and rushing towards Li Yang. But Li Yang here was not in a hurry. He raised his hand calmly and snapped his fingers. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the red pepper that was grown expanded at an extremely fast speed. A brief second later, an extremely hot flame burst out. Boom! A wall of fire several meters high instantly enveloped the bushes. A large number of demon wolves that had not yet approached were engulfed in the flames and burned to ashes. Those hard hairs now become excellent combustion aids. The wolf pack that was so aggressive just a second ago now turned into stray dogs howling everywhere with nowhere to escape. Your fiery chili killed the dawn wolf, LV 42. You gained 4,200 experience points. Your fiery chili killed the dawn wolf, LV 49. You gained 4,900 experience points. Your fiery chili killed the dawn wolf lord, LV 54. You gained 5,400 experience points. A bright light representing experience emanated from the almost carbonized corpse of the demon wolf. They all fell on Li Yang. After flashing a few times, the halo symbolizing upgrading lit up again on Li Yang's body. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased, LV.41 LV.42. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased, LV.42 LV.43. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased, LV.43 LV.44. 3 consecutive promotions. Most of the job changers who can enter this dungeon are veterans around level 50. Since the dungeon resources near Yunzhou are relatively scarce, at this level, the time required for them to level up may even be extended to several years. Li Yang, on the other hand, advanced 3 levels in less than a few minutes. The job changers around them could only envy him. After all, Li Yang's strength is there, so even if he levels up 10 times, everyone will be convinced. Congratulations to Li Yang, the job changer, for successfully killing the boss, the Lord of the Dawn Wolf. The air wall leading to the deeper part of the second route, where job changer Li Yang is, has been unlocked. Job changers on other routes are urged to speed up their progress. The announcement from the system instantly echoed in the ears of every job changer in the dungeon. Looking at the prompt that popped up in the career system in front of me, Su Gue and the others who were still fighting the lone wolf near the entrance were stunned. Is this Li Yan? Is this Li Yang from our academy? Is the profession of farmer so outrageous these days? Damn it! Our teacher kept saying that people like Li Yang will have no future. I didn't expect that after just a few days of not seeing him, he has already become so strong. Brother Su, how about we go and seek refuge with Li Yang? On the other side is the municipal building. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng, who had been staring at the screen, wanting to see what Li Yang would do, stood up excitedly. Keep circling around the desk. How much more has Li Yang not revealed? It's so strong. This pepper is even better than the cherry one. A powerful weapon. This is truly a powerful weapon. It's been going on for so long, and the wall of fire is still burning. Such a large group of wolves, with an average level of around 50, just evaporated in an instant. When will the investigation team from the imperial capital arrive? If they don't come soon, Li Yang can just rule the mountain here and there's no need to enter the damn Tongxin division. On Li Yang's side, after seeing the information about the killing of the Dawn Wolf Lord, he flicked his sleeves and eradicated all the plants present with one click. The wall of fire from the hot peppers gradually died down, leaving behind a blanket of black scorched earth. The job changers walked out from the protection of the nut wall tremblingly, and were choked by the smell of barbecue mixed with chili in the air and coughed. Li Yang, who was standing not far away, seemed to have become taller and more majestic. Many people were still a little frightened. When they finally found that they were safe, they sat down heavily on the ground and gasped for breath. Fangwan also walked through the crowd and went straight to Li Yang, asking worriedly, "Li Yang, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" "I'm sorry, we were supposed to protect you, but we ended up being protected by you." Li Yang politely waved his hand. "It's okay, it happened suddenly, there's nothing you can do. Have a good rest, and then we can move on." Upon hearing this, the other Yunzhou job changers nearby exclaimed, "Brother Li Yang, do you still want to move forward? The monsters in this dungeon are incredibly powerful. If we go any further, what if we run into something even more deadly?" Li Yang smiled and said, "What's the point of leaving this dungeon alone if you don't grind it? The stronger the monster, the more resources there are in the dungeon. If such a valuable resource were snatched away by teams from other countries, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" The job changers nearby looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Until a muscular man in a vest raised his fist high and shouted, "Brother Li Yang! I won't tell you at other times, but today in this dungeon, you are my real brother. We'll go with you." Hidden copies rarely appear in Yunzhou. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Does it mean that because Warcraft is so difficult to defeat, we have to give away the goodies in the dungeon to outsiders? You become a coward when you encounter a little difficulty. Are you still a man? After a short rest, some people left the copy out of fear, while others decided to continue following Li Yang. After clearing out some more monsters on the route, the system's announcement appeared again on everyone's career interface. "Congratulations to Ian Jones, the new classmate, for successfully killing the boss, Dawn of the Undead. The air wall leading to the deeper depths of the first route, where job changer Ian Jones is, has been unlocked. Job changers on other routes are urged to speed up their progress. All job changers need to speed up and move forward as much as possible." Another new job changer completed the defeat of the first boss. According to the information presented in the dungeon, when the hidden dungeon Dawn Canyon appeared, a total of 5 rifts were opened up in several random places in the world. Therefore, there are 5 different routes in this copy. The second line where China is located is far ahead under the leadership of Li Yang. And the job changer named Ian Johnson followed closely behind, leading the job changers from his country to catch up. The 5 entrances to the Dawn Canyon are different, but there is only one final boss to be defeated, which can be said to be the same destination. Everyone present looked at each other and unconsciously quickened their pace. The first person to kill the dungeon boss will not only get permanent use of the dungeon, but can also obtain bonuses from the dungeon for his or her region. For the entire region, it is an opportunity to make great progress. And after advancing for a while, Yunzhou's team of job changers did meet the foreign team that defeated the gatekeeper boss shortly after them. Compared with the team from Yunzhou, the other side is obviously more professional. They were wearing the same uniform attire and weapons, and it was obvious that they were a team of job changers formed by the authorities specifically to take down this dungeon. The logo on their cuffs also directly indicates their identity, the empire on which the sun never sets. The two sides met and looked at each other briefly. After seeing each other's personnel situation, the job changers from the British Empire all showed very puzzled expressions. They seemed to find it hard to believe. This large group of Chinese job changers is so casual and undisciplined. From a distance, they looked like a group of idiots on a picnic. The result was that this group of people was actually the fastest team to defeat the gatekeeper boss in the entire dungeon. The leader of the British Empire nodded slightly and said, "These people remind me of an old Chinese saying. It's like, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by a bucket." These Chinese people should not be underestimated, whether in the current hidden dungeons or in the future world-class dungeons. After saying this, he saluted towards China with some respect in his heart. Seeing this, Fangwen, who was leading the team at the front, returned the greeting with a serious look, and then walked straight ahead with the team. Before encountering the final boss, all the job changers present were heading in the same direction but on different paths. Congratulations to Sakura Country's new classmate, Yuji Fushihara, for successfully defeating the boss, the Demon of Dawn. The air wall leading to the deeper depths of the fourth route, where the job changer Fushihara Yuji is located, has been unlocked. Job changers on other routes are urged to speed up their progress. After a while, a new prompt popped up. Li Yang looked at the names of the job changers on the new prompt, and he knew what kind of monsters were on the fourth line without having to guess. The crowd behind him also began to talk. "Shit, what's going on? There's a Sakura man in this dungeon? I really don't want to deal with these guys. It's so annoying. Those unscrupulous little dwarfs. If we get tangled up with them, the consequences. TSK TSK TSK. It seems that the Sakura people don't have a very good reputation on the blue planet." Li Yang narrowed his eyes and talked to himself. I continued to move forward for a while, and I could hear reminders in my ears one after another. An hour after China had defeated the first boss, all lines were officially unblocked. As Li Yang's team advanced, they met with job changers from other countries more or less. But the only thing I didn't see was the so-called cherry blossom country. It seems that because the distance is too far, they can't catch up? Thinking this, Li Yang continued to move forward behind Fangwen. The boss area is ahead, everyone get ready and cheer up. As they walked, the scout and the team brought back the situation at the front. He then recruited a group of fighters and started to clean up other monsters nearby. After suffering losses at the hands of the Dawn Wolf Lord, they have begun to not underestimate the impact of the monsters. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. If you are killed by a stronger monster, you will be in trouble. Not to mention trying to be the first, it is not even certain whether the safety of one's own personnel can be guaranteed. So this time, to be on the safe side, start by killing the small monsters first. Li Yang also casually deployed his troops here. A lot of double shooters and cabbage pitchers were planted to clean up the monsters that were forced out of the corner. After gradually becoming familiar with the strength of this dungeon, the various job changers also regained their combat feel. The efficiency of monster spawning is obviously much higher than when I first came in. But no one noticed that there was a big tree 100 meters away. A dark shadow crouched in the leaves, using his enhanced vision to keep a close eye on everything here. When he saw that the plants summoned by Li Yang could kill a level 40 or 50 monster in just a few moves, a cold look gradually flashed across the face of the dark figure. While the job changers ahead were still clearing out monsters in order to pass the level. On the other side, the leveling team led by Sugue gradually found their own rhythm and began to cooperate under Sugue's command. Control connection, medicine replenishment, and continuous output. Although we are not able to confront large-scale high-level beasts for the time being, it is more than enough to attract and disperse them, and then rely on the advantage in numbers to defeat them one by one. Come to think of it, it seems like there hasn't been any new movement from the large group ahead for a long time. I don't know what the situation is like over there with Li Yang. Brother Su, after we clear out this wave of monsters, shall we move towards the main force? At this time, Sugue and others were using their own efforts to force an ownerless Dawn Wolf demon into a dead end. The twin brothers chatted while using their skills to constantly push back the wolf demons that were trying to break out of the encirclement. Sugue stood a little further away and used his skills to build a wall of fire, blocking the wolf demon's last escape route. At this pace, they should be able to increase their level experience significantly before completing the dungeon. Although it is very tiring and dangerous, it is still much better than clearing ordinary dungeons. Why? I thought of the shocking scene when I saw the prompt on the copy interface just now that Li Yang successfully killed the boss. Su Gui's mood became more and more complicated. They clearly graduated from the same college, so why is there such a huge gap? Logically speaking, his profession and talent are unique in the entire Yunzhou. He should have been the chosen one, but he has been unable to catch up with a lifestyle profession. Well, it must be because I haven't worked hard enough. Su Gui clenched his fist and encouraged himself in his heart. It seems that the teammates have almost cornered the wolf demon. Then prepare to release skills and harvest. But the next moment, a beam of strong light suddenly exploded from the center of the terrain. The sudden explosion stunned Su Gui and others present. When did the Dawn Wolf Demon learn explosive skills? They have killed so many but still haven't seen anything. The encirclement was filled with smoke. The twin brothers who were closer were blown away by the impact of the explosion. Seeing this, the pastor girl and the team quickly ran forward and helped them both up. Su Gui held the staff tightly, sensing a hint of threat. The smoke raised by the explosion gradually dissipated. Two skinny guys in ninja costumes appeared in front of Su Gui. One of them was holding a piece of burning talisman paper in his hand. The explosion just now was most likely caused by this guy. The wolves that were chased all the way here were all blown to pieces, and a bright light representing experience floated from their corpses, slowly flying into the bodies of the two guys in ninja uniforms. Ha ha ha. Kamita-kun, your use of detonating tags is becoming more and more proficient. When the talisman paper was released, these stupid Chinese job changers didn't notice it at all. The overweight guy laughed. The ninja holding the talisman raised his eyebrows and said, "It's not that I'm too strong, but these Chinese job changers are too weak. Look at them. They're probably not even level 40 yet they dare to come into the hidden dungeon and spawn monsters. I simply don't know how to write the word death. So, my actions are actually helping them understand the cruelty of the dungeon." Ha ha ha. Watching this scene, Su Gui frowned slightly, already understanding the current situation. It seems that these two little Sakura are here to steal monsters from them. But, they're just a few ordinary wild monsters. What is there to grab? I'm really impressed. How could there be a Sakura dwarf in this place? You're so arrogant in snatching monsters. Are you looking for death? The twin brothers lying on the ground had just recovered a little when they suddenly jumped up from the ground. Then they each raised their weapons and were ready to fight the two little Sakura. The little Sakura across the street seemed to be waiting for this. He immediately pulled out his weapons from behind and prepared to fight. Robbing monsters? What a joke! In a dungeon, whoever kills the monster owns it. How can there be any robbing? If you don't have the ability, don't complain about others. Besides, with your level, what can you do if your monsters are stolen? You bunch of losers, stop embarrassing yourself here. As they said that, the two little Sakura looked at each other, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing this scene, the twin brothers were immediately furious and rushed up to attack without saying a word. But he was stopped by Su Gui, who was standing next to him. Calm down, we are too far away from the Chinese army, and our people can't come to support us in time. Besides, these two guys are obviously provoking trouble, trying to provoke us into fighting them. This is clearly a scam. We should be extra careful. Seeing Su Gui being so cautious, the two job changers from Sakura country on the opposite side suddenly became a little impatient. He stood there and began to provoke and nag constantly, trying to completely anger Su Gui and others. But Su Gui didn't buy it. At this time, they are still within the route where China is located and can still get protection from China. Even if the people of Sakura country want to cause trouble, they cannot hurt others at will. There was nothing they could do. Those guys could only laugh and watch Su Gui and his companions getting farther and farther away. After everyone left, a black-armored warrior from the Sakura country slowly walked out from the shadows of the trees on the other side. Can't you keep them? The voice was hoarse and full of authority. The two ninjas who had tried to snatch the monster immediately bent down, bowed quickly, and said, "Reporting to Master Fuyuan, these Chinese class changers who strayed from their route, especially their captain, are being too cautious. We really didn't have a chance to do it. This black-armored warrior named Fushihara Yuji is the one who led the Sakura country to defeat the gatekeeper boss on the 4th route. He sighed, then said slowly. Never mind. We have other ways to slow down the Chinese team's progress. Go back and reunite with your team first. At the same time, on Li Yang's side, countless plants were released with overwhelming force, instantly killing every magical beast that appeared in sight. Once the plants have been grown to a certain scale, this is no longer a battlefield that ordinary job changers can intervene in. Many people stayed on Li Yang's side, watching the army of plants in front of them destroy every nearby monster like a tidal wave. After entering the 2nd level, the strength of Warcraft has also been significantly improved. Therefore, except for the Chinese troops where Li Yang is, other countries are not progressing as quickly. The area where the boss is located is right in front of you. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the situation around him. Only after all the plants stopped moving and he could no longer find the hostile targets in his field of vision did he wave his hand, signaling the front row warriors to go in and attack the monsters first. Of course, the latter also carried out Li Yang's orders very honestly. Although everyone enters this copy with various purposes. But after experiencing the events just now, Li Yang has undoubtedly become the backbone of everyone in the Yunzhou army. Accompanied by the roar of a beast in the boss area, a new prompt popped up. Elite Warcraft, Dawn Reaper. Level, LV.56. Synopsis: The Reaper, who has long watched over the Dawn Canyon, lives in darkness, but his heart yearns for the dawn. Ultimately, driven by deep self-contradiction, he transforms into a demon that harvests the souls of all who pass by. The Dawn Reaper attacks with his scythe, possessing the power to blend with darkness, teleport using shadows, and has a natural harvesting effect on enemies with low health. This seems to be another boss that excels at speed. But unlike the previous Wolf Lord, this time the Dawn Reaper is not simply fast, but teleportation. High flexibility, high burst, and built-in harvesting effect. If you had followed a normal dungeon strategy all the way here, you would have been extremely disgusted by this thing. But it's okay. This time, they have Li Yang. It takes Li Yang some time to arrange the plants. Therefore, under Feng Wen's command, some job changers took the initiative to fight the harvesters and took on the task of buying time for Li Yang. Since the Warcraft this time is not a pure speed type, simply using the Ice Archer is obviously not enough. Li Yang thought for a moment and threw out some corn seeds. Corn pitcher, price, 100 suns, cooldown time, 7.5 seconds, attack interval, 2.9 seconds. Plant trait, can throw corn kernels or butter blocks that ignore natural terrain, dealing fixed damage to monsters below level 60, increases with level. 10 shots of corn kernels or 2 shots of butter blocks will kill a monster. The butter blocks will also cause enemies hit to suspend all actions for 4 seconds. Butter confinement, this is real strong control. When golden corn pitchers rise from the ground. The job changers around Li Yang were all excited and full of curiosity. Along the way, Li Yang threw plants around as if he was performing magic. Almost every time he takes out something strange and unique, no two things are the same. This time, the big corn was something they had never seen before. Therefore, everyone was eager to see what kind of flower life Li Yang's new plants could bring them. Whoosh! The first corn pitcher that was planted used the slingshot-like organ on its head to throw out a palm-sized cone-shaped golden corn kernel. After the thing hit the Reaper's head and made a pop sound. Then it disappeared. Everyone blinked, confused for a moment. Logically speaking, doesn't Li Yang usually prescribe the right medicine for the right disease, choosing the right plant for the right monster? Why this time? Did he make the wrong choice? Everyone looked at him at the same time. However, Li Yang smiled faintly. Don't worry, let the corn fall for a while. With that, another well-developed corn pitcher rose from the ground. The thrower above his head suddenly sank, and a large lump of milky white butter appeared out of thin air. This smells so good. Brother Li Yang, what is this? Several job changers talked about it and some even wanted to ask Li Yang directly. But before Li Yang could open his mouth, the corn pitcher had already thrown the piece of butter out. The speed was not much different from that of the corn kernels just now, but when it cut through the air, it gave off a sense of great force and heaviness. The watchers over there were busy fighting with the job changers and had no time to take care of the flying props flying from afar. My own tankiness is pretty good, so I didn't even plan to dodge. The next moment. Puff, puff. A large lump of butter hit the watcher right on the forehead. The watcher fell into a state of stiffness that lasted for 4 seconds. The corn pictures planted by Li Yang are endless. Although the chance of throwing out a piece of butter is small. But there are enough corn pictures. After doing this, you can always connect a new one within 4 seconds to refresh the control time of the butter block. The assassins who had just been fighting with the Reaper and almost exhausted themselves to death all widened their eyes and stared at the scene in front of them with great surprise. Some people even tried to take some butter from the Reaper's heads and secretly put it into bottles to use in times of crisis. Unfortunately, the butter block is only useful when it is first thrown. After that, it's just ordinary butter. Looking at the job changers who started to output without risk, Li Yang, who was watching the battle here, couldn't help but marvel at it. I have to say, these plants are incredibly accurate. He had just been paying attention to a sharpshooter at the back of the troops. When fighting, it is easy to fire blanks. The results turned out to be those of his own plant shooters and pitchers. Although the shooting speed is not fast, the accuracy is as good as if the automatic aim is turned on. Point and hit wherever you want. Li Yang even wanted to move a flower pot, put some plants in it, and then pick it up and go away. Report, Captain Fongwen, there's something to report from the rear. Some leveling teams behind us were attacked by Team Sakura after being left alone. And it seems this isn't an isolated case. An official strategy team member, who was now assigned to manage the follow-up personnel, stepped forward quickly, saluted Fongwen, and spoke. Fongwen was next to Li Yang at this time, responsible for closely protecting Li Yang's safety. After hearing this, he couldn't help but frown slightly and asked. Team Sakura? Why are they harassing us for no apparent reason? The military member who reported the news shook his head. I don't know, but we found some relevant personnel, and they can describe the situation at that time. After saying that, he waved to the back. After a while, several familiar people appeared in front of Li Yang. 2 of them were twin brothers whom he had greeted outside the dungeon. There was another one, a female classmate with whom he had talked several times. I don't know the rest very well, but they should also be students of Tianyun Academy. The red-robed wizard at the head should be Su Gue, the second biggest brother on the list mentioned by the twin brothers. Li Yang didn't say anything, but Fongwen next to him asked about the situation first. The twin brothers and several other team members talked incessantly. I wanted to pour out all the grievances I had just suffered. Su Gue, who led the team, had a complicated expression on his face. Once upon a time, his idea of Li Yang was the same as that of the twin brothers. Although Li Yang has always had good academic performance in school, as a person working in a daily life profession, he does not have the combat capability. Being able to reach level 20 in just 2 days is probably due to the help of someone. But now, the scene he saw before him completely overturned his cognition. In the boss area not far away. It is densely packed with all kinds of strange-shaped plants. And these things were obviously made by the farmer Li Yang, who was surrounded by everyone. Recalling once again the time when Li Yang was ahead of all the graduates of the academy and reached level 20 in one go during the Beast Tide invasion. A very scary idea suddenly appeared in Su Gue's mind. Could it be that Li Yang's level at that time was obtained by fighting against the Beast Tide on his own? After the Beast Tide that night, there has been a rumor circulating among the people. It is said that a mysterious job changer single-handedly resisted a small wave of beasts outside the city. The municipal government did not publicly acknowledge the incident at the time, but it did not directly deny it either. After the municipal government took Li Yang away, these things were never reported again. So, what happened was that Li Yang had just completed his job change, and he used his abilities to single-handedly deal with a small group of beasts? And that level 20, which surpassed all the graduates of the academy, was only because the upper limit of the first transformation was level 20. How how is this possible? Thinking of this, Su Gui's eyes widened. Looking at Li Yang in front of him, the gap that he originally thought could be filled by hard work has become an insurmountable chasm. Eh? You're the Su Gui who's ranked second on our college's list, right? Just when Su Gui's mind was in a mess, Li Yang suddenly jumped to the ground and walked over in 3 or 2 steps. Su Gui was stunned for a moment, then raised his head. Yes, I am Su Gui. Li Yang smiled casually. I saw your information at that time. You are a fire control mage, second in the whole academy. Apart from your level, you are only slightly behind me in theory. I have to admit, you really do make a living by your own abilities. After all, you're much better than someone like Lu Xing. Among your peers, you are already quite impressive. Listen to what Li Yang said. Su Gui raised his head in a daze and met Li Yang's encouraging eyes. All the bad guesses about Li Yang in my mind disappeared instantly. Overnight, he changed his fate despite being poor. But he is still elegant and neither arrogant nor extravagant. This is what a genius truly looks like in his mind. It is also his role model. In comparison, my talent and hard work are simply not worth mentioning. Thank you, Li Yang. Su Gui nodded solemnly, feeling his heart filled with strength. Li Yang patted his shoulder gently to comfort him. Then, changing the topic. By the way, I heard that you guys just encountered Sakura's people. Causing trouble, right? Don't worry, since we're classmates, I'll help you. When Li Yang was halfway through his words, Fong Wen suddenly patted him on the shoulder and pointed towards the boss. Don't worry, Li Yang, look over there. At a glance. Under the joint attack of Li Yang's plants and a large group of job changers, the Dawn Reaper, which was unable to move just a second ago, suddenly broke apart. Its scarecrow-like body began to wither rapidly, as if something had been pulled out of it, and it collapsed completely. The shadow beneath him grew larger and larger, and even gradually spread to under every job changer in the venue. Then, a large number of black mud-like spikes visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from the shadows and attacked everything on the ground in the boss area. Fuck, ground spikes? Li Yang thought that besides himself, there were other creatures in the world that used similar abilities. But when I looked closely, I found the difference between that thing and the ground spikes. Ground thorns are things that grow in a fixed area, like vines and mosses. This black substance, it is simply a moving black shadow. The job changers had no way of launching an effective attack on that thing and could only flee in panic. Looking at the job changers who were caught in a tough battle, Li Yang sighed slightly and said, "It's not a big deal. I can just operate it on 2 lines. Fight the boss and deal with Sakura at the same time." After saying that, he took out some charm mushroom seeds from his storage ring and threw them on the ground. While everyone was still wondering what Li Yang was going to do, several large mushrooms with bright colors and tempting smells grew out of the ground. Oh my god, this smells so good. The twin brothers' eyes lit up immediately and drool flowed unconsciously from the corners of their mouths. This smell attracted all the job changers nearby. Although anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is something wrong with this thing, the taste is so good that you can't help but want to try it. Go find some monsters and feed them these mushrooms. Just let me take care of the rest. After Li Yang finished speaking, he waved his hand and called over 2 agile output-type professions. While handing them the charm mushrooms, he instructed. Oh, by the way, this thing is poisonous, be careful not to eat it carelessly. The 2 men looked at each other, then nodded together and left. Then, Li Yang shifted his focus back to the boss. Watching the melee in the boss area, he fell into deep thought and muttered to himself. How can I effectively attack this guy? While thinking and watching the Reapers moving frantically beneath the ground, Li Yang suddenly noticed some strange phenomena. Whenever it transforms its shadow into spikes to attack, the shadow serving as the base will instantly become smaller. And its shadow will also become lighter and fainter due to the strong light. This type of monster can be destroyed by sunlight. In that case, Li Yang blinked, pushed the crowd aside and walked towards that direction. The job changers nearby were all a little surprised, but no one dared to stop them. In front of everyone, Li Yang took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage ring and sprinkled them into the area. Then he threw a new seed in a place opposite to all the sunflowers. After a simple arrangement, wait for a moment. Before the shadow transformed from the reaper reached the center of the field, Li Yang snapped his fingers and instantly released all the sunflowers he had just planted. Dozens of sunflowers sprang up from the ground, producing the first wave of sunlight for Li Yang. In an instant, an extremely bright light appeared before everyone's eyes. The reapers hiding in the ground had nowhere to hide under the strong light and were forced to reveal their true form. Under the suppression of sunflower, he could only flee forward. Rise! Li Yang groaned. A large group of yellow pumpkin heads grew out of the ground, trapping the reapers who were unable to return to the ground. Pumpkin head, each planting consumes 125 points of sunlight, cooldown of 20 seconds. Plant characteristics: pumpkin head can be used to protect or imprison any unit below level 60, this upper limit will increase with the increase of profession level, and can withstand attacks below this level for 100 times. The thick pumpkin shell forms a prison on the ground, forming an indestructible wall. Under the restrictions of the system rules, it has a hardness more terrifying than any iron wall. The reaper let out a hoarse roar and unleashed a slashing attack around him. But he couldn't break free in a short period of time. Before the light faded, the corn pitchers who had found their targets simultaneously threw dense volleys of bullets upwards. One or two corn pitchers may not be able to throw enough butter. But when the attack is launched by an entire army of pitchers, then the result will be different. Corn kernels and chunks of butter streaked across the sky, forming a barrage of bullets. Half a second later, the sound of puff-puff spread throughout the battlefield. The Dawn Reaper in the center was instantly drowned in butter and was overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, the people watching nearby exclaimed in amazement. This set of small combos made some of the battle-hardened job changers around him admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Ask yourself, if they were in this situation, would they be able to make such a calm decision? Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng, who were far away in the office of the municipal building, looked at the real-time broadcast on the screen and raised their eyebrows at the same time. I didn't expect that Li Yang's ability to judge on the spot is quite good. I remember old Su saying that Li Yang's academic performance was always in the top 3 in the academy, especially in the dungeon tactics and techniques subjects, where he was number 1 in the academy. TSK, no wonder. If he hadn't been scheduled for the Tongshan project, I really wanted to recruit him into the military. Zhang Mingshu smiled and ignored Wei Songfeng's words. At the same time, this is the copy. After controlling the boss, Li Yang turned and left the area where the boss was. There is the illumination of the sunflower, the imprisonment of the pumpkin head, and the control of the corn pitcher. Killing this guy is just a matter of time. On his side, he still has some other work to do. Li Yang took a deep breath and activated his third talent, plant empathy. With this talent, he can share senses with any plant he plants, and even control targets enchanted by charm mushrooms. At this time, the charm mushrooms had been fed into the mouths of nearby monsters. Under the control of Li Yang's third talent, they gradually gathered in a certain area, forming a presence similar to a small beast tide. Now, the problem of beating boss has been properly handled. What remains is to deal with those little cherry blossoms that were causing trouble earlier. Li Yang's sight began to shuttle through his own talent space. After a while, I found the ones I needed among the vast branches. The number of charm mushrooms that he handed over was actually only about 10 units. But a few of them were lucky enough to fall into the mouths of some leading monsters. Social monsters that live in groups often follow their leader. Therefore, Li Yang can even directly control the beast groups under these Warcraft leaders by controlling those leaders. It looks like there are only a dozen charm mushrooms, but they can control nearly 100 monsters. In terms of combat power, it is not very strong, but it is more than enough to disgust people. A large number of controlled monsters shuttled through the forest, and the amount of information they brought to Li Yang was simply terrifying. System, help me sort these things out and find the current location of those little cherry blossoms. After several days of research, Li Yang has almost figured out the nature of this system. If you ask it any random questions, it may not answer you. But be a little tougher and directly ask it to do something. There is a high probability of success. The available information has been sorted for you and automatically brought to your attention. Sure enough, following Li Yang's order, a large amount of useless information in the talent space was completely eliminated. Only less than 10 fast-moving Warcraft perspectives were left. Select to establish a connection, and the next second. Baga, it's still a step too late. Those Chinese class changers have already started attacking the second boss, and they're crushing it the entire time. If they keep this up, they'll be the first team to defeat the final boss. Damn it! If this continues, everything will be over. A burst of vulgar curses came from the perspective of a certain monster. Li Yang controlled the wolf-shaped monster to push aside the grass, hiding in the dark and observing quietly. The other magical beasts around also took their positions. Before the Sakura job changers noticed, they gradually surrounded the forest under Li Yang's control. Sasaki-kun just sent back new intelligence. According to his follow-up investigation, there is a very powerful plant-type summoner in the Chinese team. The reason why the Chinese team was able to clear this dungeon so smoothly was because of the assistance of that summoner. The scout in the team turned around and spoke seriously. Captain Fushihara Yuji frowned slightly. A powerful summoner? Could it be a special talent sent by China? If we leave it alone, whether it's seizing this hidden dungeon or competing in world-class dungeons in the future, the existence of such special talents will bring us a huge threat. Having said this, he paused, took a deep breath, and shouted solemnly. Even if we are not official members, we must have the determination and courage to work hard for the Empire. Let those foolish Chinese job changers see the strength and determination of us Sakura job changers. After saying that, the guy let out a slightly hoarse laugh. Although he couldn't see it from a distance, Li Yang seemed to be able to see the arrogant smile under the black mask of this guy. A fat guy next to him also echoed and boasted. And that Sasaki-kun is a professional ninja we hired from the Sakura military through our connections. Unlike us civilian job changers, that guy's level is the highest limit of this dungeon, level 60. I'll crush everyone in this dungeon. Such a powerful ninja, plus our team. I'm sure to win the first place in this hidden dungeon. The team member next to him bowed slightly and said, Master Fushihara, should we notify Sasaki-kun to start the operation? Fushihara Yuji nodded. Let him prepare first and continue to observe the movements of the Chinese job changers. Wait for our order. Once we're in position and make some noise, we'll have him coordinate internal and external forces to attack the plant summoner directly. Also, have him perform some disruption work if feasible. We can't let the Chinese attack go so smoothly again. The other team members straightened their backs and nodded heavily to Fushihara Yuji in the middle. Hi. The Sakura national team began to move, and it seemed that they were determined to win this time. See this scene. Li Yang held his chin, and the expression on his face gradually became solemn. He had learned two things from the words of these Sakura people. First, this group of Sakura people wanted to be the first to pass this copy, and they would use any means to do so, even planning to find an opportunity to attack the large Chinese army. The second is that they intend to take advantage of this opportunity to attack me. Originally, Li Yang just wanted to discipline this group of little Sakura by intensifying the apparent conflict. I didn't expect that they would actually set their sights on me. It's really crazy to the point that I can't even tell the difference between the big and small kings. Good. Then there's no need to wait any longer. Li Yang's eyes flashed, and he controlled the monsters lying in ambush around him to launch an attack. In just a blink of an eye, several unlucky guys standing on the edge of Sakura's team were overwhelmed by the monsters that surged like a tide and disappeared without a trace. Quick! Prepare for battle! Everyone, prepare for battle! Damn it, we've been ambushed! These monsters aren't even of the same species, so why would they team up to ambush us? This doesn't make sense. With more than 100 magical beasts, it would be very difficult to wipe out all the job changers from the Sakura country. But faced with the sudden ambush of Warcraft, these guys had to bleed to some extent, and one or two of them might even die. Before you take action next time, consider whether you are worthy of it. Li Yang muttered, interrupting the connections. Coincidentally, the expedition against the second dungeon boss was nearing its end. As several corn pitchers threw out huge pieces of butter again, the Dawn Reaper, who was trapped in the pumpkin head cage, finally met the end of his life. Congratulations to Li Yang, the Chinese class changer, for successfully killing the boss, the Dawn Reaper. The air wall leading to the deeper part of the second route, where job changer Li Yang is, has been unlocked. Job changers on other routes are urged to speed up their progress. New clues appeared and blocked roads were completely opened. Your corn pitcher successfully killed the elite monster Dawn Reaper, LV 56. You gained 11,200 experience points. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased, LV.48 LV.49. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased, LV.49 LV.50. As the first class changer to kill the second boss, congratulations on receiving the dungeon reward, Dawn Treasure Chest X1. After all, it is an elite-level monster, and the experience points rewarded after killing it are much more than those of ordinary monsters. The halo on Li Yang's body, representing his upgrade, flashed twice in a row. Then, with the last announcement, a beam of dazzling white light burst out from where the Reaper was. A silver-white treasure chest then emerged from the light and fell to the ground. Great! I didn't expect this raid to go so smoothly. At this rate, we should be able to successfully clear Dawn Canyon in less than an hour, right? Thank goodness we were lucky enough to meet Brother Li Yang this time. Otherwise, with the strength of the monsters in this dungeon, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to get this far. Oh, this treasure chest. Under the gaze of everyone, Li Yang slowly walked towards the treasure chest that emerged from the light. 1 step. 2 steps. He narrowed his eyes and deliberately slowed down his pace. At the same time, his eyes kept scanning the faces of the people around him. From the information from Sakura just now, Li Yang learned that he had been under surveillance by a ninja named Sasaki. The ninja's level was 60, which was the upper limit of the dungeon. He was very powerful and was highly regarded. The most important thing is that the target of the so-called official ninja hired from Kyoto, the Sakura country, is himself. Those Sakura people regarded him as a threat. After discovering Li Yang's extraordinary abilities, they decided to seize this rare opportunity to strangle him in the cradle. Of course Li Yang would not just wait there. Obediently. If it was a few seconds ago, when Li Yang discovered that he was being targeted, he might have been somewhat worried. But now, he was not panicking at all. Just after killing the Dawn Reaper, Li Yang's level broke through the upper limit and reached level 50. He was only 10 levels away from the level 60 ninja. Because of this level difference in relationship, Li Yang can now be said to be fearless. Let's leave out the cherry bombs and fiery peppers that are only used when you are really forced into a desperate situation. Now he still has a prop that he bought from Dave's store a long time ago but never had the chance to use. Grass Rake, available 3 times, 0/3, current status, not activated. Item features: after entering combat mode, the Grass Rake will ignore any defensive measures and forcibly kill an enemy within 10 levels of you, usable 3 times. Once that guy attacks you, it is equivalent to putting yourself in combat mode. After. He just didn't believe that a mere level 60 ninja could react faster than the system. Unfortunately, he walked all the way to the treasure chest without encountering anything. Come to think of it, even if that ninja was very powerful, he was just alone. It is impossible to do such a stupid thing as attacking Li Yang in public. If you want to lure that guy out, you must first deliberately reveal a flaw. Li Yang first opened the treasure chest in front of everyone, looked at the purple light bursting out from it, and raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. I didn't expect that I could get a purple epic reward just by killing a boss over level 50. This copy is quite generous. The purple light gradually faded away, and a silver-white cane slowly appeared in front of everyone. After seeing the cane clearly, everyone present burst into amazement. Oh my god, this is... Isn't this the thing that was on TV before? The shadow staff that sold for hundreds of millions at the Imperial Capital Auction House. I remember this thing was bought by the Imperial Capital Museum at a high price, right? I'm afraid there aren't many of these in all of China. I didn't expect to see it here. Fuck, I've been witnessing history these past few days. Dude, be careful with your words. Fuck civilization. Brother Li Yang. Can I take a picture with this staff? Oh my god. I want one too. This is something so good it could be put in the Imperial Capital Museum. Brother Yang, can I touch it? Just for once. Ah. Li Yang looked at the people around him who were gradually going crazy, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. What is going on? Isn't it just a normal monster drop? Is it worth making such a fuss? He raised his eyebrows and cast an identification spell on the silver-white staff floating in the air before him. Equipment name, Shadow Staff. Equipment type, two-handed staff. Equipment quality, purple epic. Item description, a staff imbued with the power of shadow. The holder can control shadows through the staff, releasing a fixed skill to transform into a shadow, transforming themselves into a shadow form and blending into the shadows to move quickly. This state lasts for up to 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Hiss. After looking at the equipment, Li Yang had only one question in his mind. Is the quality of this thing purple? Why is it purple? Is the epic quality worthy of such incredible equipment effects? Control the shadows. Become a shadow. Move swiftly in the shadows. Such a top-notch life-saving ability must at least be a legend. Li Yang was dumbfounded for a while, and then he realized what the problem was. This thing is indeed a top-notch life-saving equipment. But its type happened to be a weapon. It's also a two-handed weapon. If you want to use its skills, you must make sure you hold it with both hands. Generally, if you encounter danger in battle and want to use this thing to escape, you must complete a set of tedious and complicated operations such as opening the backpack, changing equipment, and using skills. If I deliberately keep this weapon equipped to save my life. For those in combat professions, it is tantamount to putting shackles on themselves. Li Yang also specifically looked at the attribute bonus of this staff. The bonus for each numerical value is 0. You know, even the white equipment that can be bought from any blacksmith shop will have an increase of 1 or 2 points in specific attributes. I can only say that this thing is really a top-notch life-saving prop. But as a weapon. It's a weapon that must be equipped with both hands. It's a bit tasteless. No wonder after seeing this equipment, the first reaction of the surrounding job changers was surprise, shock and disbelief, but no one offered to buy it at a high price. Also because this thing is so rare in the world, for normal combat-type job changers, its collection value is obviously far greater than its practical significance. Li Yang is not a combat profession. Obviously, Fong Wen and others on the side also realized this problem. The expression on her face showed the joy of being happy for Li Yang. It slowly turned into contemplation, and then shock. Li Yang's output has nothing to do with the equipment on his body. Even if he took off all his equipment, it would not affect the output of those plants at all. No need to uninstall. Look at Li Yang's current equipment. Apart from the defensive inner armor that the military arranged for Li Yang before entering the dungeon. A plain white shirt and a pair of black casual pants are basically all you need. Apart from that handsome face, there is really nothing noteworthy about his body. At most, he wore 2 life-saving wristbands given to him by the president of the Blacksmith Association. In comparison, the job changers next to them were dressed in a very flashy way. Dress like Li Yang and enter this copy. Either he is a big boss who is confident in his decision, or he is a complete lunatic. It is only fitting that he holds a staff that has no combat power in his hand. Okay, pack up and get ready to move on. Li Yang held the staff in his hand and waited slightly. The people around immediately came to their senses, responded quickly, regrouped and prepared to continue on their journey. On Li Yang's side, he raised the shadow staff thoughtfully and pointed it at the bushes on the side. What's wrong? Li Yang? Fong Wen noticed Li Yang's strange behavior, so she walked up and asked curiously. Li Yang nodded and said slowly. This piece of equipment seems to have a greater benefit to me than I imagined. Fong Wen was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Li Yang pointed at the thorns that had grown out of nowhere in the shadows of the trees in the distance and said. Look over there. With my strength, it's impossible to throw the seeds that far. But with the help of the staff, I can place the plants directly there. The description of the staff said it could control shadows. I didn't expect it could be used this way. Fong Wen was stunned, her expression a little bewildered. At the same time, in the office of Yunzhou City Municipal Building, Mayor Zhang Mingshu also nodded slightly, holding his chin and muttering. Did you use the characteristics of the shadow staff to extend your attack range? Although it's not a novel use, combined with Li Yang's abilities, it can indeed accomplish many unexpected things. Hey, old Wei, didn't you say you'd give Li Yang something to remember him by when he left? I think it would be better to give him some items and accessories that can extend his attack range. He probably won't refuse. Wei Songfeng, who was sitting on the other side, did not respond. He had already opened the software of Yunzhou's official auction house and started looking for similar items for Li Yang. Bagia Road. Where on earth did all these magical beasts come from? That's damn right. When Li Yang had regrouped and started to advance deeper, the Sakura Country team, which originally planned to launch a surprise attack, barely managed to deal with the large group of monsters brought by Li Yang. Looking at the report coming from the career system in front of him, Hua Xia had successfully defeated the second boss. Sasaki, the ninja who was responsible for monitoring the movements of the Chinese team, also sent back the news that Li Yang had opened the shadow staff from the treasure chest. Captain Fushihara Yuji gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it! If it weren't for those monsters causing trouble, we would have already killed those Chinese class changers. If we're lucky enough, we should have been able to keep this shadow staff. Bagia Road. The scout responsible for maintaining contact with Sasaki ran back from the front and bowed to Fushihara Yuji. Master Fushihara. Sasaki-kun said that the Chinese are preparing to move on. If they continue their attack at this rate, I'm sure they'll be able to defeat the final boss in no time. Until then. Although he didn't continue, Fushihara Yuji was very clear about the consequences. At this rate, before the main team from Sakura Country can defeat the second boss, the Chinese team will have completely completed the attack and returned with a great victory. They've put so much effort into this dungeon strategy, but if they can't even guarantee victory, they will be ashamed to face their compatriots. No, we can't wait any longer. Everyone, speed up. Immediately rush to the Chinese team to create a disturbance and give Sasaki-kun an opportunity to assassinate that special talent. Fushihara Yuji gave an order, and the team members around him responded in unison, "Hi." Then they activated the acceleration still together and flew towards the direction provided by Sasaki. A group of people no longer hide their murderous intent and have reached a state where they are willing to do anything to win. Even the nearby monsters were forced to retreat by this momentum and hid in the nearby bushes, not daring to show up. Every Sakura job changer has an extremely determined expression on his face. For the sake of their Sakura country, they are willing to do anything. Then, within 5 minutes, they were stopped halfway by the plants that Li Yang had arranged in advance. The dense wall of nuts covered by pumpkin heads blocked every possible path to pass through. The rest of the loopholes that could be exploited were all tightly blocked with spikes that had never been used before. Earth Spike, each planting consumes 100 points of sunlight, cooldown of 7.5 seconds. Plant characteristics, spikes will attach to any surface they can, being indestructible to conventional attacks. They will automatically grab nearby enemies and extend their spikes, dealing fixed damage to enemies below level 60, this cap increases with class level. Some brave guys tried to cross, but after stepping on the lichen-like plants, they were instantly tied up by the vines spreading out from them and could not break free. A large number of white spikes burst out from the vines, each one was enough to take their lives. Damn it! It's a trap. This is a trap set in advance by that plant-type summoner. No, why didn't Sasaki tell us in advance? Bagialu. Bagialu wow. Of course, the ninja named Sasaki who was in charge of surveillance could not tell them. Because these plants were all secretly placed by Li Yang using the shadow wand. Only after he had left a certain distance did he give the order for the plants to start growing. Even though Sasaki had been keeping a close eye on Li Yang, he had no idea what Li Yang had done because he didn't know the principle of his ability. Fushihara Yuji suddenly used the samurai sword in his hand to cut off a white spike that was extended, and withdrew from the attack range of the ground spikes. Looking at nearly half of his teammates who were trapped, he threw his hands in anger. Those who can still move freely, follow me around. There is no time to waste now. We must stop the Chinese job changers from advancing further. At any cost. After that, another half an hour passed. Li Yang, who deliberately followed at the end of the team, was holding a magic wand and moving forward slowly and leisurely. After successfully defeating the second boss, the level of the monsters encountered later was much higher. But correspondingly, the number is much smaller. When a large number of job changers gather together, those magical beasts with good single combat strength will be taken away instantly without even having the chance to launch an attack. The little bit of experience that was revealed was barely retained due to the influence of such a large number of people. Li Yang was not interested in the little experience left, and his attention was now on the so-called ninja Sasaki. Even though he had exposed his weakness, Sasaki, who was going to carry out the assassination, still didn't make a move. As expected of a ninja, this is too tolerant, isn't it? If we don't take action now, China will be able to pass the test smoothly. Brother Yang. Senior sister Fangwen said that if you are tired, she will let the whole group stop and rest for a while. The twin brothers at the end of the team suddenly ran over, waving their hands and shouting loudly. It turned out that Li Yang's deliberate slowing down of pace was interpreted by Fangwen as fatigue. After all, Li Yang has experienced 2 boss battles, and he was the main force in both battles. Fangwen was worried that he would exhaust himself, so she sent someone to ask Li Yang if he needed to rest. The main force has stopped, and Fangwen and a few others are rushing towards this side. Li Yang was at a loss for words, and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Let's keep going and take Xiaodong first. I'm waiting for someone. The twin brothers looked at each other and asked together, waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for? Li Yang smiled but didn't say it directly. Instead, he silently used his innate space to shift his focus to the plants placed behind him to block the road. I thought those spikes and nut walls could hold them back for quite a while. But after he looked over there, Li Yang discovered it. Those Sakura job changers are really unscrupulous. Of the original team members, more than half have disappeared. Those teammates who were entangled by the ground spikes and unable to break free were simply left there to struggle. The rest of the people disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that they had taken a detour. Those who were trapped by the spikes and nut walls had no way to break free without the help of their teammates. Some people were even pierced by the spikes and died on the spot. These damn little Sakura guys don't even want to live anymore. Aren't they too crazy? Li Yang muttered to himself, and his twin brother heard him. Brother Yang, what is Sakura? What happened to Sakura? Li Yang shook his head. Let's go meet up with the main force first, maybe later. Before he could finish his words, a loud noise suddenly came from the jungle behind him. Boom! A beam of white light rose from the ground, rushed into the sky, and then exploded violently. The monsters in the jungle were alarmed and began to become restless. Li Yang frowned, knowing what had happened without having to think. Those little cherry blossoms are about to take action. Almost at the same time, a shadow flashed on the trunk of a nearby tree. A short man in a pitch-black ninja uniform landed behind the group, grinning and twirling the short sword in his hand. Li Yang, right? I've been holding back for so long. You also set up those traps in the back in advance, right? You were able to set up the mechanism right in front of me without making a sound. What a terrifying person. If he were born in our country, he would have a bright future. For the prosperity of the great Sakura, you will die here. After saying that, Sasaki directly used his skills to create 5 or 6 shadow clones, which rushed towards Li Yang together. Sasaki knew very well that although Li Yang was temporarily behind, he was not far away from the main force of China. As long as he moves a little slower, there will be little hope of killing Li Yang after the main force arrives. He had to complete the assassination before anyone could react, and then escape under the cover created by his team. No trace left in the whole process. Holy crap! There really is a little Sakura. Brother Yang. What should we do? The twin brothers were completely caught off guard and were startled by Sasaki's sudden appearance. But he still took out his weapon and stood in front of Li Yang at the first moment. Looking at the current situation, it is obvious that Li Yang is being targeted by people from the Sakura country. Since the enemy wants Li Yang dead, it means they are afraid of Li Yang. At this time, they would definitely not give Li Yang away. Although they are students who have not yet graduated, they still understand this principle. If you want to attack Li Yang, just step over them. If you can, just drag it out. Wait until the Chinese army comes back and see what this guy can do. Sasaki's level is already the ceiling level in this copy. He is almost half a meter taller than the twin brothers who came here to level up. This level of grade suppression is not only reflected in the data. The momentum unleashed by both sides was also vastly different. Sasaki's clone rushed in front of the 3 people almost instantly, and the ninja sword in his hand, flashing with cold light, passed directly between the 2 twin brothers and almost stabbed Li Yang's neck. Fong Wen and others who came from afar were so frightened by the scene in front of them that their hearts stopped. They quickly raised their weapons and rushed towards Li Yang with a bunch of skills. But it's too late. There aren't many agile attacking professions among them, not to mention that the ninja on the opposite side is already right in front of Li Yang's face. Even if their speed could be increased 10 or 20 times now, it would still be too late. Host detected entering combat state. Prop's grass rake has been activated. The next moment. Just as the ninja sword was about to pierce through Li Yang's neck. But it came to an abrupt halt and stopped there. The ninja named Sasaki opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen something horrifying. The shadow clones around him that were used to divert attention disappeared in an instant, and the knife in his hand could not move forward even a little bit. There's something threatening him. He couldn't describe what the thing looked like, but the keen perception brought by years of experience still sent danger signals into his mind. Alarm bells rang in his mind. If he took another step forward, he would definitely die. What on earth could have such a strong oppressive force? His gaze slowly moved downwards, landing on an ordinary grass rake. No, when did a rake appear here? He hadn't seen it when he rushed over just now. Who could put a rake on the ground so quickly? Moreover, I don't know whether he is crazy or the world is crazy. The thing that brought him a strong sense of oppression was the grass rake in front of him, which appeared inexplicably. Looking at Sasaki, who suddenly stopped and withdrew his hands, Li Yang showed an expression of contempt on his face. Why don't you do it, you wimp? Weren't you so awesome just now? Why did you suddenly become so weak? If you don't do it, don't blame me for doing it. Myself. After saying that, Li Yang bent down, picked up the rake on the ground, and walked towards Sasaki Rin. In an instant, an extremely powerful sense of oppression pressed down on Sasaki's head. The grass rake, which was less than 2 meters long, seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds in an instant. It came crashing down on him with overwhelming force. At this moment, Sasaki seemed to see everything around him being crushed by the huge grass rake like a mountain. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and everything was silent. He wanted to escape, but his legs seemed to be stuck to the ground and he couldn't move at all. Ah! Sasaki screamed in fear and made random hand gestures, using a substitution technique that could only be used once a day. The whole person turned into a wooden stake with a puff. He instantly appeared more than 10 steps away, holding his chest, and looking at Li Yang holding a rake in shock. There is no earth-shattering collapse, no end of the world. It seemed to be just an ordinary lawn rake, and it didn't even make much noise when it hit the ground. Baga Yalu. Damn Chinese monkey, how dare you tease me? Baka Yaru. Sasaki covered his chest and breathed heavily, seeming to be still a little frightened. He didn't understand what he had just seen. Is it an illusion? But that feeling of oppression is definitely real. That lawn rake. No, it's that guy named Li Yang. What's going on? Where did you get your mother from? You bastard, get back here and die. Li Yang is just a farmer after all. The speed attribute is much worse than other combat professions. But he still relied on the fact that the skill of the lawn rake was not fully triggered, and he fearlessly swung the lawn rake and chased after him. Anyway, the level difference between the two sides is exactly 10 levels. If the Sakura ninja is hit by the rake, he will die instantly. When Sasaki saw Li Yang like this, he seemed to understand something. Once the idea of attacking Li Yang came into his mind, he was faced with a devastating sense of oppression. If he were to be controlled by that state again, he would have no way of escaping with his current condition. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in China? He couldn't understand. Fong Wen and others who had thought that support was hopeless in the distance saw Li Yang running around with a rake chasing the ninja. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. What's going on? Wasn't Li Yang attacked just now? How come? Have the poles reversed? Who is assassinating whom? Judging from the speed and skills that the ninja just displayed, his level is definitely not low. Now he is being chased by Li Yang, and he doesn't even dare to get closer to Li Yang. It's just so weird. And what is the rake in Li Yang's hand? Why have they never seen each other? But after a second of hesitation, Fong Wen immediately reacted. Hurry up and catch that guy. Don't let him get away. Actively invading another country's lines in a dungeon, and premeditatedly attacking another country's job changers. He has seriously violated Chinese law. Don't even think about getting away with it. Su Gue followed closely behind, immediately closing the distance and building a wall of fire, blocking Sasaki's escape route. After chasing for a while, Li Yang suddenly stopped, raised the shadow staff in his hand, and slammed it on the ground. Suddenly, various plants began to emerge from the shadows of the nearby trees like mushrooms after rain. A massive wall of nuts burst out of the ground, blocking all surrounding passages. The Sakura team who tried to provide support from the rear were also blocked outside and could not move forward. Sasaki had nowhere to retreat and was forced to the edge of the nut wall. Looking at Li Yang who was pressing him step by step, he shouted. I surrender. I admit defeat. Private Marseille. I know I was wrong. I am willing to become your prisoner. You're just a job changer, you don't have the power to execute people. You can't kill me. Have you forgotten? Attacking a class changer from another country in a dungeon is a violation of your Chinese laws. Violating the law? I violated your mother, Gobi. Now you know how to talk about the law? My rules are the rules. What's the use of you telling me the rules? If you fall into my hands, you will be in great trouble. For this despicable little Sakura. Li Yang didn't tolerate it at all and started cursing. Also plugged the shadow staff in next to it. He took out a green pumpkin seed from the storage ring and threw it at Sasaki's feet. Squash, each planting consumes 50 points of sunlight, cooldown of 30 seconds. Plant trait, 3 seconds after the melon is born, it can lock onto a unit below level 60, this limit increases with class level, within a 5-meter range, leaping high and smashing down to instantly kill. Seeing the half-human high-green squash growing wildly, Sasaki on the opposite side turned pale with fear, and his voice changed in tone as he shouted. Etc. Don't you want to know why I'm here? Don't you want to know why I attacked you? I have information that you don't know. I'm going to tell you. I have information that I haven't revealed yet. Before he could finish his words, Li Yang interrupted his plea with an extremely calm voice. Stop it, shut up for me. Ever since you and your gang were planning to attack me, I've been keeping my eyes on you. You son of a bitch, are you still trying to be mysterious? These words instantly made Sasaki feel like he was falling into an icy cave, and the biting cold spread from his feet all the way to his head. How? How is it possible? As a ninja trained by the official of Sakura country, specializing in lurking and assassination. His actions were actually noticed by Li Yang from the very beginning? A simple sentence can be more hurtful than any insult. Sasaki stood there in a daze, stammering, his eyes becoming a little dull. At this time, the squash next to it had also completed its growth and made a sound. Then he jumped up and smashed down with a tremendous force. Boom! Large cracks visible to the naked eye were smashed into the ground. The huge pumpkin disappeared in the dust, leaving behind a blur of flesh and blood whose shape could not be seen clearly. Li Yang! Spare your men! Ah, this. I should be able to get something out of this guy. Fangwen staggered over, walked through the smoke and dust, and looked at the devastated scene in front of her, speechless. Li Yang shrugged. This guy is an official employee trained by the Sakura Kingdom in Kyoto. He was hired to clear the dungeon. After the first boss was defeated, he has been following me and trying to kill me. These guys are planning to clear the dungeon first, and they're resorting to such underhanded tactics to hinder us. That's about all the information I have. Anything else you want to ask? There are people behind. As he spoke, Li Yang raised his hand and pointed to the layered wall of nuts in front of him. At this time, those guys who made a noise and were preparing to cover Sasaki's evacuation had already encountered a new round of attacks from ground spikes outside. The wailing sounds can be heard clearly here. Fangwen was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the enemy's tracking and assassination were unexpected events that had been carefully planned. It was all within Li Yang's calculations. Including this time of being left alone, it was also an action he took to get involved personally. Li Yang had already arranged everything, set up a tight net, and waited for the enemy to come to him. It's so terrifying. Looking at the looks Fangwen and others gave him, Li Yang shrugged slightly, picked up the shadow staff and walked aside. Only after the main force approached did he remove the layers of nut walls. Those tightly bound Sakura class changers were still trying to escape, but unfortunately they were entangled by the ground spikes. Any struggle would only make the ground spikes entangle them tighter. Fushihara Yuji. Fangwen walked up skillfully and took away the duplicate passes of those people, checking them one by one. After confirming the identities of several people, he slowly frowned. Unauthorized entry into another country's lines, stealing magical beasts, and plotting to attack job changers from other countries. Your actions can be considered a serious invasion. After hearing what Fangwen said, Fuyuan Komaji himself did not show any sign of fear. He even said righteously that he had no regrets and that this time he was just one step behind. If he had the chance again, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Now that I have been caught, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. The same was true for the many small cherry blossoms next to them. They all raised their heads and looked very strong. It was as if they were not evildoers who attacked other countries' routes without authorization, but some kind of messengers who enforced justice. Fangwen was worried about having to interrogate these guys after she got out. Looking at those Sakura people with determined faces, Li Yang suddenly strode forward and came in front of Fushihara Yuji. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she looked at him. To deal with a bastard like you, we have to take some extraordinary measures. Fushihara Yuji still hadn't realized what he was about to do. The next second, Li Yang raised his foot and kicked his crotch with lightning speed. Bang! Ah! Yammeet! Fushihara Yuji's face turned purple in an instant, and then turned blue within a few seconds. Nothing happens. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and the corners of his mouth began to tremble rapidly at an extremely unnatural frequency. Finally, one of them couldn't hold on any longer, and fell to the ground with a thump, twitching in pain. Seeing this, his teammates were frightened and turned pale, and quickly begged for mercy. Us? We were hired to support the ninja named Sasaki. We have no intention of attacking Chinese job changers. That's right, we were just following orders and didn't do anything to hurt you. We know we were wrong. We won't do it again. We all have yellow skin, so we're one family, one family. Looking at the flattering expressions of those guys, the twin brothers standing behind them all showed disgusted expressions. Damn, who would want to be related to people like you? Why don't you just take a piss and see what kind of morals you have? Ugh, stop being disgusting, okay? Seeing that Li Yang's move had achieved good results, Fang Wen on the side also showed a look of admiration on her face. Afterwards, after entering the information of these guys into the local crime database of Yunzhou, Fang Wen ordered people to tie them all up. These Sakura job changers have no way to deal with this. I originally heard that the official personnel of China are quite rigid and only do things according to the prescribed procedures. They were thinking about whether they could take advantage of this to test the bottom line of these people. However, after seeing Li Yang's methods, they completely lost their initial arrogance. They all looked dejected, having obviously foreseen their own future. Even if they are given a lighter sentence, they still face several years in prison. Then, Li Yang used his pumpkin head to pin all these guys down. Now, they still have dungeons to clear and have no time to waste with these guys here. After the dungeon is completely cleared, I will slowly deal with them. At this time, outside the copy, the military, having received the news, had already prepared special cars and luxurious rooms to pick up these uninvited guests. Wei Songfeng personally ordered that these guys be thoroughly interrogated. After that, about half an hour passed. Without any weird guys causing trouble, Li Yang didn't need to prepare any measures to prevent sneak attacks. Use those plants to push your way through the dungeon. Before the second country that defeated Dawn Watch appeared, the last boss was solved at the speed of light. Congratulations to Li Yang, the Chinese class changer, for successfully killing the boss, the Lord of Dawn. The second route, where job changer Li Yang is located, has been successfully cleared. This concludes the guide for this hidden dungeon. The portal to exit the instance has been opened. All job changers on their respective routes are requested to return to the instance's starting point and await final settlement. Analyzing. In this dungeon raid, the Chinese class changer from the second line created the highest damage output in the entire dungeon, accounting for 65% of the total damage output. Specially reward the region where this job changer belongs with a 10% increase in damage to monsters. The hidden copy of Dawn Canyon has been converted to a fixed copy in Yunzhou City. The hidden dungeons will remain completely random, so please don't be discouraged, class changers. The news that the copy was successfully completed quickly spread to everyone's ears. At this time, everyone in the Dawn Canyon heard the name that had appeared 3 times in a row, Li Yang. What's going on with this job changer named Li Yang? Could it be because of the level? But the highest level cap here is only level 60. Considering the strength of the monsters in this dungeon, even if there really were a ton of level 60 class changers, it would be impossible to defeat 3 bosses so quickly. How could China be so fast? Even though China was already at the forefront of dungeon exploration, this is a bit abnormal, isn't it? That's really strange. Could it be that there's something wrong with their line? China today may have mastered some power unknown to us, and it should not be underestimated. The teams on other routes were advancing slowly as usual, but many people didn't even see the second boss before they received the news that the dungeon had been successfully cleared. I am surprised that China was able to complete the copy at such a fast speed. They just think it doesn't make sense. If it were me, even if there were 5 or 6 job changers around level 60 in the team, it would be impossible to pass the level so quickly. How did China do it? Forget it. We'll just work harder next time. I didn't expect the quality of China's current job changers to be so high. It's really amazing. I just don't know when the next hidden copy will appear. Quest: complete the strategy for the hidden dungeon, Dawn Canyon, January 1st. Mission reward: 100,000 sunshine points, 1 plant formation storage card, capacity 500 plants, obtained. Your dual shooters successfully killed the Lord level monster, Dawn Monarch, LV 60. You gained 20,400 experience points. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased, LV.52 LV.53. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased, LV.54 LV.55. As the first class changer to kill the final boss, congratulations on receiving the final reward of the dungeon, Dawn Treasure Chest X5. The final boss's head fell to the ground. The white throne located in the deepest part of the Dawn Canyon was also completely shattered. New prompts began to pop up in front of Li Yang's eyes one after another. Not only completed the system's tasks. As the last person to kill the boss, he also obtained the most important experience and clearance rewards. Looking at the 5 treasure chests that gradually formed a complete structure from the white light. In front of him, Li Yang no longer hesitated and directly chose to open them all. Along with that, the purple light that symbolizes epic quality lights up from the treasure chest. The shadows of some equipment appeared in front of everyone. This time, the reward is not as special as the Shadow Staff. 2 sets of epic Dawn armor, 1 Dawn heavy sword, and 1 Dawn staff. And 1 copy of each of the materials. Most of these things are related to high attribute values and have no meaning to Li Yang. But for other job changers, they are extremely rare. Looking at the group of job changers around him cheering excitedly, Li Yang couldn't help but smile knowingly. There's no point in him keeping these things anyway, so he might as well distribute them directly. After all, it was not just his credit that he was able to pass the dungeon this time. He only accounts for about 70% to 80%, not much. So, in the following time, Li Yang took advantage of the gap before the main force left the dungeon to give away all the equipment and materials. Among them, Li Yang was a little selfish and threw the Dawn Staff directly to Su Gue. Many of them insisted on paying Li Yang, but he rejected them all sternly. Anyway, money means nothing to Li Yang, who owns marigolds. These rare equipments are purchased just for fun. After Li Yang sent these things out, the large group returned all the way to the beginning of the copy. Crossed the rift and returned to Yunzhou. The job changers around him were still discussing what had just happened with great excitement. Those captured Sakura job changers had no way to escape and were escorted dejectedly into the vehicles sent by the military. Looking at the convoy driving away, Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and stood there thinking. Don't worry. Based on the evidence we have so far, Fushihara Yuji, as the instigator, will definitely be severely punished. That guy can't possibly stir up any more trouble. After Fang Wen contacted her colleagues in the military, she noticed Li Yang with a frown on his face. So he walked over and spoke. But Li Yang was not actually worried about what these little cherry blossoms would do. Rather, he was hoping that the other party would take some radical measures. If those little Sakura could really stir up some more trouble, then he had enough reason to kill him. Being a Chinese in both lives, there is no need to explain Li Yang's feelings towards the Sakura country. If we could get the chance to make the Sakura country completely surrender or even destroy it, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. What's more, he now has more than just ideas. There is also enough power to support my ideas to be put into practice. Then, I'm going back to the military. I can give you a ride if you need. After a moment of silence, Fang Wen suddenly spoke. Li Yang shook his head, indicating that he still had things to do. After saying a brief goodbye to Fang Wen, he left the Dawn Canyon portal alone. After Li Yang completed the first pass, the hidden copy that disappeared at a fixed time became a normal copy that could exist permanently. After that, it will exist stably in Yunzhou and become one of the many copy resources in the local area. When Li Yang was about to return to the city, he met Su Gui's team who had gathered together. At this time, Su Gue and others were talking about Li Yang's performance in the copy. Just a few days ago, we were all classmates living under the same roof, but now, Li Yang has become a master who can lead the entire Yunzhou to conquer hidden dungeons. The impact of this kind of thing on them was extremely shocking. Let's say you're in a copy. It is difficult for them to level up just by killing some small monsters. Li Yang killed 3 bosses in one go. This gap is simply terrifying. Brother Su, why is there such a huge gap between people? What on earth did Li Yang go through to become like that? That's really exaggerated. How can I not become like that? Li Yang! Someone shouted, and several people in Su Gui's team turned around and waved to Li Yang enthusiastically. It is precisely because of this call. The other job changers who were returning to the city nearby also turned their eyes over here. At this time, everyone, regardless of whether they had just participated in the large group of dungeon raiders, had more or less learned about Li Yang's name through various channels. Some reporters with a keen sense of smell even drove all the way here to do some exclusive interviews with Li Yang. Regardless, Li Yang's performance in the copy successfully caused a sensation throughout the city. Now, he can hear people talking about his story in the streets and alleys every time he takes 2 steps. Overnight, it went from being unknown to becoming a household name. For Li Yang, it was a little hard to get used to. But he didn't have to worry too much at this time. After all, his identity is no longer the same as before. If it were the once unknown and honest Li Yang. Such terrifying popularity can only bring all kinds of messy paparazzi and countless troubles. And now, behind Li Yang are the municipal government and military of Yunzhou. Li Yang's status is even no less than that of Zhang Mingshu and Wei Xongfeng. People from all walks of life and society are busy trying to curry favor with him. How could any trouble dare to come to you? So, Li Yang returned to his residence outside the city in this way, facing the gazes of everyone. I wanted to use my free time to experiment with the rewards the system gives after completing a task. As soon as I arrived at my doorstep, I saw a black car with a municipal license plate parked there. Mayor Zhang Mingshu had a smile on his face. When he saw Li Yang coming back, he waved his hand slightly and said, "Student Li Yang, are you free now? The people from the imperial capital have finally arrived. Shall we go meet them together?" The mayor came to pick him up in person. It's still very face-saving. For everyone in the village, this was even more shocking than the last time they saw Li Yang coming back in a military pickup truck. Right now, the villagers all stood at the door of Li Yang's house, looking over there curiously. Many of them learned about Li Yang leading the team to speed through the hidden dungeon from the news reports on their own TVs. At this moment, there was a bit more respect in the look he gave Li Yang. Li Yang also learned an important piece of information from Zhang Mingshu's words. Someone finally came from the imperial capital. As the capital city of China, there is no need to explain the representativeness of the imperial capital. The officials in the imperial capital are not comparable to the local officials in Yunzhou. Directly contacting these people was exactly what Li Yang wanted to do in the first place to show his strength to the municipal government. Ever since Zhang Mingshu reported his affairs, Li Yang has been waiting for the arrival of the so-called imperial capital officials. Especially since I just experienced the hostility of the Sakura people in the dungeon today. Li Yang's thoughts became more and more obvious. He is not even level 60 yet, but the strength he has displayed has already attracted guys like Sakura Ninja. If he becomes stronger in the future and performs even more outrageously in the dungeon, Li Yang couldn't even imagine how many of these guys would be attracted. After all, it's just a living profession. Although it is now incredibly strong, that is actually only based on the same level. With the help of the system, Li Yang easily achieved the goal of being invincible among his peers. But above the same level. To be honest, there is still a little risk. All offensive plants and even self-defense items in Dave's store are restricted to Li Yang's level under the rules of the system. When the levels are similar, Li Yang can use the rules to easily defeat the enemy. After the level is raised, the rules based on level restrictions will be diluted. At that time, specific rules such as the pea shooter, where 5 shots will cripple the target and 10 shots will kill the target, will no longer be Li Yang's only means of suppression. When dealing with high-level enemies, you can only rely on numbers to win. For pea shooters below the same level, they will be disabled after 5 shots and will die after 10 shots. Then there are the enemies above that. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of rounds. As long as Li Yang's plants are stacked up, he can still kill them instantly. But the difficulty is incomparable. Want to avoid this ninja assassination situation from happening again and again? The most practical way is to quickly improve your level. So what about the Tongshan project, official training, etc.? Bring them all up. With this thought in mind, when Zhang Mingshu proposed to take him to meet the visitors from the imperial capital, Li Yang nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then he got into Zhang Mingshu's car and drove towards the city. On the way, Zhang Mingshu also praised Li Yang's performance in the copy. Everyone was impressed by the strategy and courage he displayed. He even said that if Li Yang decides to stay away from the Tongxin project in the future and develop his skills in other fields, the doors of Yunzhou municipal government and the military department will always be open to him. Wow, I haven't even graduated yet and a stable job has come to me. Li Yang smiled and did not agree, but did not directly refuse. I just looked at the bustling city outside the window and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, by the way, classmate Li Yang. There's one more very important thing I forgot to tell you. The reason the imperial capital sent someone here this time is not only to formally recruit you to join the Tongxin project. There are some other arrangements. Zhang Mingshu was driving and suddenly spoke. Li Yang blinked and asked briefly. Zhang Mingshu didn't give too many useless explanations. He just took out a personnel file from the co-pilot's storage compartment and handed it to Li Yang. Take a look at this first. Li Yang took it with a puzzled look on his face, put it on his lap and started flipping through it page by page. The first thing that catches your eye is a portrait. The photo shows a girl with silver white hair and a sweet face. Below is her relevant information. Name, Bai Ji. Gender, female. Occupation, temporarily kept confidential at my request. Special talent, herbal abundance. Related achievements, he is the principal investigator for various projects, including the China Grain Production Increase Program, wheat, corn, soybeans, and rice. He has successfully solved food production problems in most impoverished areas of China through the use of the farming technology. Looking at those achievements, Li Yang felt a little lost. This girl is quite amazing. But why show him this? Student Li Yang, what do you think of her? She? Yes, it's the white girl in the information. It's quite impressive to be able to achieve such an achievement at such a young age. Hearing this answer, Zhang Mingshu, who was driving in front, smiled and asked again. This time, the people from the imperial capital came here not only to confirm your strength, but also for a very important mission. Just to introduce you to that white girl. Li Yang was a little bit unbelievable. Ah? Why? Zhang Mingshu smiled and said, it's a bit troublesome to explain now. You'll understand when we meet. Li Yang blinked and buried his doubts deep in his heart. It was understandable that those visitors from the imperial capital came to test his abilities in person just to be on the safe side. He was mentally prepared for all these and was confident that he would have no problems. But suddenly introducing a girl to him, what does that mean? Official blind date? Hiss. You can't be so casual, right? Li Yang thought to himself and felt a little ashamed. Before we knew it, the car arrived at the municipal building. When I stopped the car and opened the door, what came into view were several times more luxury cars and people than usual. And a large number of reporters from various media carrying various cameras. When they saw Li Yang getting out of the mayor's car, everyone present exclaimed in surprise. Various flashlights flashed one after another, and cameras kept switching, clicking, and taking pictures non-stop. Mayor Zhang, may I ask what impact the successful capture of this hidden dungeon will have on Yunzhou's economy? Mayor Zhang, what kind of reward will Yunzhou City give to the classchanger named Li Yang who led the team through the hidden dungeon this time? Is the young man next to you Li Yang? Can we take a few minutes of his time for a brief interview? A bunch of reporters holding microphones were scrambling to squeeze in. At this time, the municipal bodyguards who had been waiting here for a long time rushed forward, forming a human wall and blocking the crowd. Zhang Mingshu put on his signature smile very skillfully, waved to the camera, and took Li Yang into the building. While waiting for the elevator, Zhang Mingshu chatted with Li Yang. Those reporters just happened to bring this up again. Mr. Li Yang, this dungeon strategy was made possible thanks to you. With this high-quality dungeon resource, our Yunzhou will definitely develop better and better in the future. Your contribution to Yunzhou is invaluable. I don't know how to thank you enough. Look, see what you need. As long as it's within the capabilities of our municipal government and military, feel free to bring it up. What do you need? Li Yang walked into the elevator and thought for a while with his chin in his hand. To be honest, he doesn't really need a car, a house, money, or even an official position. After all, he has such a miraculous plant as marigold. With the supply of mountains of gold and silver, all the problems in the world have nothing to do with him. The only thing he wants now is a way to upgrade at the speed of light. It would be best if he could be upgraded to level 100 the next day and dominate the world. But obviously, this kind of thing is not something that can be found in Yunzhou. Even handing it over to the imperial capital is somewhat unrealistic. After thinking about it, Li Yang suddenly thought of something else. Then he stretched out his index finger, tapped his temple lightly, and said, "Come to think of it, I do have something to ask, and I hope Mayor Zhang can help me." Zhang Mingshu waved his hand. "What's the use of helping or not helping? This time we are giving you a reward. Don't be so polite. If you have any requests, just let me know." Li Yang nodded and said slowly, "Mayor Zhang should know about the mine in my village." Zhang Mingshu almost couldn't hold back his breath after hearing this first sentence. Of course he knew that the mine Li Yang was talking about was his little flower that could spit out gold. But why did he suddenly bring up such a thing? Li Yang smiled and briefly explained his thoughts. After all, he grew up in a village outside the city, eating at hundreds of homes and receiving a lot of care from the villagers. Now, he also wants to use his abilities to give some rewards to the village. He planned to plant some marigolds in the village under the pretext of developing a gold mine. Firstly, sufficient gold can improve the overall living standards of the village. Secondly, a fixed gold mine that is officially protected by the Yunzhou municipal government can also become a good pillar industry in the local area. In this day and age, gold plays a very important role in business. With a gold mine that is 100% guaranteed to not lose money as support, Yunzhou will always make money. Zhang Mingshu originally thought that Li Yang would make some very exaggerated demands to satisfy some small personal desires. I didn't expect that he was actually thinking about such a question. At such a young age, he actually has such ideological awareness. After hearing what Li Yang said, Zhang Mingshu opened his mouth and was stunned for a long time. Finally, Li Yang repeated his request again. Zhang Mingshu finally came to his senses and nodded quickly, "Of course, of course." Bite. The elevator gave a crisp beep. They finally arrived at the mayor's office on the top floor. The visitors from the imperial capital and the so-called white girl had been waiting inside for a long time. When Zhang Mingshu pushed open the office door and saw the people inside, Li Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. This so-called visitor from the imperial capital. A little bit. Is that too little? Li Yang thought that after opening the office door, there would be a bustling scene with people everywhere. There would be a bunch of old men from the capital wearing military uniforms gathered here, chattering about a bunch of things that he couldn't even understand. Result? In the huge office, there are only 4 people. Apart from Li Yang's Dean Su Minghong, and a fully armed military bodyguard. The rest were a somewhat familiar-looking girl in a white dress and a tall, thin young man wearing glasses. This is the so-called investigation team sent by the imperial capital? This investigation team, after all, has to be a team. Li Yang didn't know where to start complaining. Instead, it was the tall and thin young man opposite who reacted first. He pushed up his square glasses and smiled politely. "Hello, Mayor Zhang. If I'm not mistaken, this young man should be the legendary Li Yang, right?" Legend has it. Li Yang was almost choked by these 3 words. The young man pushed his glasses, and there was a sharp light in his eyes. Then, he took 2 quick steps and came in front of Li Yang. He smiled a harmless and kind smile and extended a hand. "Hello, Li Yang, nice to meet you. I am Dongfang Changming, the director of the new student department of the Imperial Capital Tongshan Division." Tongchuansi? Li Yang heard a slightly unfamiliar name. He knew that the Tongshan Plan was a special talent training program in China. But he seemed to have never heard of this Tongchuansi. But considering the Tongxian plan, this Tongxian division should be an institution similar to a special talent training camp. Thinking of this, Li Yang also smiled, shook the hand extended by Director Dongfang, and simply said hello. Director Dongfang, you should have read all the information just now, right? In fact, given Li Yang's growth rate, this information is seriously outdated and cannot represent Li Yang's current strength. If there's anything you need to know, it's better to ask Li Yang directly. While closing the office door, Zhang Mingshu took the initiative to introduce himself to Dongfang Changming. At the same time, Su Minghong on the other side also boasted very actively. Yes, Director Dongfang. Li Yang is not only very capable, but his growth potential is also the most terrifying I have ever seen in my decades of teaching. As a novice who just awakened to a new job, less than a week has passed, and he has already reached forehead. Facing the stuck Su Minghong, Li Yang simply waved his hand, unfolded his career information panel in front of everyone, and said, after finishing the dungeon just now, I'm now level 55. Yes, level 55. Su Minghong smiled, and then the next second he was struck by lightning, his whole body trembling violently. Wait, level 55. Weren't you only level 22 days ago? Su Minghong had heard that the military had helped Li Yang improve his level. I originally thought that Li Yang's level 40 was already his limit. Result? A newly born job changer soared all the way to level 55 in less than a week after the job change. He is even only 5 levels away from officially entering the ranks of 4th level job changers. Is this something a human can do? You know, among the combat type job changers in Yunzhou City, there are not many who exceed this level. Hearing this, Dongfang Changming on the opposite side also showed a slightly shocked expression. Ever since the launch of China's Tongxian project, he has been responsible for recruiting talents for the Tongxian project. If I ask myself honestly, I have seen quite a few talented job changers until today. However, a new job changer rose more than 50 levels within a week of changing jobs. Let alone Yunzhou. Even if you look at the whole of China, there is only one such person. There was a sudden and mysterious silence in the office. Except for Zhang Mingshu, who had been watching the game with Wei Songfeng in the office. Everyone was greatly shocked by Li Yang's age and level. Dongfang Changming's thoughts were very clear. For those job changers who apply to participate in the Tongxian plan, a high level is not something particularly worth showing off. Because those who can get the attention of the local municipal government and are even willing to report directly must have some extraordinary abilities. In China, a country that values people, such talents will definitely be assisted in leveling up by the local municipal government and military. Generally speaking, it is not a problem to be 10 or 20 levels higher than other job changers of the same age. But Li Yang's level is not just 10 or 20. Let's not mention Su Guo, who is also hailed as a genius but is slightly inferior to Li Yang. In the academy, the students of the same class as Li Yang are now almost at level 10 or 20 with the guidance of teachers and various directors. Plus, the higher the level, the more experience you need to upgrade. The number of monsters Li Yang has killed in the past few days is probably more than the total number of kills by his entire class. That's amazing enough. But this is not the most important thing. Li Yang's position in the career system is a real-life career. But the fighting power he displayed was exaggerated to a certain extent. During the time of waiting for Li Yang, Su Minghong showed Dongfang Changming the photos and videos of Li Yang's skills that he had saved before. After seeing the hail of bullets that was enough to resist the beast tide and the cherry bomb that instantly created a mushroom cloud, Dongfang Changming already understood. Tan Xuanzi must capture this talent. This is not a question of whether Tan Xuanzi is willing to accept Li Yang. But the question is whether Li Yang is really willing to join Tan Xuanzi. After a long period of shock, Dongfang Changming took a deep breath and his expression finally returned to normal. He smiled gently, appearing gentle and elegant. Facing Li Yang in front of him, he slowly asked the most crucial question. Student Li Yang. Although Mayor Zhang, Dean Su, and others should have explained to you everything about the Tongxian project before this. But I still want to ask. How much do you know about the Tangshan project and the Tangshan division? Li Yang thought about it and briefly explained what he knew. But it is nothing more than what Zhang Mingshu said before, special talents and special training. He could guess that something like Tangshuansi should be a product of the Tangshan Plan, a special talent training institution directly under the Chinese government. Those staying inside should be the talented elites admitted from all over China. But he didn't understand much more than that. Dongfang Changming nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Mingshu, who was sitting behind the desk, shrank his neck in embarrassment. Logically speaking, this kind of popular science work should be carried out by the municipal government. However, due to the harsh environment and scarce resources in Yunzhou, the quality of job changers is generally not high. There are very few people who can be rated as elites and get recommended places, not to mention those who can be recommended and selected into Tangshuansi. Over time, as the mayor, he simply treated things related to the Tangshan project as chicken ribs that were tasteless to eat but a pity to throw away. I never thought that something like this would come in handy one day. With Li Yang's strength, joining the Tangshan division is definitely more than enough. What's most important right now isn't my perspective, but your opinion, Li Yang. Before that, let me explain in detail all the details about the Tangshan plan so that Li Yang can make a decision. Dongfang Changming said this and cast a questioning look at Li Yang. After Li Yang nodded in agreement, he began the introduction that he had done countless times and knew by heart. The so-called Tangshan plan is derived from the meaning of understanding the mysterious principles. It is an important project established by the Chinese government since the beginning of the world's gamification. The scope it covers is so wide that it is one of the best in the entire blue planet. The original purpose of establishing the Tangshan project was to adapt to the rapidly changing world situation. All countries on Blue Star have adapted to the changes in the world and begun to cultivate their own special elite talents. China naturally cannot be absent. As the times change, the Tangshan plan is related to more and more things. In addition to training combat forces that can compete with the top job changers from other countries. Things like the exploration of other worlds, the containment of beast tides, and even the search for new ways of survival for humanity have all begun to be more or less connected with the Tangshan plan. The Tangshan division, which was established in response to the Tangshan plan, has also transformed from a training camp for combat-type job changers with strict standards into a secret organization that emphasizes both academics and combat. In addition to training talents, Tangshuansi also shoulders many other important responsibilities. For example, the girl next to you, Bai Ji. She is also a student in Tangshuansi, but like Li Yang, she is an out-and-out life-related professional. The series of achievements she made, such as achieving a surge in China's grain production and developing new grain varieties, had nothing to do with fighting. But looking at the whole of China, her achievements are still considered feats that no one can achieve. To this day, Tangshuansi has seen many people come and go, and has witnessed the glory and decline of many people. From Dongfang Changming's perspective. Among them, no one's talent can compare to Li Yang today. He could even guarantee it. After Li Yang joins Tangshuansi, he will definitely become an unprecedented existence capable of creating history and opening up the future. At the end of his speech, he did not forget to praise Li Yang. The serious tone of praise almost made Li Yang feel embarrassed. At the end of his speech, Dongfang Changming put away his smile, replaced it with a rather serious expression, and slowly asked. Then, Mr. Li Yang, I wonder if the current Tangshuansi is different from what you imagined. No matter what, I personally hope that you can join us and achieve something with the strong support of the Chinese government. Of course, this doesn't mean you won't achieve anything if you don't join. After all, Li Yang's strength is undoubtedly formidable. Just from your perspective, I think choosing Tangshuansi would be more cost-effective. What do you think? As he spoke, Dongfang Changming slowly stretched out his hand. It's not from the perspective of a high-ranking bureaucrat or an elder. Instead, he extended an invitation to Li Yang with the attitude of an equal partner. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see what Li Yang is like now. The strong support from the government is not necessary for him, but rather the icing on the cake. Li Yang's strength far exceeds all the job changers Dongfang Changming has ever seen. In today's world, strength is more convincing than experience and capital. What Dongfang Changming said was not much different from Li Yang's original idea. Therefore, Li Yang naturally would not object. Facing the invitation from Tan Xuanzi, Li Yang raised his hand and shook it without hesitation. Director Dongfang, please give me your guidance in the future. Dongfang Changming nodded repeatedly, and the smile on his face became much more relaxed. There was no way, although he had deliberately remained calm and composed. When Li Yang was about to make a choice, he still felt nervous from the bottom of his heart. After all, I just praised Li Yang. To put it bluntly, these are all his true words. Li Yang is a rare genius that appears only once in a century, unprecedented and unparalleled. What if we let such a precious talent go in vain? From then on, every time he thought of this incident before going to bed, he would slap himself twice and say, I deserve to die. Ha! Dongfang Changming breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Yang was thinking about another thing. Just now, when Dongfang Changming described the responsibilities of Tan Xuanzi, he mentioned curbing the beast tide. According to memory, the parents of the previous incarnation died in a large-scale beast tide that broke out in Yunzhou. The tragic scene of the beast tide entering the city caused serious psychological trauma to him when he was a child. Although Li Yang today is no longer the same as his predecessor. But he was still curious about the beast tide from the bottom of his heart. Is there any way to contain something that has been defined as a natural disaster? Those relevant certificates can be obtained after returning to the imperial capital. But before that, I have something else I hope Li Yang can help me with. Student Li Yang? Director Dongfang's voice interrupted Li Yang's thoughts. After looking up, Director Dongfang called the girl who had been sitting quietly next to him. Help? What help? Li Yang was a little confused. Director Dongfang gently patted the white-haired girl's shoulder and said, You two should get to know each other first. Student Li Yang, I hope you can help us complete an important experiment. If the experiment is successful, it won't just be for you. It will be of great help to the entire China. Is this true? Why is it such a big deal right from the start? Li Yang was a little confused. The white-haired girl opposite gently lifted the hem of her skirt and performed a rather complicated etiquette towards Li Yang. Nice to meet you, Mr. Li Yang. I am Baiji, the person in charge of the Tongshan Division's grain production increase plan. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. Ah, hello. Li Yang blinked and looked at the girl in front of him carefully for the first time. She has the appearance of a classic woman, with fair skin and elegant temperament. Whether it's the complicated etiquette or the awkward written sentences when speaking, the first impression she gives is that she is definitely not the kind of ordinary girl you see on the street. At the very least, the education she received is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. As expected of someone from the imperial capital. I have really broadened my horizons. Li Yang nodded repeatedly and sighed inwardly. At the same time, Director Dongfang next to him also began to get acquainted. Student Li Yang, don't be so reserved. Baiji is about the same age as you, but she just joined the Tongshan Division a while earlier. She also has a life profession similar to yours, but she has awakened an extremely rare talent. Mayor Zhang should have shown you the information at that time, right? Li Yang nodded. Recalling Baiji's personal file at that time, the talent column clearly stated the 4 big words herbal abundance. It sounds quite high-end. It feels at least much better than Crazy Dave's plant shop. Immediately following, Dongfang Changming cleared his throat and began to explain. Baiji's talent, to sum up, is actually very simple and crude. She can use her gift to create a substance that can mutate any plant. We call this mutation fertility. Her achievements have actually clearly demonstrated this point. Among the plants we've experimented with, staple crops like wheat, corn, soybeans, and rice have all seen varying degrees of increased yield. The most exaggerated one was that the wheat output per acre of land expanded to more than 10 times the previous level. Although the tone of the introduction was very calm. But when he heard about the so-called tenfold increase in production, Li Yang was still a little shocked. A similar thing had been done in his original world by an old man who was unparalleled in the country. With the power of abundance, we can increase grain production and ensure that the whole of China has enough to eat. This is a very great cause. For a while, Li Yang couldn't help but admire the white-haired girl in front of him who looked a little out of touch with the world. And the abundance levels displayed by many of the plants we tested actually varied. Some fruits grow enormously, while others develop strange properties out of nowhere. And it just so happens that your power is also plants. So, classmate Li Yang, we'd like to be able to test that if we can. Can the plants you grow produce more exaggerated effects under the influence of Angelica de Hurica? When Li Yang was curious, Dongfang Changming said everything he needed to say in one breath. Simple and clear. Moreover, it also successfully aroused Li Yang's interest. He also wanted to see what effect this power of abundance, which could increase wheat production more than tenfold, would have on the plants he bought from Dave's store. Li Yang simply raised his hand and casually took out a seed of unknown origin from the storage ring. This move immediately frightened Su Minghong and Zhang Mingshu, who were standing beside them, and screamed to stop him. Ah! No! Student Li Yang! Wait a minute, wait a minute! Not here! Don't! If the power of your plants suddenly increased tenfold, wouldn't this office explode right there and then? Hearing this, Li Yang burst out laughing. It seemed that they were also worried about this issue when they showed their strength last time. If that's the case, what should we do? You can't go all the way to the dungeon to test it, right? Hey! Got it, Li Yang. How about using that nut? Yes, that nut you used as a fence. It looks quite honest, and it's a defensive plant. It shouldn't be lethal. Zhang Mingshu suddenly had an idea and thought of Li Yang's nut wall. That thing looks harmless, so even if it mutates, it probably won't be that outrageous. Li Yang nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. Then he summoned the infinite summoning flower pot and threw the nut wall seed into it. Dongfang Changming next to him was still wondering why Li Yang, a farmer, had the professional skill of summoning a flower pot. A large nut as tall as a person grew vigorously from the flower pot. Looking at the huge creature in front of him, Dongfang Changming couldn't help but marvel at it. Although he had seen related videos, this was his first time to get close to Li Yang's plants. This thing looks much bigger than in the video. Then, Baiji, let's do it. He looked at her for a long time, then turned his head and looked at Baiji next to him. Baiji nodded, walked straight to the nut wall, slowly raised her hand, and activated her skill. Just as Li Yang was thinking about how hard the defensive nut wall could become under the influence of abundance. With a click, the flower pot cracked on the spot. Along with the abundant power of Angelica de Hurica being injected into the nut wall. It only takes a few seconds. The brown nut, as tall as a person, suddenly rose from the ground in front of everyone present. With unstoppable momentum, he pierced through the roof in one breath and went straight up to the sky. Bang 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 dash. A lot of rubble fell from the ceiling, making loud noises. This sudden scene made everyone present stand still. This rooftop, after all, can't escape death. Dean Su Minghong sat on the sofa, holding his forehead helplessly, and spoke slowly. Zhang Mingshu raised his head and looked at the sunlight pouring in through the gap, feeling a little amused and helpless. Fortunately, no one was injured. Baiji took a few steps back in fright when she saw the nut suddenly grow bigger. Only after making sure that there would be no other abnormalities did he pat his chest with relief. Dongfang Changming, who had been paying close attention to this side since the beginning, looked very excited. Although the expression on his face still looked extremely calm. But his twinkling eyes had already revealed his current mood. Student Li Yang, if possible, I can. As he spoke, he turned and looked at Li Yang next to him. Li Yang nodded and motioned him to go ahead. Dongfang Changming then raised his hand and released the identification technique towards the giant nut in front of him. Wall of nuts, rich plus consumes 50 points of sunlight per planting, cooldown of 30 seconds. Plant characteristics, nut wall can withstand any attack below level 60, this upper limit increases with class level, a total of 50 times. Damage sustained from these attacks cannot be repaired. Abundance amplification, all properties of the nut wall, hardness, durability, volume, increase fivefold, lasting 3 hours. Li Yang's original plant ability was already terrifying enough. On this basis, it has been enhanced 5 times. Thinking about it, this is the most harmless plant among all Li Yang's plants. Dongfang Changming couldn't help but breathe faster. The power of other plants after being amplified may be even more terrifying. He was already curious about how powerful the amplified cherry bomb would be. A harmless wall of nuts is enough to pierce through a ceiling made of reinforced concrete. If it were something else, wouldn't the entire municipal building have to be demolished? At this time, there was a bit more appreciation in Dongfang Changming's eyes when he looked at Li Yang. In his eyes, Li Yang at this moment was simply the epitome of talent. That. Director Dongfang. When Dongfang Changming was planning to discuss future welfare benefits and other matters with Li Yang, Bai Ji suddenly covered her head, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Dongfang Changming quickly supported her and smiled apologetically. "I'm so sorry, I forgot about you when I got excited. Go sit over there for a while. After Li Yang and I finish discussing the important matters, I'll take you back to the hotel to rest." Bai Ji nodded gently and staggered back to the sofa. Seeing Bai Ji suddenly become weak, Li Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Director Dongfang, what's going on?" Dongfang Changming smiled and explained simply, "This situation is actually very common in Baiji. It's a small price to pay for her powerful talent. Every time she uses her talent, she consumes a lot of energy. Then, you will fall into this extremely tired state. Of course, if I use my talent normally, the reaction shouldn't be this big. Perhaps it's because Li Yang's plants have been significantly amplified. It seems like you two are quite compatible. Perhaps, no, there will definitely be more room for development in the future." After saying that, Dongfang Changming turned around and looked at Bai Ji again. Bai Ji over there was trying her best to maintain a decent sitting posture, but she was obviously unable to help dozing off. Dongfang Changming smiled, regained his normal expression, and looked at Li Yang again. "Okay, classmate Li Yang, don't worry too much about her. Since you've decided to join the Tongxian project, we should discuss the relevant benefits. Although the Chinese government is supporting the Tongxian project, its resources are not unlimited. Therefore, generally speaking, we will arrange different resources in education for each job changer based on their different talents and strengths. But, although it may seem a bit sudden to say this now, your situation is different from everyone we've recruited before. I think we should establish some new standards based on your situation." Afterwards, Dongfang Changming had an in-depth discussion with Li Yang. From the resources that Tongshuansi can provide for Li Yang, to the monthly subsidies and targeted training plans, everything is arranged in detail. Li Yang deeply realized the professionalism of the official personnel in the imperial capital. Dongfang Changming is not a person who likes to procrastinate. After almost everything was discussed, he discussed with Li Yang directly the issue of when to set off. Finally decided that it is better to do it today than to wait for a date. As long as Li Yang's time permits, they can take the airship and fly directly back to the imperial capital early tomorrow morning. Moreover, according to Dongfang Changming himself, it seems that the imperial capital also needs Li Yang's help. Li Yang naturally would not refuse. After agreeing to it, Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong next to him became excited. This can't be right. Such a big deal, and you're just going to leave like that? I was thinking of holding a farewell party at the academy before Li Yang left. It would be great if your old classmates could see you off. Things went smoothly, but both of them had regrets on their faces. Although the time we spent together was not too long. But they didn't expect Li Yang to leave so quickly. Yesterday they were still immersed in the joy of discovering an unparalleled genius, and were shocked by Li Yang again and again. Today we will see Li Yang leave his remote hometown and go to a bigger place to show his talents. Although this is the result that everyone hopes for. But when the time came to say goodbye, everyone was still a little reluctant. After a moment of silence, Zhang Mingshu slowly spoke. Actually, when I first learned that Li Yang was the mysterious job changer we were looking for, I've been wondering when I should publicly express my gratitude to you on behalf of the municipal government. But for confidentiality's sake, we couldn't make your story public so quickly. The fact that the bonus was given to you was also kept secret. I'm afraid these things won't cause any stir in the outside world now. I've always wanted to wait for an opportunity to tell every citizen of Yunzhou about your story. I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. It just so happens that there's a lot of buzz going on outside about you leading a team through a hidden dungeon. We might as well seize this opportunity. Let you have a good time to show off before you leave. After Zhang Mingshu made this proposal, they immediately invited Dongfang Changming to join them in the celebration and farewell party, and booked a hotel. The cocktail party started as scheduled at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the entire lower floor was filled with people. But the real heavyweights were all arranged in the boxes on the second floor. There was the mayor of Yunzhou City, the minister of the military, members of the investigation team from the imperial capital, and the presidents of various colleges in Yunzhou City. Even those who were in the previous parliament. Anyone who has some relationship with Li Yang, or wants to establish some relationship with Li Yang, gathered here. Among them, the most eye-catching one is naturally Li Yang, who has become the focus of the audience. Congratulations, Li Yang! I wish you a bright future and great achievements. Cheers! The wine glasses were shaking and the guests were toasting each other, making the atmosphere very lively. Li Yang held up the wine glass and looked at the wine shaking inside, feeling a little embarrassed. He actually doesn't drink much at all. But now, all eyes are on him. As the focus of the whole audience, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. He had no choice but to raise his head and drink the whole glass in one gulp. As soon as I drank the strong liquor, I felt my internal organs warm up. After a while, his whole face turned red. Seeing this, Zhang Mingshu, who was sitting next to him, hurried over to help him block 2 glasses of wine. Afraid that he might have drunk too much, he threw a cherry bomb to liven up the atmosphere. On the other hand, Wei Songfeng, who was sitting opposite him, seemed very happy. He said cheerfully, "I'm usually shocked by Li Yang. This is the first time I've seen him do something he's not good at. That's fine, no one is perfect. Otherwise, I would really doubt whether you are human at all." These words successfully caused laughter and made the atmosphere more lively. After the drinking party, Li Yang was also taken home by a special car arranged by the municipal government. I can't care about anything else. Then, feeling drunk, he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Li Yang climbed out of bed, covering his dizzy head. He seemed to have drunk a little too much last night, and he could still feel the aftereffects. However, he was always drunk. He still remembers very clearly what happened last night and the enthusiasm of the crowd. I vaguely remember that the boat ride time agreed with Director Dongfang was the evening of the next day. He still had one day to deal with the unfinished trivial matters in Yunzhou. Li Yang washed his face, changed into normal clothes, and slowly walked out the door. Looking at the sunflowers swaying in the wind in the yard and looking at the sunny sky, I couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Then push open the gate. Li Yang almost thought he was dreaming. The whole village was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Window paper cuts and banners were pasted everywhere, and many neighbors who usually saw each other every day also changed their attitude and came over to congratulate and thank Li Yang. Looking at the words written on the banners around him, Li Yang realized that he was not dreaming. Warm congratulations to Li Yang for winning first place in the Tianyun College rankings, first place in the overall ranking of Yunzhou City's new job changers, and being awarded the title of Outstanding Graduate. Tianyun College. Reclass Li Yang fought off the beast tide and led the large force through the first hidden dungeon. We express our gratitude and encouragement. Yunzhou Municipal Government. Congratulations to Li Yang on the successful mining of his small-scale gold mine. A mining and processing license is hereby issued. Yunzhou City Council. Although Li Yang's entry into the Tongshan project needs to be kept confidential to a certain extent. But with the achievements Li Yang has already made, Zhang Mingshu has every reason to make Li Yang famous. As for the so-called small gold mine at the end, this was exactly what Li Yang and Zhang Mingshu had discussed before. He hopes to use the gold mine as an excuse to plant some marigolds in the village where he was born and raised. This will not only improve the living conditions of the villagers, but also greatly promote the development of Yunzhou City. After returning home last night, Zhang Mingshu contacted several council leaders in charge of mining development in Yunzhou City and discussed the feasibility of this matter with them overnight. Finally, within one night, Li Yang received a satisfactory answer. Looking at the faces of the familiar villagers around me, they all showed expressions of joy or admiration. Li Yang couldn't help but feel comforted in his heart. The neighbor aunt who had treated him like her own son since he was a child seemed to sense something. When I saw Li Yang coming out of the yard, I had a strong premonition. Li Yang is leaving. She stood in her yard, waving to Li Yang with a smile. But I feel inexplicably reluctant. She wanted to tell Li Yang that he must be careful when he was out there alone. If one day you don't want to work hard outside, then come back. This village will always be his home. With the promotion of multiple media outlets and careful preparation by the municipal government, the news about Li Yang gradually spread throughout Yunzhou. Resist the beast tide, clear the hidden dungeon, and open up a public gold mine. His contributions to the entire Yunzhou city are immeasurable. The whole city became noisy. There were even some enthusiastic citizens who directly put slogans expressing gratitude to Li Yang on their cars and strolled around the streets. The huge city became joyful. Almost everyone's face was filled with smiles. Apart from 3 people who just got out of prison: Lu Xing, Lu Feng, and Li Yang's former class teacher. Because today is a special day. Therefore, the 3 people who were detained in the basement of Yunzhou City Prison were able to have a chance to go out for some fresh air under the supervision of relevant personnel. Looking at the words Li Yang posted all over the streets, the 3 people felt extremely bad. Lu Feng and the head teacher were so angry that their teeth were itching, while Lu Xing looked particularly distraught. In the past, even if they were beaten to death, they would never have imagined that Li Yang would be so successful today. But I have fallen to this point. Here he comes. The guy named Li Yang is here. Thanks to him, we have our own new instance and a public gold mine in Yunzhou. I can't even imagine how much better life will be in the future. Wow! Does such a handsome and strong guy really exist? Wow, woo, brother Li Yang, look at me, look at me. I like you. Li Yang sat in Zhang Mingshu's convertible, enjoying the praise from the crowds on both sides. The driver also followed Zhang Mingshu's instructions and tried to slow down as much as possible. There's no special reason. Li Yang deserves the current attention. The car turned the intersection in front of the career change plaza and paused for a few seconds because of the crowded crowd. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and noticed the 3 members of the Lu family who were hiding behind the crowd and wearing electronic shackles. At this time, Lu Xing was also shrinking his neck and looking over here through the crowd. The moment the 2 gazes met, it seemed like a glance that lasted for 1,000 years. Buzz! As the engine starts, the car carrying Li Yang drove away. A large number of citizens remained here, eagerly discussing all matters concerning this talented young man. Night. On a gorgeously decorated and huge airship, Li Yang was standing on the deck, looking at Yunzhou, which he could vaguely see below, enjoying the cool breeze very comfortably. This airship was the one that carried Dongfang Changming and others from the imperial capital to investigate Li Yang. In today's world, monsters are rampant. Among them, there are naturally quite a few flying monsters. Therefore, the development of the means of transportation that humans used to use has been greatly affected. It is different from the supersonic aircraft that Li Yang originally knew about in the world. The development direction of flying vehicles on Blue Planet is more inclined towards heavy armor and long-lasting endurance rather than speed. In some necessary situations, a well-prepared airship can even hover in the air for several months without landing. Of course, Li Yang and his team are just taking an ordinary short trip this time. There is no need for such an outrageous ability. According to Dongfang Changming, at the speed of this airship, It only takes them 1 day and 1 night to reach the imperial capital. He had already contacted the imperial capital in advance. As soon as they land, they will immediately arrange for someone to handle the procedures for Li Yang. He also promised to prepare a large enough field for Li Yang to study the arrangement and combination of plants. Think of this. Li Yang took out the blank plant formation storage card given by the system and took a quick look at it. Plant formation save card number 01. Codename, unnamed. Main plant species, none. Total number of plants, none, 0/500. Area required, none. Required sunlight, none. Cooling time, none. According to the previous explanation of the system, the use of this thing is that Li Yang can save the plant formation he has established in advance in this card. When needed, all the sunlight required by the formation will be consumed at once, and all the plants stored inside will be released at once. There is no need for him to activate them one by one. What matters is efficiency. You should be able to get a lot of these cards by completing tasks later. But this is the first one after all. Li Yang wanted to think about it carefully and see if he could come up with a powerful enough preset in one go. For example, 500 cherry bombs? If this one explodes, I'm afraid no one in this world can catch it. But at the same time, the power of an explosion of that level is difficult to control. Once it is released, it will be a devastating blow no matter where it is. It might even affect innocent people. After much thought, it is better to just use a normal formation. The outermost layer is a wall of nuts covered with pumpkin heads, in the middle is a corn pitcher, and then there are torch stumps and double-shot peas. In this way, the real panacea formation is completed. There is control and output. No matter what kind of enemy you face, it can have a good effect. Well, you can write this down first. After arriving in the imperial capital, I immediately started trying it. Li Yang put the card away and leaned on the railing again, looking at Yunzhou in the distance whose outline was gradually becoming unclear, and suddenly remembered some interesting things. There is a saying that goes, when one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper. This statement is indeed true when applied to him. Before leaving, Zhang Mingshu specifically talked to him. Sending Li Yang out of Yunzhou changed the fate of more than just Li Yang. Because of Li Yang's influence. As the mayor, Zhang Mingshu received commendation from his superiors and successfully applied for more resources for the development of Yunzhou. Li Yang's dean, Su Minghong, became the director of Yunzhou's education bureau. Even at such an old age, he was still able to get a promotion and a raise. The old man was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. On the other hand, the Lu family had many unpleasant experiences with Li Yang. It also lost its original influence due to the strong rejection from many parties in the parliament. Not to mention that Lu Xing and Li Yang's class teacher were both arrested. Afterwards, Li Yang privately made another round of reports, which led to the city government and the council conducting another investigation and finding out what Lu Feng had done that year. Lu Feng was removed from his parliamentary position and placed behind Lu Xing in line to stand trial. Lu Shen, who was once in a very successful position, was also implicated and was kicked out of the bank, and all his property was seized. I am left alone, not knowing where to go. Senior Feng Wen, who lost her chance to become an elite job changer because her place was taken by Lu Feng, was forced to work in the military. Because of his outstanding performance, he was valued by Minister Wei Tsongfeng. When the next round of leadership changes, Wei Tsongfeng plans to strongly recommend Feng Wen to take over his position and become the new head of the Yunzhou military. Everything is flourishing because of Li Yang's influence. I believe that when Li Yang returns to Yunzhou one day in the future, he will see a Yunzhou that is completely different from his memory. Student Li Yang, would you like some fruit? When Li Yang was recalling everything in Yunzhou City, a crisp, yet somewhat tired voice sounded from the direction of the cabin. Li Yang turned around and saw Bai Ji, wearing plush pajamas, walking towards him with an exquisite silver tea tray. There are some. An unusual fruit. Li Yang looked at the things on the plate and didn't know how to start for a moment. There are quite a few kinds of fruits on the plate. watermelon, apples, oranges, and so on, everything is available. But the proportions of these things are a bit abnormal. TSK, the imperial capital is indeed a big city. Even the fruits are this big. How could someone's orange look like a watermelon? Looking at the orange segment that was as big as a palm, Li Yang fell into deep thought. But when he thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to have the right to say such things. After all, his nut wall is almost 2 meters high. Look at Li Yang hesitating. Baiji placed the tray on the table on the deck, picked up an orange slice and handed it to Li Yang, smiling softly. Student Li Yang, don't worry. These are not strange plants. They are just affected by my ability. They become a little bigger, but it doesn't affect their taste. Li Yang blinked, took it doubtfully, and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, the plump and juicy flesh burst in your mouth. The cool, sweet and sour juice instantly filled Li Yang's mouth, making him praise it endlessly. This is good. It tastes much better than the fruits you can buy outside. Baiji smiled, with a little surprise in her eyes. Really? Then he realized his own loss of composure, coughed quickly, and said a little embarrassedly. To be honest, these fruits are actually new varieties that are being researched and cultivated. It's great to receive such an evaluation from you. These words made Li Yang feel a little emotional. Research on increasing grain production and cultivating new varieties of fruit. I really didn't expect that such a business existed in Tangshuansi. Hearing Li Yang's sigh, Baiji sighed with a hint of regret. Actually, if there is a choice, I also want to achieve more through fighting, like most people do. It is true that Tangshuansi is full of talented people. But the vast majority of them are actually traditional combat talents. Like Baiji, she was specially recruited because of her special abilities. On the surface, they are technical talents. But in fact, it is not very useful in tackling dungeons. After all, almost 80% of the resources on Blue Star today are obtained directly from dungeons through battles. If Baiji's abilities could be used in combat, she would be able to play a role many times greater than it is now. She stayed in Tangshuansi and tinkered with agriculture. Actually, it's because this is all she can do. If I had the chance to personally participate in the battle. While saying this, she inadvertently raised her eyes and looked at Li Yang in front of her. Li Yang finally understood what she meant. This girl named Baiji, is she interested in me? No, that shouldn't be said. Rather than liking herself, she values her own abilities more. After all, Li Yang's ability is to create many plants that can be used directly in combat. The ability of Angelica de Hurica is to strengthen plants. This is equivalent to giving Baiji the opportunity to indirectly participate in the battle. If they are developed properly, the combined power of the two might produce quite remarkable results. This is actually the reason why Tangshuansi sent Baiji to find Li Yang. But Li Yang was still a little curious. Baiji's current status has surpassed 99% of life-related job changers in China, right? As a result, not only was she not satisfied with the status quo, she was also very eager to start a fight. This is not the mentality a person who changes his job in life should have. In this world, everyone's education conveys this idea. If you change your job to a combat class, you must be stronger than others. You must cherish opportunities, strive for progress, and strive to gain greater strength to defend your country, shedding blood, sweat, and tears. Once you switch to a life-related profession, there is only one thing to do. Alive. Moreover, in this world, the ratio of life-related occupations to combat-related occupations is actually about 6-4. The number of job changers in the life category is greater than that in the combat category. In such a Buddhist world, Baiji, as a person who works in a life-related profession, is actually still thinking about fighting. Where did this idea come from? She doesn't seem to be the type of hot-tempered lady who gets violent over things she doesn't agree with. This is too confusing. Li Yang looked puzzled. Baiji bit her lips lightly, struggling with herself for a while. Then he seemed to have mustered up the courage, smiled helplessly, looked up at Li Yang, and briefly recounted his past. When Dongfang Changming introduced Bai Ji to him, Li Yang already knew that Bai Ji was backed by the largest mining family in China. But what Li Yang didn't know was that being able to steadily climb to the top of an industry in such a chaotic world does not depend on luck and wisdom. And there is real strength. Of course, the strength here refers to combat. In addition to opening mines throughout China, the Bai family was also one of the first families to guard the Northern Territory. 100 years ago, when space was in chaos and monsters invaded massively, it was the several major families in the north who united together and used their flesh and blood to form an insurmountable steel wall. Hundreds of millions of monsters have been kept outside the wall, and they have not been able to set foot in China so far. Among them, the Bai family is the one that specializes most in auxiliary professions among these major families. With this family tradition, Bai Ji grew up listening to the heroic stories of her parents. I also fantasize about becoming a heroic female general like those in the story. She studied the long-abandoned complex etiquette, military rules and regulations day and night, and prepared herself wholeheartedly for her future military life. But I don't know what's going on. When the relatives and friends around her have become strong people who can stand on their own. As the eldest daughter with the highest hopes in the Bai family, she has become the only one in the Bai family with a livelihood profession in the past 100 years. Although she still possesses extremely strong talents and can even gain the favor of Tan Xuanzi. Although her parents still treat her the same as before, they feel that her job in life is not important, as long as their daughter lives a happy life. But for herself, such an experience is obviously full of regrets and irreparable. Until Li Yang appeared. A powerful life profession that can grow a variety of plants with destructive power. She never dared to imagine that such a coincidence could happen in the world. Inside the Yunzhou municipal office, when she saw with her own eyes the nut that had its power increased several times and directly pierced through the ceiling, she had already begun to feel it. All of this seems to be destined. Of course, she also knew very well that so many things were actually just her wishful thinking. She didn't know what Li Yang was thinking. So before that, she hopes to first work hard to narrow the distance between her and Li Yang. At the very least, don't let Li Yang hate you first. After recounting the trivialities of her past, Bai Ji immediately fell silent. After calming himself down a little, he raised his head and looked at Li Yang again. The energy previously lost has not yet been fully replenished. She spoke too much in one breath and felt a little short of breath. Just as she thought. In fact, Li Yang was not deeply moved by her past. After all, whether it is a fighting family or a mining group. For Li Yang, these things were at most seen in some novels or TV dramas. He had never experienced it before, so how could he possibly empathize with her? However, out of courtesy, Li Yang politely expressed his understanding. Then he noticed Bai Ji's slightly absent-minded eyes. Li Yang suddenly had an idea and immediately took out a brown coffee bean from the storage ring. In fact, Li Yang had already thought of this when he heard about the side effects of Bai Ji's talent. It's just that at that time his attention was distracted and he had no time to take care of these things. But to be honest, Li Yang really wanted to see what changes Angelica de Hurica could bring to his plants in the future. Let's help her solve this problem of constant dozing off. Li Yang placed the coffee beans in front of Bai Ji and motioned her to eat them. Bai Ji on the opposite side was stunned for a moment and seemed a little confused. Until I heard Li Yang say, "Just consider it as payment for eating your fruit." Only then did he feel relieved, took the coffee beans from Li Yang's hand and put them into his mouth. Bang bang. The silvery white teeth crushed the brown fruit. A rich and mellow aroma immediately filled her mouth. Bai Ji's originally dazed brain suddenly became extremely clear. A gleam of light also flashed in his eyes. This is. Looking at Bai Ji's surprised expression, Li Yang understood. It seems that my coffee beans do have an effect on her. This feeling, is so wonderful. My mind hasn't been this clear in a long time. This feeling, is simply incredible. Bai Ji's voice trembled when she spoke. Even her chest beneath the milky white plush pajamas began to rise and fall as her breathing became increasingly rapid. Ever since she awakened her talent of herb abundance, she wished she could sleep for 20 hours out of 24. As long as I use my ability once, my mind will be in a state of chaos for the next 2 or 3 days. And now, the mushy feeling in her head disappeared without a trace. The whole person reached a level of clarity that he had never experienced before. Even the slow speaking speed became a little faster. Student Li Yang, this. She stood up subconsciously and looked at Li Yang, who was sitting opposite her. She was eager to know what kind of magic Li Yang had used to help her solve this problem that had troubled her for so long. Li Yang yawned, stood up calmly and stretched. He patted his lips and said casually, "Okay, that's fine. As long as it works for you. I don't use much of these coffee beans right now, so I don't have much saved. I'll make a batch for you in a couple of days. You can have them as snacks when you have nothing to do. Although I can't cure your illness, it's good to alleviate your symptoms." Bai Ji opened her mouth, and an emotion she had never had before appeared on her pretty face. She racked her brains and exhausted all words to formally express her inner joy and gratitude to Li Yang. But those sentences that were almost condensed into poetry had not yet been spoken. Li Yang opposite stretched lazily, said casually, "Okay, I'm sleepy," and left here leisurely. Bai Ji swallowed back her previous emotions and stared blankly at Li Yang's gradually departing back. Then she gently lifted the hem of her pajamas and performed a complicated yet solemn ceremony. The day passed quickly. When Dongfang Changming knocked on Li Yang's door and told him that they had arrived at their destination, Li Yang was even a little slow to react. After changing clothes, I walked out of the cabin. Bai Ji, who had already put on her casual clothes, was waiting on the other side. She first smiled and nodded, and then performed a set of etiquette that was so standard and harsh that Li Yang could not understand it at all. After spending some time together, Li Yang was no longer surprised by her habits. After she finished this set of movements, she asked curiously, "By the way, Miss Bai, you didn't come up with this set of moves right away, did you? Why do they change every day?" Bai Ji was obviously stunned for a moment, and then quickly explained seriously. "This is the action recorded in the third revision of the standard etiquette for non-commissioned officers of the Far North Army of China. Good morning and good night, greeting peers and elders, and greeting men and women should all have corresponding standards." Li Yang just asked casually and didn't expect to hear this kind of answer. Suddenly she was a little stunned, secretly admiring, well, she is worthy of being the eldest daughter of a big family. It's incredible that he can remember something like this so clearly. This sounded like a compliment to Bai Ji. She scratched her head a little embarrassedly and responded softly, "Although, no one cares about these things nowadays. But I think there can be no order without rules. Since we are warriors of Tangshuansi, we will definitely shoulder many responsibilities of saving the weak and upholding justice. And in today's world where everyone is in danger, rules formulated by humans that represent rationality are the ones that can best give others a sense of security and best represent justice." This guy spoke in a very serious manner, just like in class. Li Yang blinked inside again. As expected of a young lady from a wealthy family, her life ideals and ideological realm are much higher than his. Unfortunately, Li Yang is just a rough man and does not have such great and glorious ideas. What I want to do is nothing more than to improve my own strength through the country, and then make the country stronger through myself. Regarding Bai Ji's thoughts, I can only say, I don't quite understand, but I respect it. Li Yang, shall I take you to Tangshuansi first? I'll have your luggage delivered to your residence first. Let's go to Tangshuansi first, and I'll go and handle all the paperwork for you. Dongfang Changming's voice came from the side. Then, 2 soldiers immediately came forward and took the luggage from Li Yang. The group walked down the gangway and left the huge airship. Walk out of the parking area, pass security, and then leave the waiting hall. Li Yang finally officially entered the imperial capital. Looking at the dazzlingly prosperous city in front of me, Li Yang still sighed the same way. As expected of the imperial capital, the towering skyscrapers rise from the ground, exuding a lot of modern brilliance. Huge billboards flash between the tall buildings, playing various eye-catching advertisements. Job changers in various costumes shuttled through the streets and alleys, and the various gaps and scars on their armor seemed to be writing one unique story after another of their own. Dialects from various regions blend together, creating a wonderful harmony against the backdrop of the noise of traffic. Tanshuansi and the imperial capital military headquarters are very close, not in the city. I've already called a taxi, so please wait a moment. Dongfang Changming put down his phone and began to explain. Then he looked at Baiji next to him and asked, "By the way, Baiji, are you planning to go back to the company with us, or do you need me to call a car to the 6th department?" Baiji shook her head. Student Li Yang is new here and should be a little unfamiliar with Daidu. Director Dongfang should be helping Li Yang with the necessary formalities later, right? If Li Yang doesn't mind. During this period, I will take Li Yang to familiarize himself with the imperial capital, especially the situation in the Tongshan division. After saying that, she quickly turned her head to look at Li Yang next to her and smiled at him. Director Dongfang also looked at Li Yang with an inquiring expression. Li Yang shrugged, still not caring. He actually doesn't care who takes him around. He only cared about what the big house that Dongfang Changming had promised to give him would look like. Dongfang Changming said it himself. Li Yang's situation is special, so specific standards need to be set. Just the accommodation application was given to him according to the highest configuration. I heard that it was to take into account Li Yang's ability. The official side directly helped him open up a large enough vegetable garden in Tanshuansi according to the standards of the 6 ministries. The so-called 6 ministries are actually important power organs that have continued in China since ancient times. It is similar to the previous military headquarters of Yunzhou, but the planning of the imperial capital is more complete and detailed. In addition to the military department which is in charge of military affairs and deploying soldiers and weapons. Among the 6 ministries, there is also the Ministry of Personnel, which is in charge of personnel affairs and official transfers and is the head of the 6 ministries. The Ministry of Revenue is in charge of matters such as land taxes and salaries. The Ministry of Rights was in charge of diplomacy and education, the Ministry of Justice was in charge of judicial affairs, and the Ministry of Works was in charge of engineering matters. Each department performs its duties and cooperates with each other. Together they created the imperial capital, an extremely prosperous and colorful city. Now, the Tanshuansi where Li Yang is about to go is a special department independent of the 6 ministries, which directly connects with the highest level of the imperial capital. The power of Tanshuansi is no less than any of the 6 ministries. Naturally, all the responsibilities that need to be shouldered are also covered. There is no need to say much about the most basic job changer training, combat and dungeon subjugation. Ever since various special job changers were discovered, the number of people like Baiji who directly target the Ministry of Households has gradually increased. In addition to the most basic task of training special job changers, Tanshuansi also has the following tasks. It gradually became a 7th department that was parallel to the 6 departments, and even had a higher status than the 6 departments. At this point, Dongfang Changming changed the subject and suddenly mentioned something mysteriously. So, although it's not my place to say this, I'd still like to mention it. In the imperial capital, and even in the whole of China, using the identity of Tanshuansi properly can actually bring us a lot of convenience. For example, when using public transportation, our Tanshuansi token can even be used as a merit card. When carrying out special missions, we can also temporarily requisition local military forces or directly connect with the local municipal government. There are also some dungeon resources that are prohibited from being used due to various restrictions. You can also use the identity of Tanshuansi. Let's stop here. Tanshuansi possesses considerable power, but these privileges also stem from the obligations we bear. If you are found to have abused your power, the internal punishment in Tanshuansi will be very strict. At the very least, he will be permanently stripped of his position as Tanshuansi, and at the worst. Dongfang Changming said this, gently stretched out a hand and stroked his neck. But he immediately chuckled and shook his head. However, Li Yang, there is no need to be too nervous. It's been quite a few years since Tanshuansi was established, and this kind of situation has basically never occurred. Those who can enter Tongxuansi have different abilities and personalities. But everyone's character has been personally supervised and approved by us old guys. In short, I hope that Li Yang can live happily in Tongxuansi. If you need anything during this period, you can call me at any time. Dongfang Changming seemed to have made such introductions many times. When he finished the last sentence, the driver in the front row slammed on the brakes and stopped the armored vehicle sent from the military in front of the gate of Tongxuansi. Dongfang Changming got out of the car and opened the door for Li Yang and Bai Ji. Then he nodded to Li Yang and said, "Well, Li Yang, I'll go handle the procedures related to you first, and help you apply for a token. In the meantime, let Bai Ji take you on a tour around here. Don't be too formal. From today on, we are all members of Tongshan Division, and we are considered a family. There are no messy rules here. Just treat it as your own home and do whatever you want." After saying that, Zhendan said goodbye to Li Yang and Bai Ji. He turned around and left in the opposite direction from them. Looking at this huge park built directly in the suburbs in front of us, Li Yang subconsciously thought of things like military bases. Originally, the scenes he had only seen in movies and TV now appeared before his eyes. Looking at the several armored vehicles parked inside the gate and the military soldiers standing guard deep inside, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little excited. Student Li Yang, we. After watching director Dongfang leave, Bai Ji turned her head away. He had just opened his mouth, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud explosion right above them. Boom! The huge sound was like thunder, which scared the two of them. Looking up, they saw a light, high-speed airship flying close to their heads, out of Tongxuansi, and flying low into the distance. Li Yang opened his mouth and exclaimed again, "Amazing, amazing. It's worthy of being a big city. You're traveling by this thing? That's awesome." Bai Ji was a little embarrassed. Li Yang, I don't think this is a normal trip for Tongxuansi. This type of airship is generally used by the military for short-distance transport. Looking at this situation, it seems that some teams within the Tongshan Division are out on an emergency mission. This situation is actually quite common, so don't worry too much. Li Yang nodded, then walked through the gate and entered Tongxuansi. The imagined scene of young students wandering around, full of youthful energy, did not appear. On the contrary, when he first walked in, the scene in front of him really made Li Yang a little confused. Many armored vehicles and transport boats were parked on both sides of the main road. Many fully armed men formed their own teams and were jogging to board the military vehicles. The air was filled with a solemn and anxious atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Li Yang only wanted to think of one thing: start a war. Whether it's against a tide of beasts or something else. In short, he had only seen this kind of mobilization scene in many war films in his previous life. Is this a common situation? Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Ji next to him. But the confusion on Bai Ji's face was no less than Li Yang's. She was also a little confused. I have only been away from Tongxuansi for 2 or 3 days. Why does it feel like I missed 2 or 3 years? Miss Bai, I just heard that you appeared at the Imperial Capital Airport. I didn't expect you to actually come back. Are you out researching new crops this time? Or are you attending a conference? Who's the guy next to you? Just when Li Yang and Bai Ji were confused, a rather short boy in a dark green suit ran over from a distance with an excited look on his face. The guy waved to Bai Ji excitedly with a smile on his face. As a result, after getting a little closer, the wrinkles on his face instantly piled up on his face in a wrinkled manner like solidified magma. Moreover, Li Yang said something that he didn't know whether he should say it or not. A green suit, coupled with this guy's too short stature. I took a quick look when I ran over from a distance. Li Yang thought it was someone's goblin that ran out. When she saw the goblin boy running over, a hint of abnormality flashed across Bai Ji's face. Before entering the door, she was still thinking about where to start taking Li Yang around. Who should I start introducing to Li Yang? But no matter who it is, it's better than this guy with a mental problem. Although Bai Ji is not very familiar with it either. But she had heard it from director Dongfang's description. This guy seems to be influenced by his family environment. It causes the whole person's mind to be a little childish. However, Bai Ji is an educated young lady after all, and she is very good at managing her facial expressions. Besides, he is now also serving as Li Yang's tour guide. So she put on a businesslike smile and introduced the two of them to each other. Li Yang, this is Meng Qing. He is also a student accepted by Tongshan Division. Like us, he has a livelihood-related profession. Meng Qing, this is Li Yang. Director Dongfang and I went to Yunzhou to pick him up. He's a highly talented life-related job changer. Hearing this, the guy named Meng Qing narrowed his eyes immediately. He began to look Li Yang up and down. A person who changes his job into a life-related profession with great talent? Didn't even get this kind of treatment back then. This Tongshuansi is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Those who are qualified to step through this door are all monsters among monsters. Student Li Yang, what's your level? What amazing tricks do you have? Show them to me. Li Yang ignored him. All I could see was the light airship behind this guy. It has to be said that Blue Star's technology as a whole is not as advanced as his original world. However, with the assistance of alien forces, various black technologies continue to emerge. This so-called light airship actually has some resemblance to an ordinary swept-wing fighter. And on this basis, the structure of this thing has many strange and bizarre deformation structures, which looks quite sci-fi. Like a transformer, so cool. What grown man can stand this? I kind of want to pull out my phone and take a picture. I just don't know if taking photos is allowed inside Tongshuansi. Li Yang was just about to consult Bai Ji about this issue. The fellow opposite named Meng Qing put his hands on his hips and started muttering to himself. Looking at the way you're dressed, you're probably not the son of a wealthy family, are you? From Yunzhou. What kind of place is that? How come I've never heard of it? But since you were able to get our director Dongfang and the beautiful Miss Bai to go together to invite them, it shows that you have some ability. But, as your senior, I have to give you a reminder. When we're out there, the most important thing is to have power and background. Which gang are you from? Considering your good relationship with Miss Bai, if you call me Brother Meng, I might consider protecting you. Before he finished speaking, with a loud boom, the airship that Li Yang had been carrying about took off from the ground and soared into the sky. No chance to take pictures. Li Yang suddenly felt a little depressed. Then he glanced at Meng Qing and turned to look at Bai Ji, your friend? Bai Ji shook her head, no, not that familiar. Not familiar. Li Yang looked at the guy in front of him who was talking incessantly and trying to continue pretending to be something special. A cordial greeting, blurted out directly. Who are you sending it to? This sentence made Meng Qing and Bai Ji next to him stunned on the spot. Meng Qing's eyes widened, and he didn't react for a long time. What did you say? Li Yang's mouth was smeared with honey, and he said unhappily, I say, who are you sending it to? Are those dog ears hanging on both sides of your head? You can't even understand what people are saying? Such harsh remarks dealt a heavy blow to Meng Qing's young heart. He opened his mouth and mumbled for a long time before finally uttering. How dare you say such vulgar things in front of Miss Bai? Li Yang interrupted the spellcasting directly. If you can't even speak a coherent sentence, why don't you just stop embarrassing yourself? Meng Qing felt a tightness in his chest and almost suffocated to death. Seeing Li Yang's disdainful expression, he immediately became angry and embarrassed. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I'm the most powerful person among all the life-related job changers in Tongshan Division. How dare you mess with me? Li Yang almost laughed. Okay, he admitted that he had spoken too harshly just now. This goblin-like boy has a talent for comedy. The strongest fighter among life-related job changers. Isn't this just picking the tallest guy out among the short ones? Oh no, I think I'm in this position as well. Damn, it's too early to laugh. Li Yang laughed at himself, and looking at Meng Qing in front of him, who was not as tall as him even when he jumped, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Among the so-called life-type job changers. After all, if I come here by myself, I have to at least compare myself with combat professions. Just a life profession that can participate in combat. It's really not worth mentioning. If it weren't for the fact that Baiji's talent had such severe side effects. I guess if you use abundance to strengthen a durian 5 times its size and use it to hit people, you can win this title. Baiji next to her was still a little out of shape. Still immersed in Li Yang's astonishing words just now. Look at Li Yang's elegant and easygoing face. He doesn't seem like the type to say something like that. Was I hallucinating? What's going on here? Just when the two sides were in a stalemate and Li Yang was about to continue attacking, Dongfang Changming suddenly walked in from outside. In his hand was a palm-sized black token. Due to some unexpected circumstances, the work of processing procedures for Li Yang needs to be slowed down a bit. He only obtained a temporary token from it to facilitate Li Yang's free movements during this period. As soon as I came back, I saw that Li Yang seemed to have a conflict with someone. Li Yang didn't have time to speak. Meng Qing on the opposite side raised his hand very seriously. Director Dongfang, is this Li Yang the person you brought back? I don't know how he passed your test, but there are definitely serious problems with his character. This statement was not only a provocation to Li Yang, but also meant that Dongfang Changming had a problem with his vision. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Meng Qing, who was looking serious. As expected, Dongfang Changming frowned when he heard this. He quickened his pace a little and walked over, then asked, "What's going on?" Meng Qing stared at Li Yang and said firmly, "But have not yet fully developed them. After all, Baiji is that kind of person." But after walking around for a while, Li Yang discovered. In comparison, the drowsiness caused by excessive use of Baiji is actually not a big deal. For example, when passing the trial field halfway, Li Yang saw with his own eyes that there was a beast spirit assassin who mutated into a Spider-Man. He had the strength and reaction of a spider, the ability to climb walls, and could even spit out extremely tough spider silk. But spider silk comes out of the butt. There is also a Qigong master who can control the flow of air and easily hit the target from behind the mountain. But when controlling the gas, it will be discharged uncontrollably. There were a lot of people changing jobs like this, which really opened Li Yang's eyes. "We're here, Li Yang. This is your residence." While Li Yang was still marveling at the vastness of the world, Baiji, who was walking in front, had already stopped and turned around. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, Li Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. Whatever is inside the house can be put aside for now. This front yard, which is as big as 2 or 3 basketball courts, shows enough sincerity. Near the corner of the house, Li Yang's luggage was placed. After opening the door with the card-shaped key, the house revealed a simple and exquisitely decorated scene. Then, with the help of Baiji, Li Yang took less than 2 hours to tidy up his residence. I was just about to go out to the yard to plant some sunflowers. A familiar person appeared outside the courtyard and waved at him. The person who came was Dongfang Changming, who had just left for some reason. "Sorry, Li Yang, you might have to put house cleaning aside for a while. Now, there's something urgent that I hope I can ask you to do." Li Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling a little confused. "I just arrived and haven't even completed the formalities. Is there something to do now?" "No way, is this true?" To the current Tongshan division, he is just a newly enrolled student. Director Dongfang really trusts him. Director Dongfang sighed helplessly and said, "The incident happened suddenly. Although the local military rushed to the scene immediately, the situation is not very optimistic and even looks like an emergency. To ensure that the northern Great Wall doesn't fall first, we can only temporarily mobilize combat forces from the nearest location. The beasts you'll face are generally around level 60, similar to the ones you faced in the hidden dungeon before. If this succeeds, I will report this to the higher-ups and apply for the highest level reward for you." At this time, Li Yang still didn't quite understand the situation. What the hell is going on? The Great Wall in the north? Beast tide attack? How could something like this suddenly happen? This familiar feeling. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and opened his system. Current task, none. Okay, it seems that this is not a problem caused by the system. He even thought that he had inherited the special physique of some protagonists, who caused trouble wherever they went. It seems to be just a coincidence. Li Yang thought about it for a moment in his mind. Some information about the Great Wall in the north came to mind. City walls, as an important means for humans to resist the beast tide, were built in large numbers after the world was gamified. Among them, the Northern Great Wall is one of the largest city walls throughout the history of China. It spanned 4 or 5 cities, like a giant dragon lying between the mountains, keeping out a large number of undeveloped copies and related beast tides in the far north. And once the Northern Great Wall is breached by the beast tide, several cities on the border will fall in an instant. Without these most basic barriers, the imperial capital, as the core city of China, would be directly exposed. In short, the Northern Great Wall can be said to be one of the most important and stable lifelines of China. Why did this suddenly become an emergency? If you've made up your mind, please follow me. We'll take the fastest airship and go over there to help you set up a defense line first. I'll discuss the details with you on the way. The fastest airship? Li Yang looked in the direction of Dongfang Changming's hand, and saw in the distance a very cool airship that had just completed a round of transportation mission and was slowly landing. Oh, there is an unexpected gain. This is more than just taking pictures. He could even go up and sit there. Li Yang nodded in agreement and took a look at his own level. Level 55. Only 5 levels left before I can change my job again. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this beast tide to level up. Li Yang thought silently, while Dongfang Changming on the side turned his gaze to Baiji. Miss Baiji, you should come along too. The far north is your hometown, and you are very familiar with its geography. You are the most suitable person to be our guide. At the same time, this is also the first time you and Li Yang have worked together in actual combat, which is of great significance. After hearing this, Baiji immediately nodded seriously and agreed. Then they followed him into the cabin. Speaking of this airship, its speed is really amazing. Take off from the imperial capital and land behind the Great Wall in the north. It took less than 2 hours in total. And during the flight, Li Yang helplessly discovered. My own system started to act up again. New quest, kill 500 monsters above level 60, 0/500. Mission reward, 20 million suns, a rare item card, and a plant formation preservation card. I haven't started using this save card yet. Here's another one. However, this rare item card is still pretty good. I made an impulse purchase since I last unlocked the item shop. Li Yang hasn't been there to spend money for a long time. After this period of settling down, I have plenty of sunshine on hand, and then I can use the cards to stock up on some large firepower lineups. In addition, this beast tide broke out very suddenly. The location of the Northern Great Wall is very important, which is why when the craftsmen built it, their goal was to make it stand firm for 1,000 years. So logically speaking, the Northern Great Wall can be regarded as one of the strongest and most stable walls in the whole of China. Over the years, there has indeed never been any problem. But, just recently, this extremely strong city wall suffered its most serious damage to date. On the outskirts of the far north, a large number of magical beasts that had never appeared before suddenly appeared inexplicably. Although the level is not high, the number is extremely terrifying. The defenders inside the Northern Great Wall responded immediately, closing all the city gates as quickly as possible and setting up a front. But these monsters that suddenly appeared were completely different from the types of monsters they had fought against before. It's like a hodgepodge of all the magical beasts on the entire blue planet. There are leopard species that only appear in tropical regions, monsters that only appear in the west, and even fish that only appear in the deep sea. These are types that the local military has never dealt with before. Therefore, despite their quick response, they still suffered heavy losses from the impact of the beast tide. The battle ahead is currently fine, but the number of monsters is too large, and the battle line is stretched extremely long. Mr. Liang, the disaster situation in the eastern region is probably quite severe. Can I ask you to take care of it? I'll contact the frontline troops to send people over there first. I'll let you know once the area is almost cleared. Liang shook his head. If the levels of the monsters are confirmed to be around level 60, I alone is enough. Dongfang Changming was stunned for a moment by the shocking words, and then nodded in conviction. Understood. Also, there is a job changer from our Tongshin division guarding there. You could cooperate a little. Besides? Never mind, it doesn't matter. You'll know who it is when you get there. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and called Bai Ji. Let's go, Miss Bai. Let's take this opportunity to try to grow a few more plants. After landing, Li Yang took Bai Ji and moved towards the target location while thinking about the current situation. At present, all places are providing support to the north as quickly as possible. But the combat power in the north is obviously still very scarce. Before the follow-up team from the military was sent up, the available combat force here can basically only be filled by the elites of Tanshuansi. Fortunately, the job changers in Tanshuansi are not just there to eat for nothing. Although the number of people is not worth mentioning compared to the military. But each of them has the strength to fight against 100 people alone. Especially those job changers with exceptionally strong talents, they can almost guard an entire level by themselves. Civilians living near the northern Great Wall were evacuating in a hurry under the instructions of logistics personnel. The military soldiers in uniform and the elites of Tangshuansi became the unwavering retrogrades in the surging crowd. Walking against the current, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If it were in the past, he would never have thought that he would become one of these people. The bustling crowds on both sides reminded Li Yang of the villagers in his hometown of Yunzhou. Every time we encounter a beast tide, it's almost the same situation. Student Li Yang, look over there. After arriving at the destination, Bai Shi suddenly raised her hand and pointed to a group of abandoned houses in the distance near the Great Wall in the north. Look in the direction of her finger. A 3-story building in the distance was suddenly blown away by an unknown force. On the ground, many sea-dwelling monsters were crawling all over the ground, and were crushed to pieces by the huge force. Large clouds of dust mixed with sand and gravel flew high into the sky, covering the entire street. And from the thick dust, a huge human figure over 10 meters tall slowly emerged. Giant? The monsters in your northern lands are quite unique in appearance. The moment he saw the giant, Li Yang was stunned for a moment and then started jokingly. Bai Shi shook her head, a hint of worry appearing on her face. Has the situation in the north become so chaotic? Student Li Yang, She wanted to ask Li Yang how to fight. Although I had imagined fighting monsters countless times before. But this was her first actual combat after all. Compared to Li Yang, who had faced the beast tide head-on, her experience was basically zero. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the giant roaring angrily, and seemed a little confused. Wait a minute. That guy doesn't seem to be a monster. Li Yang noticed that the giants over there seemed to be constantly killing the monsters that poured in from the cracks in the Great Wall. Is it an internal conflict within World of Warcraft? This is obviously unlikely. Li Yang suddenly thought of what Dongfang Changming said not long ago. To be on the safe side. A transferred person from Tanshuansi has been sent here in advance to guard the place. From this point of view, this giant who was fighting with the monster may be the so-called other job changer. That guy can actually turn into a giant? Li Yang had never heard of such talent. So I asked Baiji, who was standing next to me. But judging from Baiji's reaction, it seemed that she knew nothing about this kind of thing. It seems that the young ladies from wealthy families don't know everything. Li Yang shrugged and rubbed his storage ring casually. He took out the shadow staff that he had previously obtained from the hidden copy in Yunzhou. Holding it, I slowly walked forward a few steps and found a similar place. Then, poked downward. Suddenly, all the shadows within a few hundred meters were connected to him. It became an extension of his arm and also connected to his storage space. Many seeds poked their heads out from the shadows and were placed wherever there was soil. Bai Ji looked at Li Yang standing still after taking out the staff, feeling a little strange. Doesn't she remember that Li Yang is a farmer? Why do you have to take out the staff before fighting? But the next moment, as Li Yang opened his eyes, he snapped his fingers lightly. All of Bai Ji's doubts were replaced by greater shock. I saw that the originally gray scene in the abandoned town in front of me was suddenly covered by a green color. Countless plants grew out from the shadows, following any soil they could touch, and grew to several meters in size in just a few seconds. Some of the spikes even climbed directly along the cracks in the wall and reached the rooftops as high as 3 or 4 stories. He began to unleash extremely intense firepower on all the monsters within sight. Emerald green and dark blue peas shot out like bullets. Green cabbages and large lumps of butter were also thrown high into the air. As soon as the pepper, which was as tall as a person, appeared, it began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next second, a wall of fire several meters high rose up with the force of a prairie fire, engulfing the deserted streets. A large number of sea-dwelling monsters that tried to rush in were directly sucked into the sea of fire, emitting extremely shrill screams, and with crackling sounds, they turned into black charcoal. The giant fighting in the front was also startled by the sudden change. He turned around subconsciously and saw Li Yang and the other